Rogue Commander, a Titus Black novel, Book 3, by R.J. Patterson, performed by Kyle Tait. Chapter 1, Al-Hudaydah, Yemen. Titus Black scanned the warehouse from a nearby rooftop and hoped for some kind of movement. For the past 3 hours, he'd been lying prone as he and Christina Shields conducted surveillance on the area. So far, the most activity he had witnessed was beads of sweat rolling off his face and dripping on the ground. "I swear I'm going to spontaneously combust up here," Black said into his comms. "That'd be fun to explain to Blunt," Shields cracked. "Yes, sir, that's what happened. 1 minute he was looking for our target. The next I was sweeping up his ashes after he burst into flames." "You think I'm kidding, don't you?" Black asked. "Look, I'm sure it's hot out there. But in order to preserve my cover, I'm stuck in a van that I can't turn on. I've only got a small vent in the roof to cool me down. So save your sympathetic pleas for someone else who cares." "You're getting sassier as the day goes on," Black said. "Heat has a way of bringing out my dark side. That's why I want you to hurry up and find the target, so we can leave this godforsaken city." Black chuckled. "When you're hunting an assassin who goes by the nickname The Ghost, you have to know it isn't going to be easy." "There's hard, and then there's stuck in what I imagine the actual place of hell is like," Shields said. "Hot, humid heat forever, with only the occasional breeze to tease you. I'm certain any minute now Satan himself is going to tap on the window with his pitchfork and offer me a reprieve from the heat in exchange for my soul. And I might just give it to him." "Well, I don't think it's going to come to that," Black said. "I believe our target just exited the building." The target Black and Shields were hunting was the man who supposedly served as the handler for the Ghost, and several other known assassins. Months and months of intelligence reports fingered Yuri Lebedev as the sole link between anyone attempting to hire the Ghost. But Lebedev had proven to be slippery, almost as difficult to pin down as the Ghost himself. However, someone tipped off Firestorm Director J.D. Blunt of Lebedev's whereabouts. "I hope that's him," Shields said. "I mean, we're not even supposed to be here, breaking Yemen's laws as well as going against the wishes of the CIA." Black didn't respond as he hustled down 3 flights of stairs. He needed to tag Lebedev's car with a GPS tracker so he could be detained for questioning later. Just outside the gates of the warehouse, a bustling market stood in stark contrast to the stark building along the strip of land fronting the city's port. Black reached ground level and then sprinted along the road. A constant cacophony of horns rang through the air as drivers urged pedestrians to clear a path for vehicles. People shuffled from one stand to another as they browsed, paying little attention to the noise or the revving engines of impatient drivers. Lebedev fell in behind other cars, inching his way forward as the sea of people parted. Black eased up behind Lebedev's vehicle and slipped a magnetized box just under the bumper. With the task complete, Black spun around in the opposite direction toward Shields' van. "We're locked and loaded," Black said. "Excellent," she said. "I'm turning on the tracker as we speak." "And Black?" "Yeah?" "Please hurry back to the van before I blow our cover for a bottle of water." Black took in the chaotic scene around him at Al-Hudaydah. Shoppers shouted while bartering over goods. Cranes picked up containers, conducting a dance of loading and unloading them. Fishing boats chugged through the harbor, while beeping horns seemed to reach a fever pitch. He'd never been to Yemen, and hoped never to return, especially in an area governed by the ruthless Houthis. When the armed political movement seized control of the city, the U.S. State Department ordered all personnel to vacate their offices, including the CIA operatives stationed there. Al-Hudaydah was the most hostile territory Black had conducted a mission in, and he and Shields were all alone. No backup, no extractions, no assistance if the situation went south. And he wasn't supposed to be here. When the phone call informing Blunt that his longtime friend from the U.S. Senate, Daniel Rosenblatt, was dead, Black had been in Blunt's office. The press reported Rosenblatt had died in an automobile accident in Jordan, along with 2 other U.S. emissaries. But the truth was far different. The 3 men had been killed assassination style consistent with the Ghost's signature. one shot in the back of the head, one more in the back. The story claiming their deaths were the result of a car wreck covered up the fact that they were in an area of Amman they shouldn't have been in. That was Blunt's idea. However, fearing a political kerfuffle, President Conrad Michaels instructed the CIA to drop the issue without seeking retribution. But Blunt had always been terrible at taking orders, even from the president. Black slid open the van door and poked his head inside. "Do you serve euros here?" "You're quite the comedian," Shields said as she twisted the key, igniting the engine. "Hop on in, and I'll serve you up a fresh handler." "Is the tracker operational?" Black asked. Shields held up a tablet depicting the area on a map. In one corner of the screen, a red dot flashed where Lebedev was. Black took the device before Shields eased into traffic. "Should be straightforward enough," she said. "We stake out wherever he's staying and wait for him to leave." "You really want to wait that long?" Black asked. "You got a better idea?" Black mopped his brow with his shirt. "Let's approach him and see what he tells us." "He's just going to talk to us? Is that what you think?" "With proper persuasion, I imagine he'll be more than willing to open up about his dealings with the ghost." "I don't like it," Shields said. "I think we need to lie low and wait for the right time to move in." "Look, I hate this place," Black said. "But the honest reason we need to act quickly is because we don't know when the ghost is going to strike again. I mean, he just murdered 3 of our citizens." "They were agents," she said. "Does that really matter? Agents? Citizens? Either way, it adds up to 3 dead Americans. And these killings are getting more frequent. If the intelligence community wasn't doing such a great job of keeping this news hush-hush, it'd be the biggest international story in every major media outlet. A man indiscriminately killing people assassination style, and nobody knows his name? That's the stuff of urban legends." "Fine," Shields said. "We'll do it your way. But I'm not sitting in this damn van another 15 minutes. "We'll pose as a married couple," Black said. No. We'll be business associates." Black chuckled as she gave him the precise reaction he'd expected. "Business associates it is, then." Once they cleared the congested market, it took only 10 minutes to reach the Ambassador Hotel downtown. Shields found a spot on the street across from where Lebedev parked. After they got out, Black strolled across to Lebedev's vehicle and glanced around, before casually snatching the tracker and pocketing it. Black studied the license plate for a moment and committed the number to memory. "Let's do this, honey," Black said. "I will slap you if you say that in front of the receptionist at the desk." Black grinned. "You're a little extra feisty today, aren't you?" "I already told you that it's hot, and I hate this kind of heat." Black held the door open for Shields, who gave him a quick eye roll before going up to the desk with him. "I hate to bother you, but I misplaced my voucher for parking," Black said. "Could you possibly issue me another one?" "I'll see what I can do," the man said. "I appreciate that," Black said. "My license plate number is 1-74732. "Give me just a moment," the man said as his fingers flew across his keyboard. "Ah, there you are, Mr. Lebedev." Black leaned forward on the counter, sneaking a peek at the screen. Room 327. "Upon your arrival, you indicated that you would be parking along the street. Do you need to make different arrangements now for your stay?" the man asked. "Street parking is sufficient. Besides, I never feel quite safe in one of those parking garages. It seems more like a vault that I'm going to get locked into." "That's totally your decision. But just be aware we've had a rash of burglaries recently, and our security team does not patrol the area where the cars are parked on the street." Black shrugged. "I'm sure I can manage." "Of course, Mr. Lebedev." The man scribbled a date on a parking pass before sliding it across the counter to Black. "Enjoy your stay, Mr. Lebedev. Or whatever is left of it." Black forced a smile before looking at the expiration date on the parking pass. They stepped away from the counter and spoke in hushed tones. "Look," Black said, "Lebedev is checking out tomorrow." "Then there's no question we need to act now." "I knew you'd see it my way, honey," Black said, the corners of his mouth turning slightly upward. No, I'm not going to slap you for saying that, she said. I'm just going to break your trigger finger while you're sleeping tonight. I'll look forward to that. In the meantime, I'm going to see if I can find a hotel uniform and make a special room service delivery. Black followed one of the hotel maids down the hall until she entered a door marked Employees Only. He stood around casually with his phone up to his ear and waited for someone to exit. A couple minutes later, the same woman emerged. Black gave her a polite nod as she scurried past. He wedged his foot against the door to keep it open before easing inside. Black searched the room for uniforms and found a rack in the back with pressed sports coats bearing the hotel's emblem. After grabbing the right size, he put the jacket on and notified Shields over the comms. I'm ready, he said. Head up to the 3rd floor and wait for me outside room 327. Roger that, she said. And Black? Yeah. I'm serious about breaking your finger. Black huffed a laugh through his nose as he hustled up the stairwell. He grabbed a room service tray lying outside a door across the hall to utilize as a prop and waited for Shields. Once she arrived, Black knocked. Who is it? Lebedev asked in Arabic. Black replied in Arabic. Room service. I didn't order anything. You made a mistake. Are you Yuri Lebedev? Black heard the security chain on the door slide off before Lebedev opened it a crack. What do you want? Lebedev asked. Black slammed the door into Lebedev's head, using force to gain entry into the room. He tumbled backward as Black trained his weapon on the assassin's handler. Lebedev scrambled to his feet. Shields entered with her gun drawn. Lebedev threw his hands in the air. Are you here to kill me? That depends, Black said. We want to know how to contact the ghost. Who? Lebedev asked. The ghost, Shields repeated. The assassin you handle. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a Russian businessman working here for my company. Is that why you have a gun? Black asked, as he cut his eyes toward a weapon on the table. It's for protection, Lebedev said. This is a dangerous place in case you haven't noticed. Why were you at the warehouse by the docks earlier this afternoon? Shields asked, as she adjusted her prosthetic leg. I was negotiating a deal with the transportation corporation I work for, Lebedev said. Now, I'd appreciate it if you would leave immediately. I have plenty of trouble on my own, without 2 strangers adding to it. Where's your briefcase? Black asked. Trust me, there's nothing in there that you want. We're not leaving without it, Shields said as she marched across the room and grabbed the case by its handle. She studied the lock for a moment. What's the code? Black demanded. Lebedev sighed before burying his head in his hands. I'm telling you, there's nothing inside that you want. Shields slung the briefcase on the bed and then pointed her gun at him. Give me the code, now. Lebedev took a step back. If you shoot me, you'll never get that open. She glared at him. Maybe, but I can make things really painful for you. Now, where would you like your bullet? The left knee or the right knee? Okay. I'll give you the code. Lebedev recited a series of 6 numbers. She entered in each one, repeating the digits back to Lebedev to ensure accuracy. Now press the 2 buttons on the outside of the latches, he said. When Shields followed Lebedev's instructions, nothing happened. She turned toward the Russian and glared. What? Maybe you're not doing it right. Try again. She repeated the string of numbers back to him, which he promptly confirmed as the correct code. Nothing's happening, she said. Before he could respond, a puff of gas blasted out of the case and smacked her in the face. She dropped the attaché and backed away from it. Black covered his face with his shirt as he rushed over to help her. What did you do? He asked, before glancing over his shoulder at Lebedev. Looks like it's her or me, he said, before darting toward the door. Black whipped his gun in the direction of Lebedev, but couldn't line up a shot. Lebedev was gone. Damn it, Black said. I had him. Go after him, Shields said, staggering into the hallway as she clutched a black moleskin notebook she'd retrieved from inside. I'm not leaving you. She grimaced and waved dismissively. "I'll be fine. You can't let him get away." "You're not fine," Black said. "We don't know what kind of gas that was." "I'm all right. Go get him already." Black helped Shields down the hall before he ran back and closed the door. Then he hustled down the stairwell in pursuit of Lebedev. When Black reached the ground floor, he raced through a side exit, just in time to see Lebedev fleeing down the street. Black shouted at the Russian, but he didn't break his stride. Upon reaching his car, Lebedev fumbled with his keys before getting inside. However, his escape was short-lived. The moment he turned the key in the ignition, the car exploded, bursting into flames. The blast set off dozens of car alarms and drew curious shopkeepers outside to investigate the earth-rumbling sound. Black shook his head in disbelief. Someone else was obviously after Lebedev. Instead of sticking around to witness Lebedev's demise, Black rushed into the hotel to help his partner. "Shields, are you still feeling okay?" Black asked. The briefcase was open, with its contents sprawled across the floor. Shields clutched a small black book and held it up for Black to see. "I told you I was—" She didn't finish her sentence before she began violently convulsing. Chapter 2. Washington, D.C. J.D. Blunt nursed a cup of hot tea while sitting at the bar of his favorite bakery a few blocks from Firestorm headquarters. He scanned the morning edition of the Washington Post while waiting for Senator Franklin Norris to arrive. "Would you like to order any food?" the server behind the counter asked. Blunt shook his head and pointed at his cup. "No, but I wouldn't mind another one of these. Another cup of passion jasmine mango, coming right up." Blunt glanced around to see if anyone was looking at him, and was relieved to see no one seemed to be paying attention. The server leaned over the bar and spoke in a hushed tone. "You can still be a tough guy and drink fruity tea. Those two things aren't mutually exclusive." Blunt eyed the barista cautiously. "Do you want me to punch you in the face right now?" The man drew back. "See? You've proven my point." Blunt growled as the man spun around. "Maybe you should have a mug of our strongest coffee instead," he said. Blunt folded up the paper and turned his attention to the television positioned on the wall in front of him. A woman stood outside the Capitol building, undaunted by the breeze whipping around her as she delivered her report. "Thanks, Hank," she said, before wiping away her straight blonde hair from around her mouth. "We just received word that Zachary Olson, the military sniper who was sentenced to prison for his role in the shooting death of 4 unarmed boys in a settlement outside Kandahar, was denied parole again today. The 36-year-old disgraced Army officer has reportedly served his time over the past decade at Gitmo. Olson's lawyer, Max Ellenberg, issued a statement after the decision today, reiterating that his client maintains his innocence. Details of the trial are sketchy due to limited access to the military's judicial proceedings. But Olson claimed that the boys who were shot were carrying weapons and had opened fire on several U.S. soldiers patrolling the area." Blunt sighed before glancing back down at the space in front of him and realizing he had a fresh cup of tea. "Olson was one hell of a shot," a man said behind Blunt. He turned around to find Norris standing there with a wide grin on his face. Blunt stood and gave Norris a handshake that morphed into a hug. "Frank, how the hell are you, my friend?" Norris leaned forward and peered into Blunt's mug. "Better than you, I see." Blunt scowled. "What's that supposed to mean? You've devolved into drinking fruity tea. Is there something else we need to talk about?" "This stuff is supposed to sharpen your mind," Blunt said. Norris grinned. "You need all the help you can get, don't you?" "You're the one who called me for help, as I recall." Norris slapped Blunt on the back before saddling up onto the stool next to him. "I'm just yanking your chain. I know you Texans have a hard time distinguishing when someone is joking. In Arkansas, we admit the obvious." "And what's that?" "That Texas is big, but Texans are slow." "You want to test out that theory?" Blunt said with a wink. "Actually, I prefer that you help me figure out what the hell is going on with dead Army Rangers popping up all over the place." "I'm afraid you're going to need to catch me up to speed," because I have no idea what you're talking about. Norris dug a file folder out of his briefcase and then placed the documents in front of Blunt. Get a load of this. Blunt opened the folder and found the headshot of a man in army fatigues clipped to his personnel file. What's this? Keep looking. Blunt scanned the pages until he came to another picture. This time a larger 5x7 photograph of a man lying dead in the woods. The next page had a close-up of the man's arm. You ever seen that before? Norris asked, pointing at the image. What, exactly? Take a closer look. Blunt peered over the top of his glasses, squinting as he honed in on the area Norris fingered. Norris sighed. The tattoo, J.D. Look at the tattoo. Blunt shrugged. Is that supposed to mean something to me? Take a peek at the next page. The next group of documents consisted of the same type of information: a headshot, a personnel file, a photo of a dead man, and a zoomed-in picture of a tattoo on the man's forearm. Blunt sifted through more records consisting of the same information, all compiled in the same manner. What am I supposed to do with this, Frank? Blunt asked. It's a bunch of dead Army Rangers who probably all served together based on those similar tattoos. And maybe someone is hunting them. Norris shook his head. That's a solid hypothesis, until you start to look a little closer. Young man, old man, middle-aged man, they all share a common tattoo. And from my time in the Army Rangers, I don't ever recall a tattoo everyone had to get. Blunt nodded knowingly. Where did you get these files? From an intelligence committee meeting, Norris said. In regards to what? The committee received a report that more than 24 former military personnel had been murdered in the past 3 months. However, these all stood out to me for a couple reasons. Primarily because I wondered how many former Rangers could let someone get the drop on them like this. I also found it interesting that the only Rangers in the group all had this unique tattoo of the Chaos Monster. Are you suggesting that these Rangers don't belong in this group? Norris shrugged. Perhaps. I must admit that was my first thought. That potentially could mean others were killed to cover up the pattern. That's right. And that's what I want you to find out. Blunt sipped his tea and glanced up at the television behind the counter. I'm not sure I can help you in this case. I'm swamped with a couple of cases, including hunting the assassin who killed all our emissaries in Syria. Besides, you're in Washington surrounded by some of the most brilliant minds. Wouldn't the FBI be more equipped to handle an investigation of this nature? They weren't interested. I need you, J.D. You're the only one I trust to take care of this. Blunt nodded. Say I'm interested in helping you. How does this affect national security issues? What's your pitch on this? I'm not sure, Norris said, but I found it damn disturbing. Unfortunately, damn disturbing is how I'd describe life in Washington. That's a long reach to spend time and resources on such a hunch. So I guess it shouldn't surprise me that the FBI turned you down. Look, I know you might be stretched at the moment, but I feel like this is really important. I wouldn't be asking if it wasn't. Blunt sighed. I understand. I might know a guy who can help, but I don't want you to get your hopes up. Too late for that, J.D., Norris said, as he slapped Blunt on his arm. If you're willing to help, the bastard who's doing this is as good as dead. Blunt flipped through the pictures again and took photos of all the Rangers. I'll see what I can do. Thanks. I know you'll come through for me. Blunt shook Norris's hand and then watched him walk out of the bakery. After getting a cup to go, Blunt studied the images one final time. He shuddered as he looked at them. What did I just get myself into? Chapter 3. Al-Hadayda, Yemen. The moment Shields stopped shaking, Black checked her pulse. She moaned and turned over on her side. A maid entered the hallway and stared wide-eyed at Shields lying on the floor. I need to take her to a doctor, Black said. Doctor? The maid repeated back. Yes, he said. Do you know where one is? A hospital was preferred. But Black's operational briefing outlined how the Houthis had complete control over all the major medical facilities in the cities, and to avoid them at all cost. He considered a situation like this one might be reason enough to shirk the recommendation and take Shields to a hospital anyway. But even so, inviting trouble where none existed was a poor plan. The maid nodded. "Address?" Black nodded and gestured like he was scribbling something on his hand. "Can you write it down for me?" She pulled out a pad and scribbled down a series of numbers and a street name. "Dr. Salah." "Okay," Black said. "Thank you." He handed her a $20 bill and scooped Shields off the floor before hustling toward the stairwell. Once he reached the ground level, he entered the address into his phone. While the location loaded onto his phone, he hoisted Shields over his shoulder and broke into a sprint toward Dr. Salah's office. Black weaved his way through the growing number of curious onlookers crowding the sidewalk near the blast. After a matter of minutes, he arrived at Dr. Salah's clinic, one that Black doubted he would have even noticed had it not been for the directions from the hotel employee. A small sign swung freely from a bar hanging over the entrance, where a line of patients spilled down the steps and out into the street. But Black raced to the front and begged Dr. Salah to see Shields immediately. Dr. Salah was tending to one of his patients when he glanced over at the commotion. "This is not an emergency room," Dr. Salah said in Arabic, waving dismissively at Black. "We don't have time," Black replied. "She's been poisoned with hydrogen sulfide." "Hydrogen sulfide?" Dr. Salah asked, before nodding knowingly at one of the nurses to take over. "Are you certain?" "I'm positive." "How did this happen? Were you in a place with a lot of waste and excrement?" "No," Black said, shaking his head. "It's a long story. I need to hear it all before I can agree to help you." Black glanced around the room to make sure most of the people couldn't see him. He reached into his backpack and fished out a stack of $100 bills. Dr. Salah smiled. "Come with me," he said in English. Black, still lugging Shields around, followed Dr. Salah through a curtain and down a dimly lit hallway. He darted right, leading them into an empty room that had only an examination table and a cabinet. "Put her up here," Dr. Salah said, as he patted the uncovered vinyl. Black hustled her on top, knowing Shields would likely flip out if she were more coherent. As a germaphobe, she would never even enter a medical facility with such low standards. Black figured she'd still complain, but if she survived, he could deal with the consequences. "I keep my cyano kits in here," Dr. Salah said, while rummaging through the cabinet. After a moment, he held one of the boxes equipped to deal with poisoning. "You can't tell anyone that we're here," Black said. Dr. Salah ripped open the kit and prepared to administer the antidote to Shields. "Does she have any allergies?" "None that I'm aware of," Black said. He placed his hand on the doctor's shoulder. "Before you continue and I give you that money, I need to know that we understand each other. Nobody can know we're here. Is that clear?" "Of course, Mr. White," Black said with a faint smile. "Christopher White." "Mr. White, your secret is safe with me," Dr. Salah said, before plunging the needle into Shields. When he finished, he pulled the needle out of her arm and then stepped back. "How long should this take?" Black asked. "A half hour or more, depending on her exposure level. How long ago did this happen?" "Just a few minutes ago." Dr. Salah sighed. "You'll need to be more careful, whatever it is that you were doing." "Sometimes in my profession there are unavoidable hazards. This was one of those times." "And what profession is that?" "I'd rather not say, both for your sake and for ours." "Of course," Dr. Salah said. "I'm not usually one to pry, but the current state of affairs here has made knowing who you're helping of vital importance. It could either cost or save your life, depending on what side a person is on." "That's the current status worldwide," Black said. "It's a dangerous world we live in." "Well, are you going to tell me? Or make me continue guessing?" "Let's just say that you have nothing to worry about, especially if nobody says anything about us being here." Dr. Salah took a deep breath through his nose and eyed Black closely. "Look, Mr. White, I'm not playing games. I need to know who you are working for." "It's not the Houthis," if you understand me. In that case, I'm going to lead you out the back, so that everyone here can see you leaving. We have a handful of sympathizers here who won't hesitate to report to one of the militia leaders that you are staying here and being helped by me. If they all see you leave, at least I can redirect them." "Thank you," Black said. "I know that our intrusion into your clinic will likely create chaos here, but I couldn't wait much longer." "Look," Dr. Salah said, nodding toward Shields. "I think she's regaining consciousness." Shields stirred on the table before moaning as she propped herself up on her elbows. Still lying on the table, she glanced over at Black. "Just take it easy," Black said. "Dr. Salah is going to take good care of you, Karen." She scowled as she looked at Black. "What just happened?" "Apparently you were poisoned," Dr. Salah said. "At least, that's the theory I'm working off of since I didn't do any toxicology screenings or blood tests. I'm simply taking this man's word for it." "Oh, she said, before stopping herself mid-sentence. "Yes, now you remember," Black said. "It wasn't that long ago, quite literally, in fact. You were indeed poisoned." "Of course," she said. "I feel awful." "You'll feel better soon," Dr. Salah said as he pulled out his stethoscope and placed the head of it on her back. "Give me a few deep breaths so I can conclude this examination." Shields complied, as everyone remained silent. After Dr. Salah completed his task, he shuffled in front of Shields. "I think you're going to be fine," he said, "though I recommend we run a few blood tests, just to make sure." "That won't be necessary," Shields said. "I feel wonderful all of a sudden." "Good to hear, but I don't want you going anywhere for about 12 hours. I want to keep an eye on your vitals and make sure you get proper rest along with plenty of fluids." Dr. Salah glanced around before putting his index finger to his lips and continuing in a hushed tone. "Please stay quiet," he said. "I'll let your associate explain everything later, but we need to move you." Before Shields could protest, Black scooped her up and toted her down the corridor after Dr. Salah, who had flung open the curtains so everyone could see him marching them outside into the alleyway. Black peeked over his shoulder to see Dr. Salah's actions had attracted just the audience he was looking for. Once outside, Dr. Salah directed Black and Shields to another unlocked door down the alley. That entrance would enable them to return to the same examination room without being seen by any of the other patients or staff, according to Dr. Salah. Black followed his host's directions, and less than a minute later, was back inside the clinic. Black had fallen asleep in the chair next to Shields, who was still lying on the table when she woke up. Where are we?" she asked. Black chuckled. "You're in a 5-star luxury hospital bed in Maldives." "Wait, what?" Shields asked with a scowl. "I'm just messing with you. The truth is you're in a rundown clinic in Yemen, sleeping off the effects of hydrogen sulfide poisoning." She groaned. "I was really hoping the past 24 hours was just a bad dream." "That makes 2 of us." "So, what now?" Before Black could answer, a loud commotion arose from inside the clinic's triage. Black hustled over to the door and then placed his ear against it. "What is it?" Shields asked. "Hold on a second," he said. "I'm trying to hear." "Where are they?" one man shouted in Arabic. "Where are the Americans?" Someone answered in a soft voice, and Black was unable to hear what was said. But whatever the person said, it only made the man angrier. "I know they were here. Where are they now?" the man demanded. "Someone's here. For us. Let's go." Black and Shields hustled down the corridor before exiting through the same route they'd snuck back into the building. They wove down the alley until reaching a street bustling with the morning activity. Vendors set up their kiosks, while produce merchants jostled for position along the sidewalk, with their wheelbarrows piled high with fresh food. Horns echoed off the buildings crowding the narrow thoroughfare. "Do you know where we're going now?" Shields asked. Black shrugged. "I'm assuming the MI6 safe house you know about." "Yeah," she said. "And it's that way." She tugged on Black's arm before rushing toward a bus pulling up to the curb. The public transit vehicle was so packed that people were hanging off the side. Some riders were able to grab little more than a few inches of a handle and stand on a runner with just enough space to fit the width of their feet. "We're gonna ride on that thing?" Black asked. "You got a better idea?" Black peeked over his shoulder before darting toward the bus and the mass of humanity crammed inside. "Let's do it." 10 minutes later, Shields jabbed Black in the ribs, prodding him to disembark. He handed the attendant some cash for both of them and then jumped onto the sidewalk. "That felt more dangerous than getting shot at by combatants. Yet we survived. Now follow me this way." Shields led him down several corridors nestled between apartment buildings. "How are you feeling?" Black asked. "Not bad for someone who was poisoned yesterday." "How well do you know this MI6 agent we're staying with? Is he trustworthy?" "I'll let you be the judge of that." They continued on in silence until they reached a red door. Shields knocked hard on it before looking up at the security camera. She waved and flashed a smile. Seconds later, Black heard a click, and then Shields shoved the door open. "Come on," she said, waving him inside. Once in the house, she headed straight for the stairs. Black stayed right behind her. When they reached the landing, a dark-haired man smoking a pipe was waiting for them. He removed the mouthpiece and opened his arms wide. "You made it, love. I thought I'd never see you again." Black furrowed his brow. "Love?" The man chuckled. "Ah, yes, you must be Agent Black." "And what gave me away?" Black asked. "Christina told me that her partner was the jealous type." Black cocked his head to one side. "Did she now?" She eyed him closely. "You're kind of proving my point right now." Black shrugged. "I'm fiercely protective of my partner, but not like you think." "Agent Durham," the man said, offering his hand to Black. "Let's let bygones be bygones, shall we?" "Of course," Black said. "I don't want to be here any more than you want us here." Durham shot a sideways glance at Shields. "Well, I wouldn't say that's true for both of you." "We need to get out of here as soon as possible," Black said. "Can you contact our pilot for us to arrange for transportation in the morning?" "That is short, sport," Durham said. "I'll see what I can do." Durham wandered out of the room as he dialed a number on his cell phone. "I don't like that guy," Black said in a hushed tone. "I'm sure the feeling's mutual," Shields said, while walking toward the sofa. She sat down. "I need some more sleep." "Of course," Black said. "I'll handle Mr. Bean over here, and—" "Durham talks way too much to be Mr. Bean, and mostly about himself." Black nodded. "You're right. Maybe I should call him Austin Powers." "That's more appropriate." "So you don't like this guy either? I was under the impression that—" Shields smiled wryly. "I know you were. It was fun letting you think that. You're cute when you're all overprotective of me. Now, you can keep an eye out while I rest." "Lucky me." "Yes, maybe you and Austin Powers can talk about all your exaggerated adventures." Black shrugged. "Or maybe, Miss Sassy, we'll work together and prank you while you sleep." Shields groaned and stood up. "I'm going to bed now. Wake me up when it's time to eat lunch." "Before you go, where's the book?" Black asked. Shields fished the diary out of her pocket. "I'm holding on to this. Cryptography isn't your specialty. I'll work on it later this afternoon." Black spent the rest of the day talking with Durham about the state of affairs in Yemen, as well as probing him for any information he had on the ghost. Durham had crossed paths with him several times in the past, once when they were apparently both assigned to kill the same man. But Black didn't learn anything of real substance that could lead to capturing the elusive assassin. Just before dinner, Shields flung open the door to her room and raced into the living room. Black looked up at her and furrowed his brow. "Are you all right?" Shields stared at him wide-eyed while wearing a big grin. "I think I found something." "You were supposed to be resting," Black said. "When have you ever known me to do what I'm supposed to do? Now, do you want to hear about this or not?" "Of course I do." "I don't have everything, but I was able to decipher some coded language within the book." "And what did you find?" "Well, the ghost isn't who we think he is." Black cocked his head to one side. "How so?" "There isn't a single reference to anyone by that handle in this book," Shields said. "Instead, all the handler's notes call him the American." "We always thought the ghost was a former KGB agent." "Nope," Shields said. "He's one of our own." Chapter 4. Key West, Florida. J.D. Blunt looked skyward as he adjusted the sunglasses on his nose. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs with fresh ocean air, before jamming an unlit cigar into his mouth. Seagulls squawked overhead as he lumbered down the dock toward the retired Colonel Clyde Underhill's fishing boat. "The Sea Ranger," Blunt said, reading the name emblazoned on the back of the vessel. "How discreet." Underhill, who was arranging the rods inside the boat, stopped and turned to look at his client. He wasn't wearing a shirt, but sported an Atlanta Braves baseball cap and a pair of Ray-Bans. "Look what the cat dragged in," Underhill said. "I'm a cat that can pay. If I would have known you were scheduling an outing this morning, I would have demanded double what I charge for most of these schmucks I take out." Blunt chuckled. "You haven't changed a bit. And you don't look a day over 70. I'm 68. And I can whip your ass whenever I want," Underhill said, flexing and showing off his pecs. "And don't you forget it." Underhill waited until Blunt was aboard before untying the boat from the dock. As they navigated through the no-wake zone, Underhill made small talk. They had met when Blunt was serving on the Senate's Intelligence Committee, and Underhill was commanding the 75th Ranger Regiment in Fort Benning. Their affinity for history, particularly Revolutionary War battles, created an instant bond that lasted long after Underhill retired. The colonel saw the writing on the wall when he was passed over for a promotion to the Pentagon and decided to call it quits on his Army career. He settled in the Keys and opened a fishing charter business. "Is this how you always imagined your retirement?" Blunt asked as they puttered toward the ocean. "What, charging $8 a can for watered-down beer while helping old rich guys catch trophy fish? Yeah, this is exactly how I imagined it. Look, you should have gotten the Pentagon job. That much was obvious by everyone in the know." Underhill winced and shook his head. "Somehow General McAllister didn't get the memo." "Anytime you feel like coming back to Washington, you let me know. I'll find a place for you." "I'll take a hard pass on that," Underhill said. "Selling cheap beer to some Wall Street fat cat is still better than licking boots in Washington." Blunt chuckled. "The swamp fox has spoken." Underhill grinned. "I know you gave me that nickname after your favorite American military leader, but you're the one who's more deserving of it." "Why's that?" "You faked your own death in broad daylight. I even went to your funeral." "I know," Blunt said. "I heard everything you said about me. You were quite kind." "It's bad luck to speak ill of the dead, even when they're not." Blunt chuckled. "Why don't I buy one of those overpriced beers of yours and tell you what the afterlife is like?" "You're going to tell me about hell? You've lived in Washington and been around all those bureaucrats. I think you already know what hell is like." Underhill smiled wryly. "You have a good point." Once they hit the open water, Underhill attacked the waves, his boat jarring as it absorbed each one. But after they were about 5 miles out at sea, Underhill throttled back on the engine. "Is this where all the magic happens?" Blunt asked. "If catching an 800-pound marlin constitutes magic, then yeah, this is the place." Blunt took one of the rods and baited his hook. He heaved the line out into the water and started to slowly reel. Underhill hopped onto the seat next to Blunt and cracked open a can before handing it to him. "Thank you, sir," Blunt said. "So, J.D., tell me what you're really doing out here. I know fishing isn't really your thing. Not enough mystery or violence for your taste." Blunt scowled. "What are you talking about? I love the open sea." "Only when it provides cover for you. Otherwise, you're a dyed-in-the-wool landlubber." A lesser man might be offended by that comment. Underhill sighed. "Just tell me why you're here." Blunt finished reeling in his line before he got up and lumbered over to his bag. He unzipped it and grabbed a folder for Underhill. "What's this?" he asked, I need some answers, Blunt said. Underhill opened the file and started studying the images inside. What am I looking at? I was hoping you could tell me. Underhill glanced up at Blunt. This appears to be a tattoo of some sort on a dead man's arm. Blunt nodded at the documents. Keep looking. Underhill flipped through the pages for a minute, his eyes widening as he studied some of the murder scenes. When he was finished, he closed the folder and handed it back to Blunt. You're on a fishing expedition here, aren't you? Blunt chuckled. Quite literally. Underhill furrowed his brow as he stared out across the water. You know what I mean. This isn't some mystery that just needs solving, is it? Look, I don't know what's going on. I just got this file from a friend of mine who asked me to look into it. He said none of the agencies were investigating it for some odd reason. All I can tell you is that you're about to step in some deep shit with those guys. Blunt locked eyes with Underhill. So you do know something, don't you? I recognized a couple of the names, and all I can tell you is that the 3 names I recognized were rogue operators. Meaning, what exactly? They didn't always follow their commander. Damn good shots, every one of them. But if they got a bug up their ass about something, you couldn't exactly count on them. Why is someone systematically killing them? Underhill shrugged. I can't be sure of anything. I don't even know what the tattoo means. But I would strongly suggest you drop this. There's only one place this leads, and you don't want to be anywhere close to it. I have people who are more than capable of handling whatever needs to be done. Like I said, JD, I don't know exactly who is behind this, but with all of those guys involved, I'm betting it's a purging. The kind that's unsightly and unseemly, but necessary. It's also the kind you wouldn't want to do yourself. Blunt cocked his head to one side and eyed Underhill closely. Are you involved in any of this? I operate a charter fishing boat in the Keys. You think I want that kind of trouble in my life? Blunt grabbed Underhill's arm and pushed up the sleeve on his jacket. What are you doing? Underhill asked. Blunt twisted Underhill's wrist just enough to get a glimpse of the location where all the other tattoos appeared on the deceased rangers. There wasn't anything there. You think I'm one of them, don't you? Underhill asked as he withdrew. Blunt sighed. I'm sorry. It's just that... He paused for a moment, unsure of what to say next that could simmer Underhill's rising anger. What is it, JD? If you have something to say to me, better just spit it out. I'm not going to leave this alone, Blunt said. If you know something, you better say it now. I wish I could help you, but I'm afraid you've wasted your time if you came down here just for this. Blunt cursed under his breath as he crammed the file back into his bag. Might as well make the best of this, then. Underhill cracked a faint smile. In that case, you better get your bait out of the water. The fish aren't exactly going to jump in the boat while you swill your beer. Blunt picked up his rod and cast the line over the side. He was certain Underhill wasn't forthcoming with the truth. After a half hour of silence, Blunt stood and told Underhill to return to the dock. But you still have another 3 hours of my time, Underhill countered. Blunt grunted as he clipped the end of a fresh cigar. I've got more important things to do. Once Blunt lumbered away from the boat, Clyde Underhill ducked below deck and retrieved his burner cell phone. He dialed a number and then headed up the stairs. He watched Blunt exit through a gate and into the parking lot. Finally, a man answered. Well, to what do I owe the pleasure of hearing from the Undertaker this fine morning? This isn't time for joking around, Mullins, Underhill said. You've got some serious problems headed your way. Somebody didn't have their coffee this morning. I'm not kidding. You're about to get broadsided if you aren't careful. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What are you talking about, Kemosabe? I just hosted one of Washington's best intelligence minds on my fishing charter, and he's intent on overturning every rock until he learns what that tattoo on your arm means. Rip Mullins laughed. You could have told him that. I was drunk one night and foolishly got the initials of a fair maiden from Japan etched onto my skin. If you're determined to make a big joke of this, you're going to regret it. Okay, I get it. This is serious. What did he say? He's trying to find a link between all these dead Army Rangers who have this tattoo on their forearm. The one just like you have. Wait, did you say dead Army Rangers? Now I've got your attention. What the hell, Undertaker? You are serious, aren't you? Serious as a roadside IED on the highway to Kandahar. Now, you want to tell me what your little club is all about? I'd rather not put you in the crosshairs, too. Come on, Mullins. Tell me what you've been up to, because I'm sure it's not good. Mullins sighed. I don't have the time, and you probably don't have the constitution to hear it either. You know I can take it. No, brother. You'd probably want to kill me yourself if I told you. Ciao. Mullins hung up, prompting Underhill to redial the number. This time, the call went straight to voicemail. Chapter 5. Tangiers, Morocco. Black leaned against the rail on the veranda overlooking the Strait of Gibraltar. The wind whipped across the water, producing choppy waves that troubled the sailboats in the cove below. For the past 2 days, he had been at Blunt's house in Morocco, mulling over the events in Yemen while Shields recovered from her poisoning. Did you solve the world's problems while you were out here? Shields asked. Black turned around and forced a smile. That would be nice. I'm just trying to solve a mystery and save some lives. Lives worth saving? That's something I was hoping you might be able to tell me. My brain is starting to clear, so maybe I'll have something for you tomorrow. In the meantime, I'm trying to develop a cipher. Black pushed away from the rail and looked at Shields. I wish I knew what the ghost's endgame was. I doubt it's complicated. He's probably like everybody else, just out there trying to make $1. That's an understatement. You know what I mean. He might be following the directives given to him by his handler. The one who got blown to pieces all over the street? She shrugged. Maybe. Or maybe there's someone else who's really pulling the strings. At this point, I'm not willing to make any definitive statements about the agenda behind the ghost. Can we start to narrow down who he is? Not exactly. I'm still trying to decode everything. The sound of someone clapping arrested Black's attention. He spun around to see Blunt striding toward them. Took you long enough to get here, Black said. I was wondering if we needed to send out a search party. Blunt scowled and shot Black a sideways glance. I had some business to attend to. In the Keys? Shields asked. I just go where the evidence leads, Blunt said. Sometimes that happens to be in paradise. Makes no difference now, Black said. You're here, and we have a lot to talk about. Blunt nodded. Indeed we do. He turned toward Shields. How are you? Are you feeling okay? Much better than a few days ago. I'll be back to 100% tomorrow. Excellent, Blunt said. Let me get settled, and I'll meet you two back here on the veranda in 15 minutes. Black killed the time by digging through Lebedev's book with Shields. She jotted down a few letters and compared them with notes from previous pages. What do you think this letter means? Black asked. Wait a minute, she said. I think I've got it. Black watched as Shields hastily wrote out a cipher. When she was finished, she held it up and nodded. This is it, she said. I cracked Lebedev's code. Are you sure? Does a one-legged duck swim in a circle? Black huffed a soft laugh through his nose. You could answer in plain English instead of that South Georgia esoteric lingo that nobody outside of the Okefenokee swamp understands. Just think about it, okay? Since I've never seen a one-legged duck, I'm going to assume that you meant yes. I guess you're not as lost as last year's Easter egg after all. Okay, this is getting really annoying. I'm considering hiding your leg in the middle of the night. That's a good way to get beaten to death after I find it. Black moaned. Plain English from now on, please. It's bad enough that we had to decipher Lebedev's code, but your crazy colloquialisms are making me all horns and rattles. All what? Yeah, you don't like that, do you? when you can't understand someone who speaks your language but uses strange phrases to communicate in. Okay. I'll just say it in plain English next time. Not everybody is lucky enough to be born in God's country to understand the divine tongue. Blunt strolled back into the room. Well, hopefully you two have been productive in my absence. Black shrugged. Does a one-legged duck swim in a circle? Blunt nodded and didn't skip a beat. Good to hear you're making the most of your time, because we don't have much time to lose if we're going to put an end to the ghost. Black furrowed his brow and eyed Blunt cautiously. Am I the only one who's never heard that phrase until just a few minutes ago? Blunt patted his agent on the arm. If you hang out with Shields long enough, she'll make you an honorary Southerner. That's not something I can bestow upon you, she said. That only comes by the grace of God. Why don't we get down to business, okay? Black suggested, as he gestured toward the dining room inside. Blunt meandered over to the table and sat at the head of it. Black and Shields joined him, flanking their boss on opposite sides. What do we know so far? Blunt asked. The two operatives recounted the details of their encounter with Lebedev and all the events that happened directly afterward. Shields tapped the black book on the table as Black briefed Blunt. Since Lebedev is dead, the only real matter of consequence to come from that op is the black book Shields retrieved from Lebedev's booby-trapped suitcase, Black said. And it almost killed me, she added. But you're here now, Blunt said. So there must be something else to this story. There is. And it's this, Shields said, holding up the moleskin. I have Lebedev's assignments. I'm imagining that it's coded, Blunt said. Was coded, she said as she waved her index finger. But I just developed a cipher. And what do we know now? He asked. I haven't had a chance to apply it yet, but I think I should be able to break down the shorthand and figure out what Lebedev was up to. The doorbell rang, arresting their attention. Blunt trudged over to study the security camera. Who is it? Shields asked. I don't know, Blunt said. Whoever he is, he's already walking away. Be careful, she said. Blunt opened the door slowly before poking his head outside. He looked in both directions before noticing an envelope in the center of the welcome mat. He knelt and picked up the piece of correspondence. What is it? Shields asked. Oh, nothing, Blunt said as he read the note. Nothing? She asked. You have people periodically depositing things on your doorstep? Blunt sighed as he strode to the table. I can see that you're not going to leave this alone until I tell you. Shields nodded. You know me well. In that case, it's about a chess game this afternoon with one of my informants. He's sick and won't be able to make it. You have an informant here? Black asked. Does a one-legged? Blunt stopped and grinned. I have contacts everywhere, even here in Morocco. Now, if everyone is done prying, I'd like to get back to discussing how we're going to develop a plan to catch the ghost. That bastard needs to pay for what he did. We'll make sure of that, Black said. As soon as we're able to break down all this info in Lebedev's book, we'll figure out our next steps. Excellent, Blunt said. Can you correlate all these assassinations across Europe and the Middle East with what's on those pages? If we can say with certainty that he was behind all of them, we might be able to review some of the footage using facial recognition software and tie someone to every crime scene. I doubt the ghost was out in the open, Black said. Probably not, but it's a place to start, Blunt said as he headed toward the door. Where are you going? Shields asked. I've got a chess game in the park, he said. She wrinkled her brow and cocked her head to one side. I thought your informant was sick. I have more than one informant here, Blunt said, before he turned toward the door and left. Looks like it's me and you who will be burning the midnight oil, Black said. Shields didn't say anything, her eyes already locked on the notes Lebedev scrawled into his book. When was the date those emissaries were murdered in Jordan? It was a week ago, he said. That'd be the 12th. She smiled and grinned. No doubt about it, she said. I cracked this code. And the ghost is our guy. Chapter 6. Blunt waited until he rounded the corner before pulling the note out of his pocket and rereading it. After taking a quick glance around, he wadded up the paper and crammed it into his pocket. He wasn't sure what was more concerning, the contents of the message or the fact that someone knew exactly where he was. He hated lying to his team, but he didn't want to distract them from their pursuit of the ghost. Blunt decided to set aside the contents of the letter for the moment and focus on his upcoming meeting with his primary and sole contact in Tangiers. After Blunt rounded the corner, he pulled out a keffiyeh along with his sunglasses and donned them both in an attempt to blend into the background of the busy city life. Upon reaching Marchand Park, he maneuvered through a pack of boys chasing a soccer ball. When he arrived near the chess tables, he found his contact Omar Abidi setting up a board for their match. Blunt greeted Abidi in Arabic before taking a seat across from him. "Are you ready to lose again?" Abidi asked. "Again? I don't recall you ever beating me." Abidi chuckled and shook his head. "You Americans and your short memories. That is what makes us so great," Blunt said. "We don't wallow in the past, unless it suits us politically. Don't get me started on your politics. Like most Americans, I prefer that we not discuss them at all." "Ah, something we can both agree on," Abidi said with a smile. He pushed his glasses up on his nose before moving the final pawn in place. Blunt sat in front of the white pieces and made his first move. "Can we also agree that the ghost is a threat to everyone?" Abidi moved his pawn and nodded. "Most of the rulers would prefer to see him eliminated, but at the moment it's like trying to catch a shadow. He has the means and the necessary skill set to drift wherever he pleases, avoiding capture on numerous occasions." The two men continued their game, knocking each other's pieces off the board until only a handful remained. Blunt pushed his queen forward several spaces, and then eyed Abidi. "So, you've come face to face with the ghost. What would you do differently if you had the opportunity again?" "I wouldn't try to capture him," Abidi said. His eyes locked on the game. "Why not?" "At least, not by use of physical force." "What do you mean?" Abidi looked up. "Do you know how we trap monkeys around here?" Blunt shook his head. "You stick the bait in a cage just small enough for them to slip their hands through the bars. Then when they try to pull out the banana, they can't get out. At least, not without dropping the food. And they won't. They'll just hang on. And then all you have to do is snatch them up. It's quite simple, really. The ghost is much smarter than a monkey. I'm not sure I understand how your analogy applies here. You just have to find the right bait, the kind that he won't let go of." Blunt sighed. "That'd be nice. But we don't even know who he is yet." "You're not alone. However, I would say that until you capture him, you're not going to know anything about him. There's a reason he's known as the Ghost." "What you're saying is that it's going to be impossible to corner and apprehend him." "Check," Abidi said as he nodded, and then moved his knight on the board, backing Blunt's king into a corner. Blunt stroked his chin as he mulled his next move, shooting furtive glances at his opponent. Abidi leaned back in his chair as he continued surveying the board. "Without any more information on the assassin, impossible might be an understatement." Blunt's eyes flickered with excitement as he saw a pathway to victory. He moved his queen, knocking Abidi's knight off the board. Abidi cursed just loud enough for Blunt to hear. Moments later, Abidi made his move. Blunt smiled and transported his bishop a few diagonal spaces. "Checkmate, my friend." Abidi studied the board before tipping over his king. "That's impossible." "You made one mistake," Blunt said, "and sometimes that's all it takes." "Don't expect the ghost to make any mistakes. We have been tracking him for a very long time, because he must pay for what he's done to the Brotherhood. But he's too careful." "Will your Brotherhood be satisfied if we take him out for you?" "Probably not, but I can't speak for everyone." "Well, if you hear anything else regarding his whereabouts, please reach out to me. I'm going to bring the full weight of my organization upon his head until I get some answers." If I hear something, I'll let you know. Until then, I enjoyed the match, not the outcome." "Of course," Blunt said. "The pleasure was all mine." Blunt exited the park, considering what Abidi had said about the ghost, and contemplating a way to set a trap so enticing that he couldn't resist it. The Firestorm team needed to gather more information on their target, whoever he really was. As Blunt rounded the corner, he jammed his hands into his jacket pockets. The crumpled-up note rustled as he fingered it. After pulling it out again, he reread it. "The Rangers are a smokescreen. Look elsewhere." Blunt was curious about who'd slipped the message onto his front doorstep, and why. Was it simply a distraction? Or was someone trying to be helpful? The messenger mattered as much as the words on the piece of paper. Blunt wadded up the warning and crammed it into his pocket. Regardless of the intent of the message, Blunt was determined not to let it influence his decision-making. He had a job to do, to find out who was behind the murders of these Army Rangers. And he wasn't going to let the curious letter throw him off course. Chapter 7. Shields squinted as the doctor shone his penlight into her eyes. Bright lights had bothered her since childhood, as had anyone from the medical field. The constant poking, coupled with a list of endless questions, made her uneasy, even though she was assured everything that was happening was detrimental to her health. "Agent Shields, if you don't sit still, I'm afraid I won't be able to continue my evaluation," the doctor said. "Really?" she asked, shielding her eyes from the small beam. "Is that all I have to do to get you to go away?" "This is protocol," he said. "If I don't clear you, you don't continue." "Says who?" "Those are the agency's rules." "I don't work for the agency," she growled. "We're independent and not beholden to—" "The agency is funding this particular mission, and they have certain standards that must be met for every operative in the field. Their money, their rules. Is that clear?" Shields huffed. "Clear or not, it doesn't sound like I have much of a choice." "No, you don't. Now, if you'll kindly sit still and open your eyes, I'll have your health report ready to submit to the agency in a jiffy. And from what I understand, time is of the essence." Shields settled down and allowed the doctor to finish his evaluation. Once he completed all his checks, he packed up his bag and headed toward the door. "So, what's the verdict?" she asked. "You're fine. I'll clear you for field work as soon as I can submit my report." "Thank you." Once he exited the safe house, she turned toward Black. "Do they really think they can stop me?" "Probably just some paper pusher doing his job at Langley," Black said. "But to answer your question, they'd be foolish to try to make you quit." Shields pulled her sweatshirt on and followed Black into the dining room, where her laptop was set up and papers and documents were strewn across the table. She took a seat and wrapped her hands around a mug. She said. "This is still warm. Did you make this for me?" "Brewing a pot of coffee is one of my special skills, even though I'm not a fan of drinking it." "I've seen you gulp down a cup before," she said, casting a sideways glance at him. "Only under the most dire set of circumstances." "You afraid it's going to melt you?" Black chuckled and shook his head. "I had a boss once who used to drop a cup on my desk at the start of every shift. He told me that I couldn't call myself a true agent unless I drank coffee. Something about it being a requirement for stakeouts. I rebuffed his generous offer for the better part of 3 months, before I finally relented. I spewed it out almost as soon as the lukewarm liquid swirled around my tongue." "He was trying to convince you to drink coffee, and he gave you a tepid cup?" "Straight from a machine, too." "That's criminal." "I agree. So I decided if everybody in the office was drinking this garbage, they at least ought to drink stuff that tasted good." "What kind of blend is this?" "Moroccan," Black said with a wink. "Now sit down. We've got a lot of work to do." "Actually, I've already started," she said as she slid into her chair. "You didn't think I was going to lie around in my room and not investigate, did you?" "I'd expect nothing less. What have you found so far?" "I created a spreadsheet of all the dates listed here, and am trying to cross-reference them with unsolved murder cases listed in the Interpol database. If I can set up a timeline tracking his movements, maybe I'll be able to learn how he operates as well as what these codes mean. Let me see, Black said as he peered over her shoulder. Right there, she said, pointing at one of the entries. There are 3 unsolved murders in Prague on July 27th of last year. He could have killed any of these people. How are you going to figure out which one it is? The ghost never wavers from his signature when it comes to eliminating his targets, she said. My theory is it's a way for his clients to know that he's fulfilled his assignment. But how can we be sure it's not a bunch of copycat assassins running around? She shrugged. I suppose we can't rule that out, but authorities have been able to place what they believe to be the same man at more than half a dozen of these murders. You got a photo? Shields hit a few buttons on her keyboard, and the image of a man materialized on her screen. That's all you've got? Black asked, staring at the pixelated image depicting about a third of the man's side profile. That could be practically anyone. Okay, I know it's a little flimsy, but... A little flimsy? That might as well be a photo of my grandfather, God rest his soul. The ghost's signature is there on every one of these murders. 1 shot to the back of the head, 1 shot to the back. It's execution style. Well, that's exactly what he's doing. Executing these people. All I'm trying to do is get some confirmation on these killings, to find out if I can link the ghost to a slew of these murders, and figure out where he's headed next. Don't you have enough to go on already? Shields shook her head. This book only contains hit jobs from the last 6 months. The only ones that have been confirmed by Interpol were from a year ago or more. He's become more cautious as he's honed his craft. Apparently so, but he's still not trying to hide that he's behind these killings. Shields' computer beeped, signaling the arrival of a new email. Look what we have here, she said. This is going to make you happier than if you were a hound dog with 2 tails. Black chuckled. Spill it, Shields. There was a murder 3 weeks ago that had the ghost's signature. The hit took place in Madrid on the 17th of last month. A Mr. Manuel Cordero was found dead in his apartment. Local authorities had no leads or motive for murder. The victim was by all accounts a well-respected member of the community. What's the book have for that entry? Black asked. Let me see, she said, flipping through the pages. Ah, there it is. Her eyes widened as she digested the information. What is it? Next to that date, there is a location listed as N,T, and then a dash, followed by N,D. That's it, though. That has to be it, Black said. It's a code, but we need more information to make the link that Manuel Cordero was killed in Madrid, Spain. Wait, that might be it, he said, pointing at the book. What if the initial is just 1 letter off? Like a Caesar cipher? Black nodded. Shields scratched down the alphabet and then put the corresponding letters by them. After a few seconds, a wide grin spread across her face. Well, it seems to work on this one, but we need more to prove that it wasn't a coincidence. Her computer beeped with the arrival of another email. She clicked on the message line, revealing the note. Is that another case from Interpol? Black asked. She nodded, scanning the report that popped up on the screen. Once she was finished reading, she jotted down a few details and then compared them to the cipher. She flipped through the book to find the corresponding entry. Okay, you're gonna like this, she said. Was I right? We've got a winner. This other one matches up using that same cipher. Now what? Shields ignored the question, already on to the next thing, which was determining where the ghost would strike next. When she was finished studying the book, she gasped. What is it? Black asked. I found his next target. Pack your bags. We're going to Saudi Arabia. Chapter 8. 2 days later. Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Black and Shields entered the Talib International offices ahead of their appointment with the head of security, Malik al-Nasser. After Shields had identified a pattern among the ghost's most recent victims, she was able to narrow down the most likely target in Riyadh. For the past 3 months, the ghost had systematically eliminated nearly everyone associated with a pending agreement between the U.S. and other surrounding Middle Eastern countries regarding access to intelligence. As terrorism cells continued to crop up, U.S. President Conrad Michaels sought a hardline approach to squelching potential threats. He was willing to sell more weapons to some of the oil-rich nations if they gave the U.S. full access to national databases. The diplomatic move wasn't a popular one with many congressional leaders, especially those who believed that arming the Middle East would only embolden many of those countries to attack Israel. Michaels defended his position, claiming that the agreement was in America's best interest. As a global conglomerate, Talib International had pushed the Saudi king to acquiesce. The deal meant billions for the company, as it would work with U.S. weapons manufacturers to produce the weapons in Riyadh and distribute them to the signatory countries. However, not everyone was happy about the accord in Saudi Arabia, a well-protected haven for terrorist operations. As a result, Sheikh Abu Talib, the company's CEO, found himself embroiled in a debate between self-preservation and privacy, a position the well-documented recluse loathed. Al-Nasser flashed a wide grin as he strode out to meet Black and Shields in the lobby. The company's security expert bowed once he stopped in front of the two Americans, who reciprocated. "Thank you for taking the time to see us today," Black said, as Al-Nasser gestured toward a corridor. "You made it sound as if the life of our company's president depended upon this meeting," Al-Nasser said. "I'm anxious to discuss this with you." Black and Shields were led down a long corridor before taking a hard right and entering a conference room at the end. Inside, several men were seated around an oval table crafted out of marble. "I invited some of Talib International's key advisors to listen to your findings today and consider your proposal," Al-Nasser said, stroking his tightly cropped beard. "We deal with threats to the Sheikh's life on a regular basis and take all substantive ones very seriously. Given the expertise of the assassin hired to kill the Sheikh, we are concerned that his life is in imminent danger," Black said. "Shall we begin?" "By all means," Al-Nasser said, directing the two agents to the pair of empty chairs opposite the advisory team. "If you're correct, we don't have a moment to delay." Black nodded and handed a small thumb drive to Al-Nasser. "The information I'd like to present is in a PowerPoint presentation on this device. If you wouldn't mind having someone set this up so I can display the information on the screen, I would greatly appreciate it." Al-Nasser took it and passed it over to a man who hurried up next to them. Seconds later, the title was on the screen, the white block letters blaring the title, "The Threat to Abu Talib's Life." Black knew the best approach to being heard was a direct one. "I'm aware that the Sheikh faces numerous threats each week as he goes about his daily duties," Black began. "I'm also aware that is a major reason why he prefers to stay out of the public eye. Nevertheless, when he ventures into public, the last thing he wants is to be put in the crosshairs of his enemy's underlings. But that is what's going to happen tomorrow night." Al-Nasser sighed. "Are you suggesting that he doesn't attend the wedding?" Black nodded. "It's the only way to assure he isn't murdered. It would be a great insult if the Sheikh didn't go. His best friend's daughter is getting married to the Sheikh's nephew. I'm sure the Sheikh wouldn't want to upstage the wedding ceremony by getting assassinated there. Wouldn't that in some ways be a greater insult, stealing the spotlight from what the evening is supposed to be about?" "We're more than capable of protecting him," Al-Nasser said. "That's what he's hired us to do. Perhaps I can save you some time and you can forego your presentation." Black placed his hands in the air. "Please, hear me out. Then if you want to dismiss my warning, feel free to do so. You may proceed." Black dove into his pitch by explaining how the ghost had breached more than a dozen facilities that were all believed to be impenetrable. In the first case, Black detailed how the assassin cracked the most advanced security system in the world in less than 10 minutes and killed a CEO in Switzerland. The next one demonstrated how the ghost managed to get his name on the guest list for a private art gallery showing, and then shot his target at close range in a crowded room before disappearing. Black concluded by showing pictures of the deceased men who'd all fallen prey to the ghost. When Black finished, Al-Nasser stood and nodded across the room toward one of his assistants, who promptly turned the lights on. "While I appreciate your warning, Mr. Black, I feel confident speaking for everyone here when I say I believe that no such act is even possible at the wedding tomorrow night," Al-Nasser said. "To begin with, the guest list is very controlled since the king will also be in attendance. His advanced security team has vetted all the guests, as well as everyone else in attendance, from the caterers to the musicians. Given that the king has more enemies than the sheik, I trust the king's team is fastidious enough to ensure that this assassin won't be able to gain access to the event, much less have an opportunity to kill our boss. Then there's the fact that we'll be on a yacht. And you're willing to bet the sheik's life on that? Al-Nasser nodded. As much as I trust the king's security team, we have also done a thorough job of checking all the guests and people who will provide entertainment and food at the event. Your concern may be warranted based off the information you've gathered, but I sincerely believe that you are raising an alarm about a threat we have under control. I dare say that it'd be easier to assassinate the president of your country than to kill the sheik. That's a bold statement, Black said, and you might be right, but I'd still like to offer our services. There are forces at work intent on disrupting the decision-makers in the latest deal to have Talib International manufacture and distribute weapons across this region. And your sheik is squarely in the crosshairs. I find it curious that you didn't say who is behind this effort, Al-Nasser said. You haven't even mentioned the alleged perpetrator of such crimes. That's because we only know the identity, such as it is, of the messenger. There's clearly someone else pulling the strings, as this killer is strictly an assassin for hire, and we'd like to catch him to find out who. Would he even know? Black shrugged. Maybe, maybe not. But I want to ask that question myself. Well, you make a compelling case that the sheik is in danger, though I'm not sure I'm compelled to accept your offer of help. Let me discuss this with our team while you wait in the hallway outside. As you wish, Black said, before glancing at Shields. The two agents exited the room and then sat on a bench outside the door. That went better than expected, Shields said. What did you anticipate happening in there? Black asked. Blustering and bristling, to be honest. I thought they'd dismiss you out of hand before you even started. Al-Nasser invited me to speak, so I figured he'd at least hear me out. Shields stood and paced around the corridor. But that's as far as he's going. It seems obvious he's intent on handling this situation internally and keeping us far away. Unless there's someone in that room who has an enormous amount of influence on him, I think you're probably right. But at least we tried. If they reject our offer to assist them, we can get back to cracking that other future assignment in Lebedev's Black Book. I swear that entry is driving me crazy. I can't figure it out for the life of me. They waited in silence for the next 10 minutes, before the door finally opened and one of Al-Nasser's assistants poked his head outside. The committee has made their decision, he said, gesturing for them to return to the room. Black and Shields followed the man inside and were greeted again by Al-Nasser. Thank you for waiting patiently, Al-Nasser said. We spent a few minutes discussing this issue, and we would like to invite you to help us at the party tomorrow on one condition. What's that? Black asked. That only you attend the ceremony on the boat, Al-Nasser said, pointing at Black. We're a team, Black said as he glanced at Shields. Our best work is done together. We did a cursory background check on her and feel more comfortable with you as the sole liaison. She can assist you from on shore if you wish. But that's our offer. Take it or leave it. We'll take it, Shields said. Al-Nasser ignored her and fixed his gaze on Black. Mr. Black, will you agree to these terms? Black furrowed his brow as he looked at Shields. We'll do it, she said in a hushed tone. It's not a problem. You know that's how we were planning on handling this anyway. Al-Nasser cleared his throat. Mr. Black. We'll accept those terms, Black said, but don't ignore my partner. You might not be used to working with women, but I can assure you that she's every bit as professional as any operative you've ever met. I don't doubt that, Al-Nasser said, but we found some things in her background check that made us suspicious. Suspicious? Black asked. She wouldn't be working for the U.S. government in any official capacity if she wasn't trustworthy. And she isn't working in any official capacity, is she? Al-Nasser asked. And neither are you. We routinely consult with the CIA on certain cases, Black said. It's about as official as it gets without being badge-carrying members of the agency. Nevertheless, we've made our decision. My assistant will take you to my office, where we'll go over the finer details of this arrangement." "Thank you," Black said. "We look forward to working with you." They followed Al Nasser's assistant out of the conference room and to the security chief's office, where they took a seat and waited for him to join them. "What was that all about?" Black asked. "What could they have possibly found in your background check that would have made them that nervous about working with you?" She waved dismissively. "I'm sure it wasn't anything. They probably just didn't want to work with a woman." "Don't lie to me, Shields." The door clicked open, and Al Nasser strode through. She leaned over and whispered to Black, "We'll talk about it later." The security around the private marina just north of Jeddah was so tight that Black joked to Alex that they might as well fly a blimp overhead to announce the Saudi king's location. From Black's time with the Secret Service, he knew they would have viewed such an assignment as a nightmare and done everything they could to dissuade the president from boarding the vessel. In the end, they would have had to step up security and take extra precautions. But the king did what the king wanted, and from Black's cursory glance at the perimeter setup, the king's security detail had the situation under control. Al Nasser handed Black his invitation as they waited in line. "We are going to take a water taxi to the yacht, which will be anchored about 10,000 meters offshore." "What's going to stop someone from attempting to swim to the boat?" Black asked. "Aside from the choppy waters, the yacht is equipped with sonar detection and has sensors around the perimeter. A fish won't be able to jump out of the water within 50 meters without the king's bodyguards being notified." Black moved with the line before arriving at the checkpoint. He handed his papers to the security guard, who studied them for a moment and then waved him through. Once on board the small boat ferrying about a dozen guests out to the yacht, Black fiddled with his earpiece. "Can you hear me?" he asked. "Loud and clear," Shields said. "Have fun on that ship tonight." "I'm not sure trying to stop a man named the Ghost is what I would consider fun. But for what it's worth, I would have preferred that you be on board too." "The joys of working with the Saudis," she said. "Maybe instead of having Al Nasser and his team drop you off after the wedding, I'll just come pick you up." "In a car? You know the law just changed, so women can drive here." "That doesn't mean it won't still irritate them. I'd just be some crazy American woman asserting her place in the world. And they'd hate me for it." Black chuckled as he stared out across the water and watched the yacht's lights twinkle off the rolling waves. "Just give me a heads up if you see anything suspicious. I don't care what Al Nasser says. I will hold everyone suspect until this night is over and Abu Talib is still alive." "Don't worry," she said. "I've got your back." Once they arrived at the ship, the crew sprang into action, attaching a ramp to the ferry and ushering guests on board. Black was the last passenger to exit the boat and join the party. He resisted the urge to soak in the decadence of the king's yacht. Instead, he scoped out the interior and then quickly scanned the guests. "According to the ship's communications, only 2 more ferry loads of partygoers left before everyone expected to be there will have arrived," Shields said over the comms. "How are you getting along with Al Nasser's men?" Black asked. "Other than being shoved in the corner and generally ignored, I guess I'm doing great." "That good, huh?" "It's like I have the plague or something." "Thanks for the update." Black strolled around the room and passed the time by speaking with several attendees. After a half hour passed, Al Nasser introduced Black to Talib. The jovial CEO smiled as he offered his hand to Black. "So you're the man concerned about my well-being?" "Probably not as much as these guys," Black said, gesturing in a wide sweeping motion to the bodyguards around him. "Yeah, but they're paid to care. You, on the other hand, you're here of your own volition." Black shrugged. "For full disclosure, sir, I wish I could say that my motives were purely altruistic. While I'm keenly interested in you avoiding an early demise tonight, my primary mission is to capture the Ghost to ensure he stops murdering people all across the Middle East. He has become somewhat of a nuisance, particularly toward those in the West. Let's hope you fulfill your mission before I encounter him, though I doubt that's going to happen. This might be the most secure place on the planet tonight." "I hope you're right, for your sake especially." This place is literally covered with some of the most loyal and well-trained guards in the world. I'd relax if I were you," Talib said, before putting his hand up to his mouth and continuing in a hushed tone. "Perhaps even have a drink. I won't tell if you won't." Black grinned at the sheik's cheeky comment. "You focus on having fun. I'll keep an eye out for the ghost." "If you can even see him," Talib said, as he winked and playfully slapped Black on his arm. "Enjoy your evening, sir." Black searched around the floor, looking for any possible entry points for the assassin. In the space used for the banquet, Black estimated that around 150 people could fit comfortably in the room, along with the entertainment and catering personnel. Since the glass windows surrounding the banquet hall were secured, access was restricted to doorways on opposite ends, along with a discreet entry point to the kitchen and the deck below. A pair of guards stood outside, monitoring guests as they entered and exited. "What's it looking like to you?" Shields asked. "This place is tighter than a clam with lockjaw," Black said. "Ah, nice one. In the South we say, tighter than bark on a log. But I wholeheartedly agree. I don't see a way in or out for the ghost." "I'm not getting too comfortable, lest we forget how our assassin justifiably earned his nickname." Black hung near the back during the ceremony, which lasted nearly an hour. When it concluded, he kept a keen eye on Talib. "For being a recluse, he sure seems to be enjoying himself tonight," Black remarked over his comms. "Maybe he's an outgoing introvert," Shields said. "A what?" "You know, someone who likes being alone but can become the life of the party when forced into public." "Such people exist?" "You need to get out more," she said. "I prefer small groups of people, if any at all. That concept sounds bizarre and foreign to me." Shields chuckled. "He might be a recluse, but only because he fears for his life. He's certainly not acting as if he's afraid of anyone, despite what I've told him." "Maybe he doesn't believe us." "That just might be the case," he said, as he peered across the room. "Gotta run." Black wove through the guests conversing while the chairs were being removed to create more room. Talib appeared to be headed toward the restroom. "Excuse me, sir," Black called as he ducked and bobbed between several couples. "Excuse me, Mr. Talib." His efforts were thwarted when one of the king's bodyguards impeded Black's progress. The man held up his hand, gesturing for Black to stop. "I need to get in there and sweep the restroom," Black said. "It's already been done," the man said. "The king is inside." "But you don't understand. I'm aware of who you are and why you're here. But there's no need to panic. There's no way in or out of this restroom except through this door. And the only people who have entered since we cleared it were the king and Mr. Talib. Just relax. You Americans always get so uptight about everything when you aren't in control." Black nodded and took a few steps back. After about a minute, the door swung open and the king exited. He glanced at Black and gave him a warm smile. The guard walked with the king, but another man slid in front of Black. "Just give the sheik another moment of privacy, please," the agent said. Black slunk back to his position a few feet away, anxiously awaiting. However, another minute passed, and Talib still hadn't emerged. "Shouldn't you check on him?" Black asked as he approached one of al-Nasser's men. "He's fine," the man said. "Sometimes he can take a while." Black sighed and returned to his spot. He checked his watch, and after 5 minutes, he inquired once more. "Can I at least go inside and see if he's okay?" Black asked. "I'm starting to get worried." "There's no need to." Black didn't stick around for the reply, pushing his way past the man, who hurried after the American operative. When Black entered, he gasped as he stared at the scene in front of him. Talib laid sprawled out, face down, lying in a pool of blood. One shot to the back, one shot to the head. Black searched all the stalls and tapped the walls in a desperate attempt to find any hiding place or a way in or out of the room. There wasn't one. "What is it, Black?" Shields asked. "I don't have eyes on the bathroom." "Talib's dead." And it was the ghost. Chapter 9. White River National Forest, Meredith, Colorado. J.D. Blunt navigated his rental car up the steep dirt road, wondering if he'd misread the map. He'd only been stateside just over 24 hours since returning from Morocco, and was now zipping through the Colorado hinterlands, enjoying the late morning mountain air. More than 30 miles back, his GPS stopped working, leaving him to navigate the old-fashioned way along State Highway 4, also known as Frying Pan Road. When he reached the turnoff to General Harold Walker's remote cabin, Blunt chuckled. "Fire Road," he said aloud. "I'd bet half of all I own that Walker named this street." Everything in the SUV clattered as Blunt continued the climb up the washboard road. When he reached the top, he saw Walker sitting on his porch steps, rifle across his lap, a tumbler half full of liquor in his hand. Blunt removed his sunglasses after exiting his vehicle and lumbered up to the house. "You're lucky that open season on Washington bureaucrats doesn't start until tomorrow," Walker said. "Why do I have a hunch that wouldn't stop you?" Blunt replied. A wry grin spread across Walker's face as he stood. He leaned his gun against the railing and walked up to Blunt before giving him a short embrace. "J.D. Blunt, how the hell are you, my friend?" Blunt shrugged. "I know it's early, but I'd be doing much better if I could get one of those rum and cokes you're drinking." "Come on inside," Walker said, gesturing toward the cabin. "I can make that happen." The two men entered the house and spent a few minutes catching up before they both sat down on the front porch with their drinks. "So I've been racking my brain trying to figure out why you would need to come see me," Walker said. "It's not like I left bags of Taliban money buried in the mountains outside of Kabul or anything. Or bodies either, I presume." Walker cocked his head to one side. "Bodies are a different matter." "Well, you can rest easy, because I'm not here to talk about any of your Ranger Battalion kills. But I am here to talk about some news regarding the Rangers." "What is it?" "There's something I want to show you," Blunt said, before getting up and walking back to his SUV, where he fetched a folder. He returned quickly and handed it to Walker. Walker opened the files and started flipping through them. "What exactly am I looking at here?" "Reports about the deaths of Army Rangers, all in the last 2 months." Walker nodded. "Any connection between them?" "Other than those tattoos, nothing I've been able to find." Walker continued to flip through the documents. "Who else have you asked about this?" "I talked to Colonel Clyde Underhill." "Underhill?" Walker said with a huff. "I'm sure he was really helpful." "He told me to leave this alone and not worry about it." Walker closed the folder and handed it back to Blunt. "Nobody else is looking into this, are they?" Blunt shook his head. "I'm looking into it as a favor for one of my friends on the Hill. He seemed bothered by it, and it certainly seems like this is more than just mere coincidence." "It's probably not, but surprisingly enough, I agree with Underhill. I've heard about a secret group some retired Rangers enter, but I always dismissed it, thinking it was some legend born out of boredom in the barracks." "What else do you know about it?" "Not much, to be honest, other than the name." "Which was?" "It was called Smoke, which doesn't even appear in the tattoo. Bewildering, but that's all I can recall." "Did you know any of the men in those photos?" Blunt asked. Walker shook his head. "Not a one. Most of the guys I fought with chose a life like me, building a house in the middle of nowhere and daring anyone to visit." "I'm just glad you didn't shoot me today," Blunt said with a grin. Walker shrugged. "That's because you called me to warn me that you were coming. Otherwise, it might have been a different story." "I appreciate your restraint." "If this is all you came out here for, why couldn't you just ask me about this over the phone?" "This is the kind of case that the FBI would pick up right away. But there must be a reason they aren't. And based on my conversation with Underhill, I decided that if I'm going to stir up a hornet's nest, I want to make sure I have the element of surprise on my side. I don't want whoever's behind this to see me coming. And since this isn't public yet, I'm convinced that whoever's protecting this from getting out is well-placed and likely powerful. But more powerful than the great J.D. Blunt? Blunt laughed. There are days when I wonder if half of Washington wouldn't mind seeing my dead body floating in the middle of the Potomac. Well, be careful, because if someone can systematically eliminate Rangers, you're talking about an outfit with some high-level skill. And if they have the position within a government agency to squelch an investigation into this type of activity, treading lightly is of the utmost importance. It's somewhat surreal because I'm chasing an assassin overseas and one here at home, and neither case is public. Better you than me, Walker said. The only things I enjoyed during my service to this country were missions where I hunted and killed hostiles. Maybe I would have enjoyed Washington a little more if I could have operated under the same parameters there. Blunt grinned. You didn't enjoy getting badgered by Wellington all the time? Don't get me started on Wellington, Walker said, wagging his finger. That guy knows where all the bodies are buried, and mostly because he put them there himself. Blunt sat up in his chair, eyes widening. You know something about Wellington? Maybe I'll tell you some other time, but I have to lead an expedition this afternoon and need to get ready. I'm taking some jackwads from New York City on an elk hunt. Got to pay the bills somehow. Well, I appreciate your time, Blunt said. Hopefully I'll be able to find out more about what's going on with these Rangers and put a stop to this. Good luck, and I hope this isn't the last time I see you. Blunt returned to his SUV and stopped to wave one final time before climbing inside and heading down the hill. As he drove toward Frying Pan Road, his mind raced as he considered all the possibilities emerging from his conversation with Walker. Blunt wondered if this was more than just some conspiracy or wild coincidence. He turned on the radio and listened as a newscaster recounted how the Qatari emir's son had been murdered execution style. That has to be the ghost. Blunt was still mystified by the Ranger murders, but switched his attention to Black and Shields. A call to the operatives went straight to voicemail, thanks to the towering peaks surrounding him. All these damn mountains. I hope they're all right. Chapter 10. King Abdulaziz International Airport, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. The ghost looked inside his bag and sifted through the dozen or so passports he used. There were 3 that matched his current hairstyle, one that included a neatly cropped beard. He couldn't wait to shave it off, but he didn't have time given that he'd just come straight from the king's yacht, where he posed as the king himself. The elaborate scheme had been weeks in the making, but he'd pulled it off without a hitch, changing into a tux and catching one of the ferries back to shore before anyone realized the king was missing. He selected one of the passports and smiled. He'd studied the psychology of names and how some were more suspicious than others. Consequently, his alternate identities were of the disarming variety. Calvin Rose, he read softly to himself, before slipping the passport into his coat pocket. He's one hell of a good-looking guy. The ghost plunged his hand into his pack and retrieved a passport with a red cover. He glanced around the airport, which was full of sleepy passengers preparing to embark on their red-eye flight. But before he could join them, there was still something he needed to do. He took one final scan of the area before dropping the passport onto the floor. As the ghost stood to move to another seat, he felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned to find a security guard pointing at the ground. "Oh, my passport," the ghost said as he picked up his travel document. "Thank you so much." "My pleasure," the man mustered in a clipped version of English. He could work at Chick-fil-A if this security guard thing doesn't work out. Then the ghost made his second attempt, but only after he was certain the security team was focused elsewhere. As soon as the documents dropped, he slung his bag over his shoulder and strolled toward Gate 17. After a few minutes of waiting, he heard the voice boom over the public address system, first in Arabic and then in English. "Julian Rutherford. Julian Rutherford. Please report to an airport courtesy phone." He adjusted his green baseball cap and pulled out his tablet. He scrolled mindlessly on a news site until a woman in a burqa sat down next to him. After a couple minutes, she got up, leaving behind a cell phone. He pocketed it and then stood up, lugging his bag with him. When the phone rang, he hustled over to a quiet corner. "It's done," the ghost said as he answered. "Excellent. There's just one more assignment before you can come back home. I'm transmitting the information right now. Consider the target eliminated. I'll look forward to your confirmation when we speak again at the rendezvous point. Good luck." The ghost glanced up at the television, which didn't even have the news about Abu Talib's murder aboard the king's yacht. While the assassin wanted to stick around and admire people describing his handiwork that would baffle pundits on how such a security breach occurred, he had another assignment looming. A man's voice crackled over the intercom, calling the ghost's flight. He smiled wryly as he studied his boarding pass and headed toward the gate. Another one bites the dust. Chapter 11. U.S. Consulate, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Black and Shields wasted no time taking a ferry off the king's yacht following the assassination of Abu Talib. Between the royal bodyguards and the Talib International Security Team swarming around the crime scene, Black realized they weren't going to be granted access to any of the evidence. Not that it mattered. The ghost had struck right beneath their noses, and Black was left scratching his head as to how it happened. An hour later, Black and Shields stood outside the U.S. consulate, pleading to be let in. They wanted to be on American soil before they planned their next move. One of the guards outside the gate studied their passports before calling for an escort to take the pair of operatives inside the building. Black glanced at his watch. Just after 10:30 p.m. He and Shields followed the guard inside the building, where he instructed them to sit in a small waiting area until he could get someone down there to help them. "We just need a place to make a few phone calls to connect with people back home," Black said. "I'm sure the CIA would appreciate knowing about Abu Talib's death long before they hear about it on the news." "It's Saturday, but you should be able to catch someone in the office," the guard said. "That phone there has a direct line." Black thanked the man before he left the room. "How did that just happen?" Black asked, as he slumped into a chair. "We were right there." Shields shook her head. "The only explanation that makes any sense to me is that the king did it." "That makes sense. The Saudi king is also an assassin known as the Ghost? You know that's impossible." "Well, we have to start thinking outside the box. I mean, you were there. Nobody went in or out of that bathroom other than the king. Nobody was in the bathroom before or after, and there was no other exit. Who else could have done it?" "You want to accuse the king of being an assassin? That'll go over like a lead balloon in the international community. We'd be maligned and quickly dismissed, if not shamed. There has to be another explanation." "You're probably right, but I can't see it at the moment." "I'm calling Blunt first," Black announced. "We'll see if he has any other theories." Black dialed Blunt's number, but the call went straight to voicemail. "No answer?" Shields asked as Black hung up. Black shook his head. "Must be in a meeting or something." "Then let's call Besserman." "I'll let you do the honors," Black said, handing the phone to Shields so she could dial the freshly minted CIA deputy director. She put the call on speaker, his booming voice answering moments later. "Mr. Besserman, this is Christina Shields from Firestorm. Congratulations on your new post. I haven't spoken to you since you left the NSA." "Thank you, Agent Shields. I needed a change of pace, something other than sifting through the transcripts of intercepted phone calls. This position suits me better." "Even though you're not the head honcho?" "Being the boss isn't always what it's cracked up to be, though I'll get my shot soon enough. Now, what can I help you with?" "We wanted to give you a heads up about a developing problem here in Saudi Arabia. Abu Talib, the CEO of Talib International, was just assassinated at a party on the king's yacht." "Were you there?" Besserman asked. "Agent Black was on board, and I was on shore assisting with the mission from there. We were supposed to keep an eye on Talib." "What happened?" Shields recounted the events for him, stopping short of sharing her theory. "Are you sure this is the handiwork of the Ghost?" Besserman asked. "We didn't get to look at the body long before security rushed in and cordoned off the area, but we saw enough to recognize the Ghost's M.O. 2 shots, One to the back, the other to the back of the head." "What did Blunt say about this?" "We haven't been able to reach him yet." "Thanks for the heads up," Besserman said. "I'll pass the news along to the State Department. I'm sure someone there will reach out to interview you about this soon." "Agent Black and I will be happy to comply with any requests." "Of course. Be careful over there." Shields hung up and looked at her partner. "Proud of me that I didn't accuse the king?" "Restraint is the better part of valor," Black said with a wry smile. "Don't mock me. It's all you can do right now because you haven't thought of a better theory." "Actually, I have," Black said. "Maybe the ghost was disguised as the king." She cocked her head to one side and stared at him. "On his own boat? And you think I'm the one peddling crazy theories?" Blunt shrugged. "I'm trying to think outside the box." "Let's try Blunt again." Shields turned on the speaker function again as she dialed the Firestorm director's number. This time, he answered, his voice barely audible over the wind whipping around his cell's microphone. "Where are you?" she asked. "In the boondocks of Colorado," he said. "Roll your window up," she said. "I can barely hear you." The background sound quickly subsided. "How do I sound now?" "Much better. Now, what are you doing out there?" "Visiting a friend," Blunt said. "How did the mission go?" "Utter failure," Black said, before he and Shields recounted the events aboard the King's yacht. When they were finished, Black expected to get direction from Blunt. Instead, all they got was a string of expletives. "We feel the same way," Black said. "That's not what I'm cussing about," Blunt said. "There's some maniac driver that just pulled up behind me. He looks like he's trying to run me off the road. I waved him around, but he just keeps tailgating me." "Did you flip him off?" Shields asked with a smirk. "I'm about to shoot him if he doesn't calm down," Blunt said, ignoring her joke. "You might want to rethink escalating that," she said. "Forget that," Blunt said. "Something is going on over there in the Middle East, and it's only getting worse." "Did something else happen?" Black asked. "The Qatari emir's son was murdered in Doha." "Murdered? Or assassinated?" Shields asked. "The official report being disseminated by the media right now is that he was executed. So I think it's safe to assume he was assassinated." "Well, that's odd because the only entry we have in Lebedev's book is listed for 2 days from now in Salmiya, Kuwait." "That is strange, but it's likely that they aren't connected. At least, not connected to the ghost," Blunt said. "Perhaps. But this has to be sounding some alarm bells in Washington," Shields said. "I wouldn't know since I've been away from the rat race. But I'm sure it is," Blunt said. "So, who's the target in Kuwait?" "We haven't deciphered that yet," Shields said. "But there are a handful of potential targets from the emir's family there. Along with the emir, there are 19 people matching the initials listed who could wind up in the ghost's crosshairs." Blunt grunted. "Good luck sorting through all that." Making the situation even more challenging is the fact that everyone on that list is going to be at a gala at the Salmiya Cultural Center, just outside Kuwait City, with more than 2,000 other people, Shields said. "It's going to be a nightmare." "Well, do your best to..." Blunt paused for a moment. "What the hell is wrong with you, man?" "Problem still?" Black asked. "Yeah, this idiot is honking at me, and now just inches from my bumper," Blunt said. "If I tapped my brakes, he'd wreck us both." "I hear those Colorado drivers are worse than the ones in Washington," Shields said. "That's fake news if I've ever heard it," Blunt said. "At least you're well equipped to deal with that nut," Black said. Blunt sighed. "Look, I'm going to need to get off this call and deal with him. But you two get to Kuwait and let the emir know about the threat. Use connections through the embassy there. But make sure you capture the ghost this time, no matter what. We can't have him killing any more people like this. He needs to be brought to justice before he starts operating stateside." "Roger that," Black said. "We're on it." "And Black?" Blunt said. "Yes, sir." "There's something else I need to talk to you about. It's regarding your... Son of a bitch!" "What's wrong now?" Shields asked. Blunt didn't answer. Instead, he yelled, cursing the driver before the speaker went quiet. A long moment of silence passed.
"Blunt, are you there?"
Shields asked.
"Say something."
Nothing. "We got disconnected," Black said. Shields snatched the phone and dialed again. The call went straight to voicemail. She cursed before slamming her fists on the table.
"What do we do now?"
she asked. "The only thing Blunt wants us to do," Black said with a subtle nod. "We go to Salmia and catch the ghost." Chapter 12. Along State Highway 4, Colorado. Blunt flung his phone down and grabbed the steering wheel with both hands. After another glance in his rearview mirror, he stomped on the accelerator in an attempt to outrun the large truck that had just tapped the bumper of his SUV. Blunt created some separation, but it didn't last long. The truck roared up behind him, this time slamming hard into Blunt's vehicle and making him lose control. As he rounded the corner, he was weaving back and forth across the yellow line and hoping no other vehicles were in the other lane. After he slowed down, he was able to regain command just in time to absorb another hit from the truck. Blunt lurched forward, his neck in pain from the sudden movement. He jammed his foot on the gas before quickly darting into a turnout lane used for slow vehicles. The truck roared past him, then hit the brakes. The driver spun around to face Blunt as he put his SUV in reverse, only to realize another truck had roared up behind him, hemming him in. He reached into his glove box for his weapon, but froze when he noticed a masked man standing by the passenger side window with a gun. Blunt placed his hands in the air in a gesture of surrender, then glared at the man. "What do you want?" he asked. "Get out of the vehicle," another man said. Blunt looked in the direction of the voice and realized another masked gunman was on the driver's side as well. "Slowly, slowly," the man said as Blunt opened the door. Blunt followed the instructions, easing outside. Before he could size up his attackers, a sharp pinch stung the back of his neck. Then, everything went dark. Blunt woke up on the floor in a dilapidated cabin in the woods, his head still aching from the blow. He also felt groggy and disoriented, struggling to recall what had just happened. Then, everything came back to him. The truck, the men, the injection. Blunt staggered to his feet and then scanned the room. Almost every window pane was broken. The scant furniture appeared rotten. Overhead, sunlight streamed through a large hole in the roof. Blunt jumped when a dove swooped down from its perch on one of the exposed rafter beams. As he watched the bird fly through the wide-open front door, Blunt's eyes fell on a symbol emblazoned on the far wall, the same image from the tattoo on all the dead Army Rangers. "What the hell is this?" Blunt strode over to the image that looked as if it had been branded across several wooden planks. He ran his hand across it, and then removed a knife used to pin a piece of paper to the wall. "Senator Blunt, stop poking your nose where it doesn't belong. This is your final warning, or you will be dealt with like the men you found in those pictures." Blunt folded up the note and put it in his pocket. He wanted to see if he could gather any DNA from it, though he doubted the professionals who took him out would be sloppy enough to leave behind any evidence. Whoever was running these operations to eliminate the Rangers knew all about Blunt's pursuit. Underhill and Walker had both warned him that he was dealing with some dangerous people, as if that wasn't already evident. But Blunt realized that whoever was doing this was also well-informed, someone with deep connections inside one or more of the country's intelligence agencies. Blunt lumbered across the room and then descended the porch stairs. He turned around to take one final look at the cabin before pondering his route out of the forest. After studying the area, he noticed a worn path off the left side and decided to take it. He walked about 50 meters before he found his SUV with the keys in the ignition, his cell phone on the front seat. Blunt started to wonder if he knew the perpetrator. They could have killed him if they wanted to, easily staging an accident or causing one by nudging him off a mountain road and into a ravine. But he was still alive. As the mystery deepened, Blunt's resolve did too. He wasn't going to stop until he learned who was behind this and why. Chapter 13. Kuwait City, Kuwait. Black and Shields landed at the Kuwait International Airport and wasted no time in heading to the U.S. Embassy in Bayan, a diplomatic and high-end enclave just east of the airport. They had enlisted Besserman's help after losing their connection with Blunt, requesting a meeting with someone from Emir Abdul al-Sabah's security detail to discuss the threat. Zed Ajab, who headed the Emir's bodyguards, agreed to a short meeting. Ajab was waiting in a conference room when Black and Shields walked in, ushered inside by a senior official. After making introductions, he ducked into the hallway. "Thank you for taking the time to speak with us," Black said. "If you have some kind of proof that there will be an attempt on the Emir's life, I will not ignore it," Ajab said. "This is what I do. Our security team prides itself on being one of the greatest in the world. A group of men so committed to their job that not even the late Saddam Hussein could penetrate our ranks. And he attempted to do so multiple times. We wouldn't waste your time unless we felt this was a serious issue," Black said. "I see," Ajab said, clasping his hands in front of him and resting them on the table. "So, where is this proof?" Shields opened a folder, revealing copies from Lebedev's Black Book. "What am I looking at?" Ajab asked. "We recently obtained a journal from one of the Ghost's handlers," Black said. Ajab's eyebrows shot upward. "The Ghost?" Black nodded. "Yes, the man responsible for the recent assassination of Abu Talib. I heard that he died, but I was not aware he was murdered." "I saw his body moments afterward," Black said. "He was definitely killed by someone else. Execution style." Ajab furrowed his brow. "You were there? And you weren't able to stop him?" "His escape methods are legendary. Hence the nickname," Black said. "He's been hunted by elite units before, but never captured. We don't even have a good image of his face, if that gives you any idea how dangerous this man is." "Man?" Ajab asked. "Sounds like you can't be positive if the Ghost is a man or a woman." "That's a fair point," Black said. "Though we do have him on tape, and he appears to be a man from his build and strength." "So, other than being a man, what else do you know about him?" Ajab asked. Shields leaned forward in her chair. "He's resourceful when it comes to gaining access to high-security places. For instance, how he got on the King's boat just outside Jeddah is still a mystery to investigators." "What makes you so sure that the Emir's life is in danger?" "Just look at those journal entries again," Shields said. "The dates and deciphered initials match up with a list of murders on the following page. There are at least a half dozen we've been able to corroborate since we gained possession of this journal." Ajab put on his glasses and peered at the documents a little more closely. When he was finished, he pulled the spectacles off his face and tucked them into his coat pocket. "I suppose this looks legitimate," Ajab said. "However, I'm puzzled as to why you believe the Emir or someone in his family would be targeted by the Ghost. Compared to the other rulers in the region, he might as well be a pacifist." "That might be true," Black said. "But the Ghost carries out assignments for someone who has an agenda, perhaps irritated or terrified by Talib International's foray into weapons manufacturing in the Middle East. From our analysis, the Ghost appears to be targeting people affiliated with this deal. Everyone from the financiers, to the brokers, to the CEOs. "But the Emir spoke against this at a summit recently, stating how more weapons in the region isn't good for stability," Ajab said. "This makes me question your theory that he is under the threat of an imminent attack." Black nodded. "Perhaps we're privy to some things that you aren't, like the side deal the Emir's wife Alana brokered with Talib International." Ajab scowled. "What are you talking about?" "Alana has controlling interest in the Tayyir Al-Raq Corporation, which manages more than half of your country's imports and exports," Shields said. "Perhaps the Emir would want to hear this for himself," Ajab said. Black shrugged. "We'd be happy to share this information with him. Is there any reason why you can't tell him yourself?" "It's a cultural situation," Ajab said. "To point out that he is acting like a... how do you say it in the West? Hypocrite?" Shields nodded.
Yes, a hypocrite. He would take such a suggestion as if I was challenging his authority or decision-making ability. And I'm not keen on losing my job here. You have to understand that it's not like getting fired from one of your country's presidential administration jobs. Here, I would be shamed forever.
Of course, Black said. We understand. If you can get us an audience with the emir, we'll be happy to share what we've learned with him.
Excellent,
Ajab said.
I will take you to the palace straight away. We don't have any time to lose.
2 hours later, Black stood in the emir's palace with Shields. He gawked at the marble columns inscribed in Arabic with gold lettering. While he'd been inside the White House plenty of times, it never inspired such a moment of awe.
Impressive, isn't she?
Ajab said to Black, who was still staring, mouth agape, at the decadent interior. Momentarily forgetting why he was here, Black glanced down at Ajab. The emir's security chief grinned as he scanned the surroundings as well.
This never gets old, Ajab said. It's not only one of the most beautiful palaces in the region, it's also one of the most well-protected.
Before he vanished down the hall, Ajab instructed Black and Shields to have a seat, and he would fetch them once the emir was ready to see them. Black sank into one of the plush leather chairs across from Shields, who was sitting on a couch.
You do all the talking,
Shields said.
I'm not sure the emir will receive anything from me, since I'm a woman.
He'd be a fool not to listen to you, Black said.
Of course, but I want him to hear what we have to say, and you're clearly the best messenger.
Based solely on the fact that I'm a man? You're the expert here.
Shields sighed. You know what we're here to say. He won't listen to me, and if he chooses to ignore us because I'm the one talking, well, that's our fault.
You're too kind, Black said.
Just do it, okay? For me?
Of course. A few minutes later, a palace official led them to a room where the emir was waiting. Black and Shields both lowered their heads in a gesture of respect. The emir smiled and waited until his staff left the room, and the two operatives were alone with him and two bodyguards, including Ajab.
Please, let's get comfortable, the emir said,
nodding toward several chairs and a sitting area in one corner of the room. Once everyone was settled, the emir continued.
I understand that you have reason to believe my life, or the life of someone in my family, may be at risk, he said. Is that correct?
Black nodded. We have obtained information regarding one of the deadliest assassins in the world, who seems intent on wreaking havoc with anyone affiliated with a deal to bring more weapons to the region. Now, I understand what your position is publicly, but that diverges with what your wife Alana has done with the Tair al-Raq Corporation.
The emir shrugged. Political games are necessary in this day and age. Long gone are the dictators who seek to impose their will upon the people. While there may be some delusional rulers who remain, it is nearly impossible to demand your way, even when you think you have all the power.
So, is Alana carrying out your wishes? Shields asked.
Black shot a glance at her, and then looked back at the emir. He furrowed his brow.
Are you the one who discovered this information? He asked.
We did this as a team, but I connected the assassinations with the entries in the journal, she said.
A warm smile spread across his face.
Good. Don't let him be your spokesman. You tell me what's happening, Agent Shields. I want to hear from the person most intimately acquainted with all the details of this supposed attack.
Shields' mouth fell agape as she stammered to collect her thoughts after the emir's surprising directive.
Well, if you, look here at these entries.
Agent Shields, I'm sure you've done your due diligence and understand that I'm not afraid of a woman being in a position of expertise or leadership. Please, relax and speak frankly with me.
Shields took a deep breath.
Okay, in that case, I'll just lay it out there. The deal Alana brokered is what has you in the assassin's crosshairs, and at this point, I don't see anything changing that.
Do you think she is ultimately the target? The emir asked.
I don't know,
Shields said.
What do you mean?
The names aren't exactly spelled out in the book. It uses only initials. Since you have the same initials, it's just a guess as to who this man has been assigned to kill. That's why you both need to take extra precautions.
Such as?
I would cancel all your public events tomorrow, Shields said. The ghost has an uncanny ability to get into places you wouldn't expect him to when eliminating his marks.
The emir huffed and shook his head.
That's ridiculous. I will not live in fear, and neither will Alana. Besides, our daughter is part of the performance at the Cultural Center tomorrow night. I wouldn't miss it for anything.
Even if it meant missing the rest of her life?
We have one of the best security teams in the world. I'll be in my box, which is protected by several well-trained men. The assassin would have to fight through several people just to get to my box, much less get inside, which requires a retinal scan to open the door. I can assure you that I'll be safe there.
Please, I'm pleading with you, Shields said. Abu Talib thought the same thing going to a wedding on the king's boat. I'm sure if the sheik was with us today, he would advise you differently.
I appreciate the warning, but I'm not going to cower in the corner because of what you found in some man's journal. If a killer wants me or Alana dead, he likely won't live to see his assignment realized. Are you aware that my team has stopped 6 such attempts on my life already, without a single shot ever being fired? So pardon me for being confident in my men's ability to handle such situations. But without any more specifics, this just sounds like every other threat we've handled.
Think about it and reconsider, Black said. I'd hate for your children to grow up without a father or a mother. I know what it's like to lose a parent, and it's not easy.
I appreciate your concern, the emir said as he stood up. You may coordinate with Mr. Ajab to attend the performance tomorrow evening if you wish to offer your services. But I'm not changing my mind. We will be there, assassin or not.
Black and Shields stood and bowed to the emir before he exited the room with one of the guards. Ajab remained behind to escort the 2 agents out.
You made your pitch, Ajab said, but the emir can be rather stubborn at times. I can assure you, however, that my team is more than capable of dealing with threats. As he mentioned, we've done it several times before. Well, I think we'd still like to come, Shields said. We're trying to gather as much information on the ghost as we can. And being 2 steps ahead of him like this gives us an opportunity to learn more if he carries out this strike.
Black stood frozen in his hotel room as Shields brushed the lint off his tux.
Is this really necessary? He asked. We're losing valuable time.
I wouldn't get caught dead at a public gala with any man who isn't dapper, she said with a wink.
We're not together.
We're certainly not apart either.
Black shook his head and huffed a laugh through his nose.
You're incorrigible sometimes, you know.
She flicked the last few flakes to the floor, ignoring his comment.
Now you're presentable.
Is the irony lost on you here? A former soldier who lived in a desert tent?
Just because I don't mind a little dirt doesn't mean I don't like to clean up. Besides, we're officially together tonight. I'm a visiting cultural arts professor from Northwestern, and you're my husband. Remember?
And you made me a financial planner. Couldn't you have come up with something slightly more interesting?
Don't worry. I doubt we'll be doing much mingling with the natives tonight, especially if the ghost shows up. Now, can you be a dear and zip up my dress?
Shields bunched up her curled brunette locks and held them just above her neck before turning her back toward him. He obliged, lingering longer than he should have as he studied a long scar.
Is that from a war injury? Black asked.
Shields turned cold.
I'd rather not talk about it, if it's all the same to you. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Let's go, she said. Like you said, we're losing valuable time.
They hustled to their car and then drove the short distance to the Performing Arts Center.
Are you ready?
Shields asked.
Black nodded. It's time we catch this bastard and end these shenanigans once and for all.
He opened the car door and got out, studying all the possible escape routes from the perimeter. Since meeting with the emir, Black and Shields had spent most of their time going over the building's schematics. But seeing it in person gave him a new perspective.
Containing him won't be easy, he said.
As long as we have eyes on the emir and his wife at all times, we'll be fine. He's yet to deviate from his signature method of killing.
I'm sure he can be adaptable if the situation calls for it.
We'll be ready either way.
They strode up the steps to enter the building nearly 2 hours before the curtain was scheduled to drop. Ajab was waiting for them in the lobby, his hands clasped behind his back.
Are you ready for this evening? He asked them.
I think we're comfortable with the layout of this place and the rough schedule of events, Shields said.
And your accommodations?
Excellent recommendation, Black said. Now, if you'll just point us to our posts, we'll let you continue to coordinate your setup.
Of course, Ajab said. Right this way.
Ajab led the 2 agents up a stairwell and onto the catwalk. He pointed out where the emir and his family would be sitting.
Like I told you yesterday, if this assassin plans on shooting the emir or his wife in the back, he's got quite the challenge, Ajab said. For starters, he'll have to fight through quite a number of guards. Then he'll have to disable the security system, which contains not only a 14-digit passcode, but also a retinal scan as well. And he'd have to do all of this in such a short period of time before anyone noticed him. So I don't think we have anything to worry about.
Unless he decides to try a different approach.
Let's hope that isn't the case then.
2 hours later, the crowd had assembled and were situated in their seats as the curtain raised. Black and Shields were stationed at 2 different spots on the catwalk, communicating via their comms.
You see anything suspicious yet? Shields asked.
Negative, he responded. Everything appears normal. Nothing out of the ordinary yet.
Over the next hour and a half, several choirs sang, accompanied by the Kuwait Chamber Philharmonic Orchestra. At one point, a teenage girl stepped forward and belted out a solo. Black peered through his binoculars at the emir, who was sitting on the edge of his seat and beaming.
That has to be the emir's daughter, Black said.
However did you guess?
I don't think I've ever seen a father more proud.
Or a mother either. Look at her. They're both mouthing the words along with her.
Once the song ended, the audience erupted into a standing ovation. Black's senses were heightened as he surveyed the room.
Did you see that? Shields asked.
See what? He asked.
In the far corner. I noticed a man dart out of the room.
Notify Ajab. I still haven't seen anyone looking suspiciously in the direction of the emir's box, though.
Roger that.
A couple of minutes later, Shields checked back in.
False alarm, she said. Apparently that man raced out because nature was calling.
Black shook his head as he continued to search for any strange behavior from any of the patrons.
I'm beginning to wonder if we didn't misinterpret Lebedev's book on this one.
Or maybe the ghost is waiting for a different time?
It's nearly 10 o'clock, Black said. Every person, date, and place has been dead on. If he's deviating, that would be an oddity worth noting.
When the performance concluded, Black and Shields met up in the hallway and descended toward the emir's box.
Maybe the emir was right not to worry, Shields said. I have a hard time believing the ghost just suddenly opted out of this assignment.
Black shrugged, shuffling along with Shields until they saw Ajab.
Looks like we've survived, he said with a wry smile.
The night's not over yet, Shields said.
I know,
but we'll have someone with both the emir and his wife until they leave, which will be well past midnight, Ajab said.
I think it's safe to say that disaster has been averted, at least from your assassin.
We'd still like to hang around and keep an eye on them too, if that's all right, Black said. If the ghost shows up, we want to at least have a chance to catch him.
Stay as long as you wish, Ajab said.
The door to the private box swung open, and the royal family exited, sandwiched between 2 pairs of guards. As soon as Black's eyes locked with the emir, he stopped and spoke to the 2 Americans.
Dear, these were the 2 American emissaries I was telling you about, he said, winking not so subtly at Shields.
It's a pleasure to meet you both, Alana said. Thank you for taking such swift action. I felt much safer tonight knowing that our team was on high alert. And to feel that way tonight, while our daughter was performing, was simply a luxury I'm rarely afforded.
Glad we could help, Shields said. Black and Shields bowed before following the royals as they moved away toward the empty elevator. The emir and his entourage crowded inside,
before the doors slid shut. "We'll catch the next one down," Ajab said. But before the next elevator arrived, screams emanated from the downstairs lobby. Black and Shields raced down the steps, outpacing Ajab. When they reached the ground floor, Black noticed a large crowd of people gathered around the entrance to the elevator. He pushed his way through and stared in disbelief at the scene before him. A bloodied Alana al-Sabah, lying limp in the emir's arms as he wailed. Black turned and looked at the elevator, where 2 bullet holes appeared to have penetrated from the outside. "Look," he said, tapping Shields on the shoulder. "He was in the elevator shaft." She cursed, her nostrils flaring as she looked back at the emir's dead wife. Black raced outside and surveyed the area. Patrons, oblivious to the audacious murder inside, casually exited the building. With all the activity, Black determined it'd be impossible to pick out the ghost. He's gone. Again. Chapter 14. 2 days later. Washington, D.C. Blunt convened a meeting with Black and Shields to discuss what missteps occurred that allowed the ghost to breach tight security in 2 different places, leading to the death of some high-profile people. While the 2 agents weren't to blame, Blunt was frustrated that they weren't able to at least get an image of the man to aid in their efforts to capture him. "He's certainly earned his nickname," Black said. "I'm not amused," Blunt said. Shields handed him a report on the entries in Lebedev's journal that she'd linked to murders in various parts of the world. Blunt studied it for a moment before pushing it aside. "What do you need to catch this guy?" Blunt asked. "More resources? Other agents? You just had your best shot at catching him, knowing what he was going to do in advance, yet you still failed to wrangle him." "Honestly, we need more time," Shields said. "We're close, but we need to learn about his patterns and methods. Having all this info neatly contained in this book should go a long way in assisting us in that regard." Then she cocked her head to one side and furrowed her brow. "What is it?" Blunt asked. "Your neck," she said. "Is that a scrape?" "From when those idiots rear-ended me in Colorado," Blunt said. "We were worried about you when you ended the call like that, and we didn't hear from you for a while," she said. "It's part of the business. We all know what we're signing up for when we get involved in the intelligence community." "What exactly were you doing out there?" Black asked. "Trying to track down the mystery behind all these former military personnel winding up dead," he said, before snipping off the end of a cigar. "Particularly the Army Rangers." "Why Army Rangers?" Blunt shrugged and then stuck the stogie in his mouth before continuing. "A handful of Rangers have been murdered lately, but being part of the same elite military battalion at some point isn't the only coincidence." "Oh?" Black asked, his eyes widening. "That's right. They all have this strange tattoo of the Chaos Monster. Ever seen it before?" Blunt produced an image of the tattoo from a folder in front of him, sliding it across the table toward Black and Shields. They shook their heads. "Never seen it before," Black said. "Me either," Shields said. "How'd you get caught up looking into this?" Blunt stared out the window, preferring to end this portion of the conversation. "A favor for a friend. Now, can we get back to giving the ghost our full attention?" The agents nodded. "Good," Blunt said. "Now, my suggestion would be for you to go back and review all the unsolved murders in Europe and the Middle East over the past 2 years, and see if you can find more commonalities among them. There have to be other clues tucked in there somewhere that can help us nab this guy." "We'll keep digging, sir," Shields said. "In the meantime, I'm going to keep looking into this other issue with the Rangers. But be ready. I might need your help on this ordeal, too." "Whatever you need, just let us know," Black said. The pair stood and then exited the room, leaving Blunt alone with his thoughts. He couldn't help but think he was poking a sleeping bear with the murdered Rangers. But that only served to remind him that he needed to proceed with caution, not stop altogether. Giving up would have gone against his instincts, and he wasn't about to start doing that. Later that evening, Blunt drove to Langley to meet with Robert Besserman and see if he might be able to offer any insight into the Rangers' deaths. Besserman was working late, and told Blunt they could put their heads together on the issue. "How's your team doing?" Besserman asked, gesturing toward the chair across from him. "They were in a little jam the other day in Kuwait and called me for help. Where were you?" "That's why I need to talk to you," Blunt said as he sat down. "I think I've stumbled into a mess while trying to do a favor for Franklin Norris." "Senator Norris?" Besserman asked as he looked over the top of his reading glasses. "The one and only." "I didn't realize you two were such good friends." "We got along when I was in the Senate, and he just so happened to bring me a strange case I couldn't look the other way on." "The kind the agency here couldn't help you with?" "According to Norris, nobody was messing with this one. Not FBI, not CIA, not Homeland Security. And he explained it to me as if the situation was being intentionally ignored for some reason or another." "What exactly are we talking about?" "Dead Army Rangers, among several other military personnel. But at the moment, I'm looking into the connections between all the Rangers." "And what have you found so far?" Besserman asked. "Take a look at this," Blunt said, sliding a folder across the desk to Besserman. "What is this?" "These are photos of all the dead Rangers, all with the same obscure tattoo." Besserman shrugged. "That's not too obscure. At least, to me it isn't. It looks like a depiction of the Chaos Monster." "Well, I didn't realize the sea serpent is all that common." "It's not, unless you're a fan of mythology. But I've seen this everywhere. I mean, it's in almost every mythological tradition. Norse, Greek, Roman, Chinese, Babylonian, Zoroastrian, Jewish, Indian. Someone has to slay this sea dragon or sea serpent." "So, don't you find that a bit odd, then?" "How so?" "Well, I might expect former Navy SEAL snipers to strongly associate with the water. But Army Rangers? It seems like an odd choice." Besserman took his glasses off, resting them on top of his balding head. "Wait a minute. I think I've seen something about this before." "On a case?" "Yes, one of our agents was assisting on a case with Interpol regarding a rash of murders. Assassination style, actually, where they captured images from closed-circuit cameras of the killer's forearm. They believed he was American and roped us and the FBI in on it. None of the cameras ever got a clear shot of his face, but footage from each crime scene managed to get a clear shot of the tattoo. Now, I might be wrong, but this seems really familiar. It happened maybe 3 or 4 years ago." "You remember anything else?" Besserman pulled his glasses on and leaned forward, peering at his computer screen. He started to peck on the keyboard, using his index fingers. "Can you find that in the database?" Blunt asked, shifting restlessly in his seat. Besserman nodded. "I'm working on it. Just give me a sec." The CIA deputy director pounded away for a few moments, and then stopped, studying the screen. A grin spread across his face. "Got it?" Blunt asked. "I knew I'd seen it before," Besserman said as he turned the monitor so Blunt could see. Blunt leaned forward to inspect what appeared to be images of the same tattoo. "That's it, all right. What's in the file?" Besserman turned the screen back toward him. That's odd." "What is it?" "It's empty." "What do you mean?" "Well, there isn't anything but this image. According to the log, it was part of a deleted file. Apparently the picture was attached somewhere else and didn't get removed." "So somebody didn't want this sticking around in the agency's archives." Besserman shook his head. "No, they didn't. But this was a hasty deletion." Then Besserman pecked at the keys, before wincing. "What now?" Blunt asked. "The agent on this case was Melissa Baker. She died 2 years ago when she drowned in her hot tub." "Accidentally?" "That's what the coroner's report said. We even had our own people investigate it, but there wasn't strong evidence to suggest otherwise. She had a bit of a reputation for partying too hard, so it wasn't that unrealistic to imagine she was drunk and passed out." "When did she die?" "Just a few days after this case was supposedly shelved." "And nobody thought to make a connection to a case she was cooperating with?" Besserman sighed. "I'm sure somebody did. We all specialize in conspiracies around here, but sometimes a person just dies. And Agent Baker was a lush. If she'd killed herself or died in any other manner, I think more red flags would have been raised. But at the time, there didn't seem to be anything strange around it. What now? Are we dead in the water on this one? That's why we have an actual archive here, Besserman said. I know you're familiar with it. Don't remind me. Let's go check it out. Besserman got up and led Blunt down the hall, and then down 3 flights of stairs to the archive room. A guard was seated at a desk in front of the access point. Working late tonight, boss? The man asked Besserman. Of course, Oscar. Evil doesn't sleep, he said as he signed in on a digital tablet. I know I sleep better knowing that you're on the job. Thanks, Oscar, Besserman said as the guard buzzed them inside. Blunt followed behind Besserman. When they reached the inner door, he waved his security card in front of a magnetic pad to gain entry. I know I sleep better at night knowing you're on the job, Blunt said, chiding the deputy director. Besserman grunted. Oscar's one of the biggest bootlickers I've ever met. Drives me nuts. Blunt chuckled. You should come to the private sector. There isn't anyone like that in my office. Surely you jest. Blunt smiled and winked. There's only one way to find out. Besserman shook his head as he gestured for Blunt to follow him. They marched down several aisles until Besserman came to a stop. Those files should be right here, he said, before jerking open one of the drawers. Besserman sifted through several documents, taking his time to slowly comb through them. Aha, he said with a grin. There you are. The smile on his face vanished once he retrieved the file. What is it? Blunt asked, noticing Besserman's change in demeanor. He flipped open the folder. Empty. It's gone. It might be gone, but now I know we're really into something big, and somebody very connected is involved. Besserman sighed. There's also something else I need to talk about with you, specifically something pertaining to the other case your agents are working, and I need your help. Chapter 15. Firestorm Headquarters, Washington, D.C. Black returned to the office with Chinese takeout. As he placed the boxes of food on the table, he watched Shields remove her prosthetic leg and set it aside. She massaged her thigh before glancing up at him, catching him staring at her. What's wrong? She asked. Haven't you ever seen someone take off their leg before? Black shook his head. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stare. It's just that... Oh, save it, Black. I'm messing with you. It's fun busting people in their moment of voyeurism. Look, I was curious about it, and curiosity is normal when it comes to this sort of thing. So ask away. I'm probably the least sensitive amputee you'll ever meet. I lost my leg in a roadside bombing. It happened. I'm over it. No amount of moping will make it grow back. And quite honestly, I don't know I'd want a leg made out of flesh and bone after what I've been able to do with this thing. You've certainly adapted nicely. I forget you're wearing it most of the time, except when we go through metal detectors. Shields chuckled. On second thought, that might be the time when I wish I didn't have this piece of metal attached to me. But that's still a minor inconvenience compared to what I can do now. I'm more interested in your magical skills with spreadsheets and analyzing data at the moment than I am with your bionic leg. Bring me my laptop, and I'll show you what I worked up so far. Black retrieved her computer and watched as her fingers blurred across the keyboard. You already have something? She nodded. I started pulling over info from the Interpol database on all the unsolved murders that occurred on the date in Lebedev's book to see if I could identify the ghost's hits. And? I found something that pokes holes in our theory about him. Black scowled as he pulled up a chair next to Shields. What did you find? Look at this, she said, pointing to the screen. The murders on the left are all the ones I was able to confirm could be attributed to the ghost, meaning the people were killed in the same manner. One shot to the back, another to the head. On the right is a list of all the ones I found in Lebedev's book. What do you see? Black studied the number for a minute before responding. I'm not trained as an analyst, but the thing I guess that jumps out immediately is that there are more killings you're ascribing to the ghost than are in Lebedev's book. Correct, she said. And please note that I used the same time frame for both lists. So it's not like these murders predate the first entry in Lebedev's journal. They all occurred during the same period.
And what kind of conclusion are you drawing from that?
I did a little more digging, and look at these murders that are highlighted in yellow.
Black peered at the groupings. What about them?
There's no way that's physically possible the ghost could get between those two locations, giving the listed times of death.
So you're positing the theory that the ghost is a network of assassins, instead of the work of just one man?
She nodded. Exactly. That's the only way to make sense of how he could be in two places at literally the same time. Just look at this one. A murder in Lisbon on January 14th at 9:45 p.m., and another in Stockholm on the same day, with the time of death being at 10:30 p.m. Those are both local times, so unless there's a plane that can travel across Europe in mere seconds, this is impossible.
It's a clever plan, Black said. Even if one man is captured, law enforcement drops its guard, declares the killer caught, and meanwhile, another assassin maintains the status quo. The question I have now is just how many are there? 2? 3? 4? 10?
We're going to need DNA from the crime scenes to determine who some of the trained operatives involved in this ring are. And there's yet to be a trace of any retrieved.
What makes you think they're trained operatives? Black asked. Do you have any evidence to support the theory?
This isn't civilian work, she said. Military training all the way. Couple that with the fact that none of these people have ever been caught. And it's a logical conclusion to draw. You couldn't convince me these guys are amateurs.
I wouldn't argue with that. But Blunt'll want more to go on than making a mental jump like that.
She shrugged. I'm not sure I'll ever find it, so determining the number of participants could get tricky. Unless...
Unless what?
Unless we find out who's behind this, and manage to capture all the communications between him and his handlers and the assassins.
Dreaming big today, aren't you?
Dream big or die trying, she said with a chuckle. That's my motto.
I thought your motto was, go to bed with dreams, wake up with goals.
My personal mottos are fluid. Depends on the day and the setting.
Black grinned and shook his head. Better than my motto.
Which is?
It's better to seek forgiveness than ask permission.
What's so bad about that?
Well, I do have a second motto.
Which is?
Never ask for forgiveness.
Shields chuckled. I already caught you breaking that one earlier when I found you spying on me while I was massaging my leg.
Apologies aren't the same as asking for forgiveness.
She shrugged. You've got a point. Now, are you going to help me get this together in a presentation for Blunt? You know he's bound to stride through that door at any minute.
What presentation for me? Blunt asked as he entered the room while gnawing on a cigar.
See what I mean? Shields said.
Black cocked his head to one side, furrowing his brow. How do you do that?
Not only do I have a bionic leg, I have a bionic brain, she said.
Blunt settled down in a chair at the table. What do you need to present to me?
Shields launched into her discovery that there were multiple assassins operating with the same signature as the ghost.
Blunt nodded, apparently intrigued by the news. We need to keep working on that. But in the meantime, we've got something more pressing we have to deal with, Blunt said.
More pressing than uncovering who's traipsing about Europe and the Middle East, killing people? Shields asked.
Blunt nodded. The deputy director has requested our help specifically.
What are we doing?
Black asked. Working on a security detail.
Security detail? Shields asked, as she scowled. For who?
Blunt interlocked his fingers behind his head and leaned back in his seat. In a couple days, a special envoy from the Middle East will arrive in Washington to discuss how they can partner with us on a more official basis to catch whoever's behind these murders and terrorizing all the royals.
A special envoy? Black asked. Who's involved?
For one, your new pal from Kuwait, Abdul al-Sabah, along with the Saudi king and several others.
I didn't know that our presence was all that welcome in the region, Shields said. Now they're begging for our intervention.
Well, when people start dying, making it stop trumps everything, Blunt said. Self-preservation is a powerful thing, and the administration wants to parlay this opportunity into forging stronger alliances with all the participating rulers. Your job will simply be to protect them.
I think the Kuwaiti emir specifically requested you to." "I didn't realize we made that much of an impression on him," Shields said. "His wife still died." Blunt shrugged. "Perhaps he realizes now how foolish he was not to trust you. Either way, that pulls us off the case of the ghost for a couple of days," Black said. "And I don't like that. Shields thinks she just uncovered a major development that will help us break up this ring of assassins." Blunt's eyebrows shot upward. "Ring of assassins?" "That's right," Shields said. "This isn't just one guy. It's at least two, if not more." She went on to explain the latest discovery she'd made while cross-referencing murders that matched the same description as the one she was able to confirm as hits by the ghost from Lebedev's book. "This is troubling," Blunt said after she finished. "You're telling me," she said. "Now it's not even a whom we're chasing, but a what." "Unfortunately, I can't beg you off the detail," Blunt said. "Al-Sabah requested you through his contact at the embassy, and we need to keep them happy. With an opportunity like this looming, I can't imagine the administration would want this meeting to get off on the wrong foot. We'll get back to hunting the assassins once your protection duties expire." "Fair enough," Black said. "Black, you'll be riding with some members of the envoy, likely in Al-Sabah's vehicle. And Shields, you'll be providing support by making sure nothing looks suspect from overhead. Everybody clear on that?" The two agents nodded. "Great," Blunt said as he slapped the table and stood. "Report to the FBI offices downtown at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. If you want to work on this some more in the morning, that's fine, but don't be late." Black waited until Blunt left the room before speaking. "I don't like this." "Me neither," Shields said. "We're starting to put the pieces together. Meanwhile, people out there are dying." "No, I'm talking about this detail," Black said. "Those rulers rarely set foot on U.S. soil." "What's your point?" "I don't know, but this whole thing makes me uneasy. Not for myself, but for how volatile this could potentially be if something goes wrong." "That's why you're going to make sure nothing does," Shields said with a wink. Chapter 16. Washington, D.C. Eddie Riley sat down at a table in the corner of the Pug Bar and stared at the eclectic collection of pictures hung on the wall. Images of famous athletes, though none of them were signed, were interspersed with random memorabilia such as campaign posters, license plates, and a perfect attendance certificate for some kid named Buck Reagan. Riley ordered a beer and kept his head down as he waited for his contact to arrive. A furtive glance around the room confirmed that nobody had even noticed Riley, just how he liked it. In fact, this skill was required to become a part of a secret team of assassins known as Leviathan. After he retired from the Army, he never imagined he'd be invited to participate in an elite group of trained operatives. Long tours in the desert of Afghanistan had grown tiresome, and he wanted a steady job at home, one that didn't demand he be gone 9 months out of the year. His experiment as the manager of the lumber department at a home improvement store lasted just over 6 months before he wanted to get back into action. And while long tours still didn't appeal to him, utilizing his skills as a member of the Army Rangers did. Riley picked up an abandoned copy of the Washington Post and perused an article about unrest in the Middle East and one anonymous official discussing the possibility of sending more troops into the region. As he was reading, a man sat down across the table from Riley. "That region will always be unstable," the man said, tapping the newspaper. "I swear they'll be fighting the same battles the day I die as they are right now." Riley eyed the man closely, unsure if this was his contact. "Have you ever been to Vermont?" "Greenest mountains on the planet," the man replied, repeating the passphrase that let Riley know this wasn't a random stranger. "Do you have my next assignment?" Riley asked. "I was disturbed when I heard that Lebedev was killed." "Better him than you, right?" Riley shrugged. "I don't know. Depends on if he was actually the target or not. Either way, there's a chink in the armor." "Well, I've got something a little closer to home for you," the man said, handing a folder to Riley. He studied the documents for a moment and scowled. "What's this?" Part of my agreement was to never get assignments on U.S. soil. If you don't want it, we'll give it to someone else. And it'll be the last job you ever work. And losing your income isn't exactly something that will help your legal case, will it?"
Riley sipped his beer before responding.
"Not that it'll matter much. You don't know my wife's family."
"Actually, I'm all too aware of them, and I sympathize with your plight. But this isn't really an option if you want to continue with us. So, are you in or out?" Riley sighed and stuffed the material into his backpack.
"I'll do it."
"Excellent. And let's go, Nats." The man exited the bar, but Riley waited until he'd finished his drink before leaving as well. He had an important stop he needed to make before getting started on his new assignment. Riley tapped the steering wheel to the beat of Bruce Springsteen's Born in the USA, joining in on the chorus. He took a deep breath and leaned back in his chair as he took a minute to appreciate the Virginia woods surrounding him. The trip north on State Highway 7 provided Riley with the break he needed. No missions to think about, no future to ponder. Just a respite where he could be in the moment. When Riley reached the Winchester city limits, he slowed down, pulling his hat a little lower over his shaved head. The cap itched his scalp, as did the new growth sprouting on the surface. Keeping his dome smooth was one of the things he hated the most about his job. But given the number of times he needed to wear wigs to slip in and out of places, regular grooming was imperative. But even with his ability to transform into someone else, he didn't want anyone in the city of Winchester thinking for even a second that they'd seen him. Riley maintained the posted speed limit of 25 miles per hour as he eased past Overlook Park. He wanted to slow to a crawl, which would have made it much easier for him to get a better look at Lily, his 4-year-old daughter, who he hadn't been able to visit in nearly 3 years. Lily had graduated to the big girl swings, no longer confined to the contraption designed for young toddlers. She giggled as she kicked her feet, an attempt to mimic the older girl next to her, who was pumping her legs. Lily's efforts were in vain, though she didn't notice since she'd enlisted her mother to power the moment. Despite the joy on Lily's face, Riley couldn't help but look at the scene and feel a range of bittersweet emotions. Lily was an innocent angel, the joy of his life. Her mother Alicia, however, made some of the hardened men he'd run across working for Leviathan seem like big-hearted teddy bears in comparison. Alicia didn't have any compassion for the post-traumatic syndrome Riley suffered upon his return from the desert, poisoning his support group against him, spreading lies about him drinking uncontrollably that led to domestic violence, and ostracizing him when he needed community the most. He needed time and love, and he got neither from a woman who'd grown accustomed to the single life his tours provided her. When he tried to re-engage with her in their relationship, she opted for a zero-sum game, using Lily as the prize. Riley wiped away a tear streaking down his cheek as he watched Lily laugh, her golden blonde hair shimmering in the sunshine. Then he looked away, unable to bear the pain of seeing her anymore. Easing onto the gas, he headed back toward Washington. He had a job that needed to be done. Chapter 17. Washington, D.C. The next morning, Black arrived at FBI headquarters downtown and shook hands with all the agents participating in the escort from the airport to the meeting location. He introduced himself as Agent Black, avoiding use of his first name and hoping it'd be enough to keep word from leaking back to President Michaels that he was still alive. In normal circumstances, the event would draw plenty of reporters and onlookers, hoping to get a glimpse of the rulers, and the protocol for transport would be standard security. But this visit was unprecedented, an emergency session requested by kings and emirs who felt helpless to stop the killing spree being wrought against their countries and families. Black couldn't help but feel as if he was getting a chilly reception from the other men, who all stood in a line, hands clasped in front of them, sunglasses preventing him from confirming his hunch. But it didn't take long for one man to let Black know that he wasn't welcome.
"Agent Muncie," one of the men said as he nodded at Black. "So, The CIA feels like someone needs to hold our hand."
The comment drew a few chuckles from the other men. "Look, I get it," Black said. "You don't like the fact that someone inserted me into this assignment, sticking my nose in the middle of your little club here. Well, I can assure you that I dislike it as much as you do, but you can also be assured that I'll do a damn fine job. If you have any problems, say it to my face."
"I suggest you keep your mouth shut and let the professionals handle this,"
an agent named Rogers said.
"Just because you can shoot a man in the head from 1,000 yards away doesn't mean you know jack about protecting someone in a situation like this. Got it?"
Black wanted to deck Rogers, but refrained. In an effort to defuse the tense standoff, Black slipped his hands in his pockets, making him have to think a half-second longer if he changed his mind and decided to cold-cock the smart aleck with the toothy grin. If truth be told, Black thought they all looked alike, veritable clones in their dark suits, sunglasses, and curly wires protruding from their ears. He could knock out Rogers, but any of them would suffice when it came to feeling good about striking back. But Black resisted his urges and nodded knowingly. Several minutes later, an older man joined them and wasted no time in barking orders, assigning agents to different automobiles.
"Muncie, Rogers, you're with the new guy here," the old man said. "You'll be driving around the Kuwaiti Emir, Abdul al-Sabah. The other vehicles in front of you will be carrying the Saudi king, as well as the Qatari Emir."
The men scattered toward their vehicles. Black opened the back passenger side door when he heard the old guy issue one last command.
"Whatever you do, Rogers, don't screw this up," he said. "The president is personally invested in this, so ensure that everything is smooth." 10-4,
Rogers said. Black slid across the bench when the far door swung open.
"Out," Rogers said. "You're in the front. Muncie and I will sit back here for the duration of the trip to the pickup point and consider the appropriate way to handle any possible situation."
"Isn't that pretty simple based on what the old man told you?" Black asked. "Keep the Kuwaiti Emir safe at all costs."
"If that's all you heard, I feel sorry for whoever has to give you orders," Rogers said. "Now dislodge that ball of wax blocking your ability to listen to proper commands, and listen to this one. You keep your mouth shut, and we'll handle everything. Is that clear?"
Black nodded, shying away from provoking a fight, though he wanted to rumble badly.
"Impressive," Shields said. "I would have knocked that asshole out by now."
Black smiled but didn't say anything, flashing a quick glance at Rogers, who just sneered back. Black remained silent for the rest of the drive, as did Shields, until they rolled up on the tarmac outside the group of hangars where the envoy's private planes were being housed. As they pulled up, the Saudi king was stepping outside. A trio of U.S. State Department officials greeted him, waiting for all the rulers to ascend before going anywhere. Once the Qatari and Kuwaiti emirs emerged, they were ushered over to their assigned FBI escort vehicle. Al-Sabah grinned as he locked eyes with Black. The Kuwaiti leader greeted Black with a customary hug and kiss on each side of the cheek.
"Seeing someone who I know cares about me does my soul good,"
Al-Sabah said. "How are you?" Black asked. "I've been thinking about you."
"That means a lot to me,"
Al-Sabah said as he eased into the back seat.
"Thank you for telling me that. And to be completely frank, life isn't easy right now. I really hope that we'll be able to work with your country's intelligence to stop whoever is doing this in our region, so that no one else has to experience such pain again."
"I can assure you that some of our best people have already been assigned to stopping this killer," Black said. Al-Sabah toppled to his right, leaning into Muncie, who'd been quiet while the emir spoke.
"Oh," Al-Sabah said. "I wasn't expecting that."
Black wanted to remain stoic, but he couldn't help but smile at the emir, who was anything but traditional in the way he led and the way he viewed life. Black couldn't help but admire the man's positive attitude in the face of such tragedy. They crossed the Potomac River before navigating down several surface streets. After a couple minutes, the emir broke the silence in the vehicle.
"Is Washington always under construction?" he asked.
Rogers shook his head.
"Traffic is a constant headache around here,
and usually we would be at the White House by now, but since this meeting is unannounced, we don't want to draw any undue attention. We're going to a secret underground location near the Smithsonian."
"I've heard rumors of such a place existing beneath the Lincoln Memorial," the Emir said.
"Is that where we're going?" "I'm afraid I can't even say it out loud," Rogers said.
Their SUV lurched as the driver whipped the wheel to the right, following the team down a smaller 2-lane road barely big enough for one car. As they were heading west along the street, a large box van backed out into their path, halting the flow. Black peered over his shoulder and saw that the vehicle in front of them and the one behind had both stopped.
"I don't like this," Black said as he looked at the driver. "Just get us out of here, okay?"
The driver nodded and rolled his window down. He notified the others what he was doing over their comms. However, before they could move, a van roared up behind them. Gunmen scattered out of the side door and started firing.
"Shields, can you tell us anything?" Black asked. "What are you seeing?"
She didn't reply. Rogers cursed before picking up a walkie-talkie.
"We're under fire," he said. "I repeat, we're under fire on the southeast corner of D and 9th Street. Requesting immediate backup."
"I'll keep the Emir with me," Black said.
"Like hell you will," Rogers said. "You get out there and pick off the hostiles. I'll stay with the Emir."
Black sighed and shook his head, but didn't feel like he had any time to fight about who should do what. He pushed open the door, which was immediately peppered by several rounds. He waited until the gunfire stopped before he leaned out and popped off a couple shots. In a matter of seconds, bullets were pinging off every wall on the surrounding residential buildings and bouncing off the SUV's glass. He took another moment to get his bearings and assess the situation.
"What the hell are you doing, Black?"
Rogers roared as he covered the Emir, who'd crouched low in the back seat.
"Get out there!"
Once Black was confident where the hostiles were, he jumped out of the vehicle and took aim at the space behind them. About 40 yards away, an armored van was parked horizontally, sealing off the street. 2 men positioned at the front and back of the van were trying to lay waste to the trio of SUVs. Black dropped low and took his time, squeezing off a couple shots at one of the attackers' ankles. When Black's second attempt sent the men sprawling to the ground, Black drilled him in the head. Just as Black thought he had a chance to regain control of the situation, more hostiles opened fire, this time from the rooftops. Not only was the FBI escort sealed in, but it had driven straight into a kill box. Black poked his head inside the car.
"I don't know if I'm going to be able to hold them off. One hostile is down, but now there are more on the roofs around us."
Muncie dove into the car, his chest covered in blood as he gasped for air.
"Muncie, where are you hit?"
Rogers asked. Muncie mumbled something before going limp.
"Damn it," Rogers said. "How many of our guys are still standing?"
"I think I only saw one other agent go down," Black said. "I'll do my best to hold them at bay until backup arrives."
"We may not have that kind of time,"
Rogers said. "I can do this," Black said. "Just stay with the Emir and keep him safe. We can't lose him no matter what."
"Good luck,"
Rogers said. Black darted into the street and then rolled onto the ground. He took refuge near the front steps leading up to one of the townhomes. Using the concrete as a barrier, he identified 2 more shooters on the opposite rooftops. He hit one of them, knocking him backward, which sent the other man seeking more cover to shoot from. A few seconds later, Black heard a gunshot coming from just behind him. He glanced over his shoulder to see Rogers.
"I think I got that son of a bitch,"
Rogers said. "Why aren't you with the Emir?" Black said. "Your primary job is to protect him."
"What good am I protecting him if we're all going to be dead in a matter of minutes anyway? You clearly need my help."
Black turned around and drilled another man shooting from the rooftop on the near side of the street. He screamed as he toppled over the edge. His body hit the sidewalk with a thud. Then Black glanced toward the vehicle. The passenger side door was open. Suddenly, the shooting stopped. The only noise echoing on the street was that of tires screeching as the armored van peeled away. "Where's the Emir?" Black asked again. Rogers rushed over to the SUV and started cursing.
"He's gone."
Black set his jaw and glared at Rogers. "This is on you, as well as the idiot who selected this route. Speaking of which, where's the driver?" He was gone, along with Al-Sabah. Chapter 18. Washington, D.C. Blunt looked up from his mound of paperwork when Black entered the office. The firestorm director jammed a cigar into his mouth and started chewing. Black had already been chewed out by the FBI chief for the security failure, suggesting that the operation failed due to Black's actions.
"What the hell happened out there today?"
Blunt asked before he stood to pace the room. Black shook his head as he slumped into a chair across from Blunt's desk.
"Poor planning? Sabotage? Take your pick. And we could blame it on a dozen other things as well. That was the perfect storm as far as secure escorts are concerned. I've had my ass chewed off for the past hour by one security chief after another," Blunt said. "And they are all pointing fingers at you. According to the FBI, you told Rogers to leave the asset and encouraged him to join you outside."
"That's a load of bullshit," Black said. "The FBI needs to be looking in the mirror on this one. Our driver went missing."
Blunt shook his head. "They found your driver with a bullet in his head. Apparently he'd exited the vehicle too, in an effort to help fight."
"I'm not sure I'd trust any of them," Black said. "But you gotta believe me when I tell you that I followed protocol. And I don't know what happened to Shields' comms." Blunt's phone buzzed. Then came his assistant's voice. "Sir, Besserman is online too."
Blunt sighed. "Thanks," he muttered.
"JD, what the hell is going on over there?" Besserman said, foregoing any pleasantries. "Everybody is scrambling to find out what happened out there today, and I hear that one of your men was involved in the escort, and maybe he's to blame."
"Well, I'll put you on speaker and let you hear directly from him yourself," Blunt said. "He just walked into my office, and I'm trying to sort out this mess and figure out the next steps as well."
Shields entered Blunt's office and sank into one of the chairs across from his desk. Black stopped pacing and stood still. "What happened?" he mouthed to her. She shrugged. "Technical issues?" she whispered.
"Where did this all go wrong?" Besserman asked.
"Sir, this is Agent Black. I was just explaining to Senator Blunt that there were a series of mistakes. Some that, quite frankly, I'm shocked were made."
"Such as?"
"A terrible route through the city, and one that apparently the hostiles had advanced knowledge of. There's no doubt we were ambushed, contrary to what you might hear from the Bureau. In fact, it was textbook."
"Take me through it," Besserman said.
"We veered off the main road and onto a side street. For what reason, I have no idea," Black said. "And then a box van impeded our progress before an armored van boxed us in. Immediately, some men opened fire and pinned us down. We drove straight into a kill box." Besserman didn't say anything.
"Are you there, sir?"
Black asked.
"I'm trying to wrap my head around this," Besserman said.
"If I had to make a guess on this, I'd say it was an inside job," Black said. "How else would someone know where we were going, especially when we were taking an obscure route that supposedly the driver didn't even know about beforehand?"
"We can deal with that later," Besserman said.
"Right now we have to figure out a way to get Al-Sabah back."
"Get him back?" Blunt asked. "We don't even know where the hell he is."
"Not yet. But we do know someone has him," Blunt said. "The FBI received a ransom call for Al-Sabah about half an hour ago. His captors are demanding $200 billion for his release."
$200 billion?
Blunt asked, his eyes widening. "That's right. $200 billion, Besserman repeated. "And it just hit the media 10 minutes ago. Oil prices are spiking, as everyone is worried about the supply chain now."
"What do we know about the ransom?" Blunt asked.
"Nothing yet, but I'll keep you apprised of any new information. I'll try to loop you in. But everything seems touch and go right now."
"Sounds good," Blunt said.
"We'll let you know if we learn anything new on our end." Blunt ended the call and looked at Black.
"This is a mess."
"Whoever is behind this is very well connected," Black said. "The kidnappers had to know where we were going to pull that off this afternoon."
"Agreed. I'm trying to get some more information out of my Bureau contacts, but I think they're red-faced right now about this incident and trying to close ranks while blame shifting."
"Don't you let me take the fall for this," Black said. "Those guys didn't want me on that escort any more than I wanted to be there. But at least I put Al-Sabah at ease for a few minutes before he was dragged away." "On American soil, no less," Shields said.
He would have been wiser to stay home.
Apparently so, Blunt said. But we need to do whatever we can to rectify this.
Are we even going to get a chance? Shields asked. I feel like this was sabotaged from the moment we started. My comm stopped working almost as soon as the assault began. That's just too coincidental for me.
Me too, Blunt said as he glanced at his watch. I'm going to work on this more from home tonight and see if I can get answers out of any of my contacts. In the meantime, you see if you can learn anything else about where the kidnappers might be holding Al-Sabah. I'm afraid the more time that passes without us getting a lead, the more danger we're in of him disappearing for good.
Black furrowed his brow.
So, you don't think this is about the ransom?
Blunt shook his head.
There's something else going on here. I have this hunch. I don't know how to explain it. But why would someone go to all this trouble just to capture the Kuwaiti emir? It's not like the same outfit with enough firepower couldn't have done this in Kuwait.
It's easier to disappear here, Shields offered.
Maybe. But I still think there are other reasons why this occurred on our soil. Stronger media attention? Embarrass the U.S.? Unite the Middle East against us? I'm not sure which of those, if any, could motivate someone to do this, other than money. But I just feel there's got to be more. Aside from the fact that $200 billion seems like a ridiculously large sum that no government is going to pay for one man. As rich as Kuwait is, that would devastate the country.
That's a sound argument, Black said. We'll keep looking. And you keep calling whoever you know to find out if there's more to this. I'm sure we can put everything together.
Agreed, Blunt said, as he stood and then strode toward the door. Let me know immediately if you find anything.
Shields returned to her terminal and opened up a spreadsheet to help her organize the information she'd already determined to be fact regarding the events of Al-Sabah's kidnapping. Black helped her piece together a timeline of all the actions each person involved took. In her mind, a picture was starting to form of what happened, and who the likely culprit was. An hour into their reconstruction of the escort, a message popped up on her computer with an email from a former colleague at the CIA regarding a question Shields had asked. "You've got to be kidding me," she said aloud as she read the email. "What is it?" Black asked. "You're not going to believe this," she said. "I think I figured out who the ghost is. Well, at least one of them." Black's eyes widened. "What?" "Yeah, I know that's not what we're supposed to be doing, but check this out," she said, pointing to her screen. "I just received this email that confirms my hunch about the ghost, and pretty much fingers this guy." "Who is it?" "Ever heard of a ranger named Eddie Riley?" she asked. Black shook his head. "That doesn't sound familiar. Should it?" She shrugged. "Maybe not, but I think we need to get intimately acquainted with this guy. From what I can tell, he's been out of the country more often than not, and he's done it by using a handful of different aliases." "We need to call Blunt," he said. "He'll want to hear about this." "You don't think he'll mind since we're not poring over Al-Sabah's disappearance?" "There'll be time for that later. Call Blunt." "Okay," she said, as she picked up her phone and dialed her superior's number. The phone rang several times before going to voicemail. "Is he not answering?" Black asked. She shook her head. "No. And you remember the last time he didn't answer?" "How could I forget?" Black said. "Try him again in a few minutes." Shields nodded. Her mind caught up in a torrent of mixed emotions, capturing the ghost and wondering if something had happened to Blunt again. Black's phone buzzed. He picked it up and scanned the screen. "Is that Blunt?" Shields asked. He shook his head. "No, it's Besserman. He wants me working on a joint task force with the CIA and FBI. They've located the emir, and Besserman wants me on site for Al-Sabah." "You best get going," she said. Black nodded, then hustled toward the door, leaving Shields alone with her thoughts. She dialed Blunt's number again. He still wasn't answering. Chapter 19. Blunt sat in his car while it idled in front of his garage. He pressed a button on the rearview mirror, and the door rolled up. Once it stopped, Blunt eased his vehicle inside and got out. He was in the business of trafficking information, the kind that was difficult to obtain. But he couldn't help but feel like a fireman, rushing from place to place to squelch another blaze that had ignited with the revelation of a new threatening issue. He dropped his keys on the kitchen island and shuffled over to his wet bar. After pouring himself a drink, he headed straight for his favorite sitting chair in the den. But he sensed something wasn't right, and stopped. A reading lamp lit up as he stared at the man sitting in front of him.
"Good evening, Mr. Blunt,"
the intruder said, as he trained his gun on the firestorm director.
"What the hell is this?"
Blunt asked. The man nodded at the glass in Blunt's hand.
"You're gonna need 3 or 4 of those if I explained everything to you. Though I doubt you'd believe it." "You better start talking." "I don't think you're in any position to make demands of me. In case you missed it, I have a weapon, and you don't."
Blunt grunted and threw back his drink.
"If you were going to shoot me, you would have done it already. Look, old man, I don't want to be here any more than you want me here. So do us both a favor and keep your mouth shut."
Blunt smiled wryly.
"I don't know who you think you are, or if that gun in your hand has gone to your head. But you're in my house, and I don't appreciate you breaking in here and acting like you own it. Now I suggest you get out of here before one of my team puts a bullet in your head."
The man chuckled.
"The file I got on you is dead on. Lots of bravado, but little fight. That pretty much sums you up. If you think a few lines in a profile can capture the depth of my skills or measure the resolve I have, you're a fool. I've been called worse. I'll be calling you a dead one if you don't put that weapon away."
The man stood, his frame towering well above Blunt. At 6 feet 5 inches tall, the man smirked as he looked down on Blunt's 6 feet 2 inch frame.
"Running your mouth isn't very becoming," the man said.
Blunt shrugged.
"You think I care about your idle warnings? Like I said, if you wanted me dead, I'd be dead. Relax. I'm waiting on confirmation from my liaison before I pull the trigger."
Blunt placed his drink on the granite countertop and slid the glass toward the center.
"What are you waiting on?" "I'm a good soldier. I follow orders." "And you have orders to assassinate the head of an intelligence think tank?" "Don't be coy, Senator Blunt," the man said. "We both know that your organization does far more than just advise the intelligence community about what to do." "Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. What else do you know about me?" "I know that you were a corrupt politician when you served on Capitol Hill."
Blunt raised his eyebrows.
"And who told you this? Did you get that information out of one of those files of yours?"
The man picked up his phone and eyed the screen.
"Don't worry. I'll end things swiftly for you, as soon as I get the word."
Chapter 20. An hour later, Black reunited with his new associates from the FBI, 2 blocks from a warehouse building in an industrial district outside the Beltway. Still smarting from Black's comments after the shootout, Rogers shook his head as he sneered at Black.
"You know you're taking the blame for this, right?" Rogers said. "How's it feel to know this is going to spell the end of your career once the president finds out about it?"
"Probably not as bad as it feels to know that people are dead because of your mistakes earlier today."
"That's not how I saw it."
"Of course not. But that doesn't change reality. You screwed up, and now we've tumbled into a diplomatic nightmare. The president might blame me, but he won't once he learns the truth, as opposed to the sanitized version you're peddling."
"Knock it off,"
said an old guy in a suit, who introduced himself as Special Agent in Charge Tom Lanning.
"We're all on the same team here, so stop pointing fingers. Let's just fix this."
They were joined by a team of CIA agents assisting with the rescue operation. Another older man in a suit barged onto the scene and started directing the mission. Black wasn't keen on the idea of entering into another gunfight with Rogers, and instead volunteered to provide help from the surveillance van.
"That's fine," Lanning said. "But as soon as we get Al-Sabah out of there, I want you right there as one of the first faces he sees. He obviously has a strong affinity for you." "Maybe not after what happened earlier today," Rogers quipped.
You'd be wise to keep your mouth shut, Lanning said, pointing at Rogers.
The operatives piled into 4 SUVs and drove the short distance to the warehouse where Al-Sabah was being held. Black entered the van and took the only empty seat in front of a bank of screens. "What are we looking at here?" he asked as he picked up a comms device and adjusted it to his head. "Agent Norton," a man said as he offered his hand to Black. "And that is Agent Williams." Black introduced himself to Norton and Williams, a woman who didn't say a word as she studied the images flashing in front of her. "What you're seeing here are all the stationary cameras we've been able to gain access to, as well as the body cams on the agents preparing to enter the building," Norton said. "There aren't any cameras inside the warehouse that we were able to tap into, so we'll be relying on the POV of the agents to provide us with an accurate picture of what's going on." Black nodded as he scanned the monitors. After a few minutes, Rogers' voice thundered over the comms as he announced that they were preparing to enter the facility. Based off all the intel they'd gathered beforehand, there appeared to be at least a couple gunmen, though nothing could be confirmed. The windows to the outside were opaque, and the agents who'd been tasked with scouting out the place only reported seeing silhouettes of the gunmen. Black keyed in on Rogers' body cam as he took the lead in charging into the building. As his team neared the door leading to the room where they believed Al-Sabah was being held, everyone approached stealthily. Rogers held up his hand, counting down until a pair of men with a battering ram bashed the door in. The agents flooded into the room to clear it of any hostiles. Rogers' cam zeroed in on a man bound and gagged in the corner of the room, who appeared to be the Kuwaiti emir. A couple men rushed over to the ruler and untied him. The moment the handkerchief came out of his mouth, Al-Sabah went on a tirade, demanding to know how such a thing could happen on American soil.
"This is disgraceful,"
the emir said, as he glared at Rogers.
"I apologize for the inconvenience, sir, but—"
"Inconvenience?"
Al-Sabah said, throwing his hand in the air.
"You call this an inconvenience? I'm lucky to be alive. I would expect this to happen in Egypt or Libya or Saudi Arabia. But the great United States of America, unthinkable."
Rogers remained patient.
"I can assure you that we're doing our best to find out who is behind this, in order to capture them. Don't try to patronize me and act like you care. I came here to discuss how we could stop this very thing from happening in our region, and then it happens to me here. Apparently, I was wasting my time all while putting my life at risk."
Black couldn't blame Al-Sabah for venting his frustration. The whole attack should have been avoided, and likely would have been if the FBI didn't have someone who'd infiltrated their ranks. As Rogers scanned the room, Black noticed something in the corner. "Rogers, look over in the far back corner," Black said over the comms. "I think there's something over there."
"Come on, Black," Rogers said in a hushed tone. "You're just trying to justify your inclusion on this detail. Don't worry, the Kuwaiti emir will be out shortly, and you can reminisce about your time together in the Middle East."
"This isn't a joke. There's something over there. Please, go check it out." Rogers sighed and turned toward the corner, but didn't take a step closer.
"Happy now?"
"I won't be happy until you march across the room and get a closer look for me." Rogers growled, before heading straight toward the area he was directed to go by Black. The FBI agent hadn't taken more than 6 steps before Black had seen enough. "You need to get out of there right now," Black said. "That's a bomb."
"Are you sure?"
Rogers asked, as he continued walking toward the device. As he approached it, the countdown display showed 15 seconds. He cursed before spinning toward the door. "Everyone get out now," he said. "Go outside and keep running. There's a bomb in the building, and it's about to blow." The scene on the body cams appeared chaotic as agents scrambled down the hallway, some of them getting shoved aside as Rogers sprinted past everyone. He yanked one of Al-Sabah's arms and jerked him through the exit. The Kuwaiti leader stumbled as he attempted to keep up with Rogers, who sprinted toward the van. Once they reached the corner of it, a blast erupted, disturbing an otherwise quiet night in Washington. Black raced out of the van and started a check on each agent to make sure they weren't badly injured. Running from body to body lying on the ground, Black checked their pulse and asked each person a question to determine if they were conscious and coherent enough to get up. When he was finished,
He walked around to the back of the van and found Al-Sabah. The Kuwaiti leader held his arms out and embraced Black.
I'm beginning to wonder if you're not the one doing all this. Every time something bad happens, the common denominator has been you.
Black shrugged. It's either me, or someone is out to get you because you've always been there too.
Perhaps. But you need to do whatever it takes to put an end to this madness once and for all.
I'm already working on it, Black said. Black called over one of the attending medics and asked him to take a look at Al-Sabah. Meanwhile, Black scanned the area once more and spotted a small security camera on the corner of a nearby building. He hustled back inside the van and asked the team inside if it could gain access to the feed.
I must have missed that one, Agent Williams said. I conducted a full sweep.
Black shrugged. It happens sometimes. Whatever the reason, Black didn't care. He was just pleased that they might be able to at least make out the model and license plate number to aid in their attempt to catch them and make the perpetrators pay. But if it was going to help, the FBI needed to move quickly. But Black wasn't confident it would, given his deep-seated suspicion that the Bureau had already been compromised. Black fished his phone out of his pocket and called Shields to pass along the good news of Al-Sabah's rescue. However, she wasn't answering. Chapter 21. Shields had only been to Blunt's house once for a small Christmas party, but she didn't remember it being so difficult to get to. She couldn't remember exactly what day of the week the gathering was held on, but she didn't recall there being so much traffic. After a few minutes of sitting still on the 2-lane road, she dialed Blunt's number again. Still no answer. "Come on, you've got to pick up your phone." Shields had never considered driving out to Blunt's house, but she grew uneasy with the fact that he wasn't answering her calls, let alone returning them. However, she found something that stirred a sense of urgency in her to tell Blunt, something that made her question everything they had assumed while hunting the ghost. After Black joined up with the task force rescuing Al-Sabah, she called Besserman to see if she could look at any of the closed-circuit feeds from the exterior of any of the nearby homes surrounding the shootout in the street earlier. Doorbell cameras, security footage, live feeds posted to social media, anything she could get her hands on to analyze what happened and see if she could dig up any other clues regarding the identity of the attackers. Besserman obliged her request, which resulted in her poring over all the videos from the 90-second altercation for the better part of an hour. She thought it was going to be a dead end, until one frame arrested her attention. One of the shooters on the rooftop signaled for some of the other hostiles to fall back once they had captured Al-Sabah. But the quick motion with the man's arm caught Shields' eye. She slowed the video down and enlarged the frame. Shields shook her head in disbelief before running to Blunt's office to confirm her suspicions. After jimmying open the lock to the door, she sifted through the mountain of folders on his desk until she found the one she was after. A few days earlier, Blunt had shown them the images of an odd tattoo that kept appearing on a handful of dead Army Rangers. She took a copy of the image with her phone camera and then put the documents in their proper place before racing to her desk. Carefully comparing the images, she determined that they were the same tattoo, the Chaos Monster. Their group discussions regarding the abduction of Al-Sabah didn't even consider the possibility that this was unrelated to the ghost's activities. Since the network of assassins had been wreaking havoc all across the Middle East and Europe, Blunt expressed his opinion that something big was going on that needed to be stopped, despite the fact that other intelligence agencies decided to quietly look into the murders, as to avoid a political quagmire. Despite the apathy shown by Washington, Blunt explained how he wanted justice for them, politics be damned. However, he shared how he'd grown more concerned as time went on and more murders started happening, which signaled to Shields that this wasn't just some rogue operation. These hits were precise and calculated, and based on Lebedev's journal, they had been planned at least weeks in advance. Somebody was toying with them and had trained operatives, including at least one soldier Shields believed had to be an Army Ranger. A steady rain started to fall, leaving Shields to consider how everything might be connected to the rhythm of squeaky windshield wipers. She sighed as she snatched up her phone and dialed Blunt's number. Still no answer. "Come on," she said as she pounded her steering wheel. "Move already." After a couple minutes, traffic started to flow again. And 10 minutes after that, she pulled up to Blunt's gated driveway. Darkness had fallen, and she couldn't see his car. She figured he'd parked it in the garage. But the fact that he wasn't responding troubled her more deeply. She paused as she went to press the intercom button and ask Blunt to buzz her in. A vacant white Ford Bronco was parked along the side of the road about 100 meters away. However, the nearest house was another 100 meters beyond that, and the wooded lot across the street was part of a 10-acre estate where the house was located at the far back corner. That's odd. She decided to scramble over the top of the wrought iron fence and approach the house on foot. Her prosthetic leg absorbed the leap without any problems, garnering a wry smile from her. Even in the midst of a tense situation such as this, she always heard the na-na-na-na-na sound effect from the Wonder Woman TV show when she performed an acrobatic feat. She raced toward the house, which was mostly dark, save a dim glow coming from the rain-streaked window to the right of the front door. Shields peeked inside the garage first, checking to make sure Blunt's car was inside. It was, which heightened her concern. She whipped out her weapon and moved cautiously toward the front, keeping her gun trained forward. Taking a glance inside the house, she couldn't see anything of consequence through the darkness and decided to attempt to enter another way. In her first trip to Blunt's property for the Christmas party, she received a tour of his wine cellar, which had outside access through a hatch along the side of the house. She stayed low, creeping around to the cellar access. The doors were latched shut, but not locked. Once she flung them open, she crawled inside and descended to the basement floor. She decided to try Blunt's phone again. Still no answer. "You better not shoot me, old man." Shields moved stealthily up the rickety wooden steps and then eased the door open. It creaked as she slipped onto the main floor of the house. "What was that?" she heard a man say. "There isn't anyone else here, is there?" "Oh, settle down," Blunt said. "Probably just one of my cats prowling around. But I don't know what you're afraid of. You're the one with the gun. Don't play games with me. If you had any idea who I am, you'd keep the snarky comments to yourself." "Far be it from me to stop you from doing your job," Blunt said. "I've been shot at so many times, I'd just as soon someone go ahead and finish the job." "Sounds like a personal problem." "Hey, you're the one getting spooked about this creaky old house. Not me." "Enough," the man snapped. Shields peered around the corner, utilizing the darkness for cover. There were a pair of floor lamps lighting the sitting area where the intruder had his weapon aimed at Blunt. The gunman's sleeves were rolled up, revealing the tattoo she'd become all too familiar with, before deciding she had needed to see her boss immediately. Given the situation, Shields considered how important it was to neutralize the man in order to save Blunt's life. However, she also knew how upset he'd be if she killed their best lead in solving at least one of the mysteries the Firestorm team was trying to uncover. She eased up her weapon, steadying it against the corner of the wall. As she went to squeeze the trigger, the man jumped and dove downward. Shields fired a shot, missing him completely, but she didn't give up, stepping forward and firing twice more as the man scrambled around the corner and out the back door. She went after him and could barely make out his shadow streaking across the front yard that stretched at least 100 meters to the road. He hurled himself over the wrought iron fence and then hustled to his car, screeching his tires as he sped away. Satisfied he was gone, he rushed to the house to check on Blunt. When she entered, he was snipping off the end of a cigar, a drink already poured next to him. "You appear pretty calm for someone who just had a gun held on him," she said. "That guy was pissing me off," Blunt said. "I hadn't even had my after-work whiskey yet, before he wanted to start threatening me like that and holding me hostage in my own house." "I guess all's well now, huh?" she said, nodding toward his half-full tumbler. "Give me a few minutes," Blunt said, before he drained his glass. "He sure did run like a little chicken shit when you started firing." I think I know why, Shields said, as she knelt down near the wall where he was sitting. Looks like I nailed the bastard pretty good.
Not good enough, if you ask me. I thought you were a better shot.
Shields sighed. The shot wasn't complicated, but the situation was.
What prompted you to come out here anyway? He asked, furrowing his brow.
I was wondering when you were going to ask me that.
Start talking.
Shields launched into an explanation of what she'd discovered while studying the footage from the abduction of Al-Sabah earlier in the day. Then she shared how she noticed the same tattoo on the intruder's forearm.
Well, ain't that something, Blunt said, before popping his unlit cigar into his mouth.
It sure is, she said. And we're going to find out who this guy is. You got anything for me to get a blood sample with?
Check the guest bathroom and the kitchen.
Shields found a small plastic sandwich bag in the kitchen, as well as a handful of Q-tips in the bathroom. She returned quickly and began scraping off the blood from the wall. Once she finished, she held up her prize. Mr. Army Ranger guy, we're going to know everything about you soon enough, she said with a grin. Chapter 22. At the warehouse, Black watched as Tom Lanning marched from one station to another, trying to determine how they'd been so easily duped. The debacle with the envoy earlier gave the Bureau plenty of reason to be red-faced. Add the contrived ransom situation with Al-Sabah, and Lanning was on the warpath, searching for answers. Black decided to retreat to the surveillance van to see if the agents had any more information.
Lanning is going nuts out there, Black said.
It must be a day that ends in Y, Agent Williams said. Black chuckled.
You mean he's always this animated?
Agent Norton nodded.
If he misplaces his pen, he probably goes about as ballistic as he would if the president disappeared at the hands of international terrorists while giving the State of the Union address. There's only one speed Lanning operates at. Rage.
You guys have an encouraging and safe workplace environment? Black asked with a wry grin. Norton slowly turned toward Black and eyed him closely.
Why do you think Agent Williams and I enjoy being in the van so much? I can promise you that it's not because of all the wonderful late-night coffee we get during stakeouts.
You guys have it rough, Black said.
Not as rough as we will if we don't catch the bastards who did this, Norton said.
Speaking of that, I think I might have something, Williams said. Black shuffled over to her monitor, leaning over her shoulder to check out her bank of monitors.
What have you got?
Please, she said, turning around and gesturing with her hands for him to move back. I need my space. Once he retreated, she continued. I hacked into the company next to us and got access to their security camera, which we all missed earlier. I was able to grab a still of this white SUV speeding away from here about 2 hours ago. It's kind of difficult to make out the tags since some rain got on the camera, but I can put the readable digits in the federal database and cross-reference it with a white Cadillac Escalade.
What are you waiting for? Norton asked.
Williams typed away on her computer, and then waited. Less than a minute later, she pumped her fist. Looky what we have here. Then her shoulders slumped. It's a rental. But it still might be out there on the interstate. Or maybe we can at least see the last place the cameras caught it, Black said. I'm already ahead of you, cowboy, she said, furiously typing on her keyboard.
Cowboy? Norton asked.
We've been working together for 3 years, and you've never given me a nickname. Just 10 minutes with this spook.
I'm not a spook, Black corrected. Special agent? Whatever the hell he is. And you've already bestowed cowboy on him.
She snickered as she shook her head. I can't mess with Norton. With a name like that, you don't need a nickname. It's perfect as it is.
I appreciate the warm welcome to your team here, Black said. But let's stay focused, okay? Where are these scumbags headed?
Still trying to lasso that info for you, cowboy, Williams said with a chuckle. I'm on a roll tonight. Norton picked up Williams's coffee cup and sniffed the lid.
Did you spike this thing?
She grabbed the cup from him and rolled her eyes.
Guys, please, Black said.
It takes a minute, she said. No need to spur us on like that when we can't do anything but wait.
You're just a regular comedian tonight, aren't you? Norton said.
She threw back the rest of her coffee. Thank you. I'll be here all week. Hiding from Lanning. One of her monitors froze, with an image on it, garnering her attention. She leaned forward, squinting as she studied the screen. What is it? Black asked. Did you get a hit? Time to go round 'em up, cowboy, she said as she wrote down the information on a piece of paper before handing it to Black, along with a small metallic device. They're on the Beltway, heading west, just east of Manchester Estates near State Route 5. On it, Black said as he raced out of the door. Lanning was yelling at one of his men when Rogers approached Black. Enjoying this? Black asked, nodding at Lanning. Don't be so smug, Rogers said. He wants to talk with you next. How about we duck out of here and go catch these guys before Lanning slams back a whole bottle of antacid? Rogers eyed Black. You know where they are? All I need is a car. Only if I get full credit. Black shrugged. Fine by me. I don't really care who drives, as long as we catch the bastards. Deal, Rogers said, before gesturing toward his black SUV. They hustled over to it before tearing out of the parking lot and toward the vehicle's last known location on the Beltway. Black didn't feel like making small talk. His mind raced with how to handle taking control of the men with just Rogers, though Black figured they only needed to keep one kidnapper alive. The car roared as Rogers pulled onto the interstate, trying to hit just the right exit. Do you have any comms? Black asked. Rogers nodded. There's a set in the console. Black pulled them out and then slid in the earpiece. Agent Williams, this is Agent Black. Can you see us on your satellite feed? I slapped the tracker you gave me on the car. Picking you up as we speak, cowboy. I think you're about a quarter of a mile behind them, but you should overtake them within the next minute or so, depending on how you drive. Rogers scowled as he glanced at Black. Cowboy? I don't know, Black said with a shrug. She gave me a nickname already. Rogers broke in a hearty laugh. Cowboy? I hope you don't let that go to your head. Agent Williams calls everyone cowboy, and it drives Norton bonkers. And it's a big inside joke between her and, well, everyone else at the Bureau. Norton feigns like he's offended every single time. It's a joke that's grown stale for the rest of us, but they trot it out whenever she needs entertainment. I'm glad I could play a part in bringing her comedic relief, Black said. Now, I think I see their vehicle up there. Rogers jammed his foot on the gas, the SUV lurching forward again as they closed in on the white van. He eased right up behind it before flipping on his lights. The driver of the van complied with Rogers' directions, pulling over quickly instead of setting off a wild chase, though Black was skeptical whether the situation would stay this way. Have your weapon ready, Rogers said. This could get ugly. Black approached from the passenger side, while Rogers strode up to the driver's door and gestured for the man to roll his window down. As Black peered inside, he was stunned to see a handful of teenagers crammed inside, with crushed cans of energy drinks littering the floorboard, and the smell of marijuana permeating the air. I'm sorry, sir, the driver said. What were we doing wrong? You mind stepping out of the vehicle? Rogers asked. Sure thing, man, the driver said. He got out and jumped back when he noticed Rogers' weapon. Calm down, Rogers said. Hey, man, no need for all that. You can put that thing away. It's a free country. We were just having some fun. I'm not sure what you did tonight constitutes as fun, Rogers said. Playing video games and going on a run for pizza, only to be handed $200 to drive this van around the Beltway for an hour, isn't fun? Rogers sighed. What did you say? Look, some guy gave us $200 each if we just ride around the Beltway for an hour and then park his van back where we met him. If we would have thought it was illegal or something, we wouldn't have done it. Rogers slammed his fist on the hood and let out a string of expletives. Black just glared at the teens, one of whom grinned widely and held up a pair of $100 bills. The rest of them just stared off in the distance, their eyes glazed over. I got $200, the teen said, but that hard-ass was an idiot. I would have done this for free. Black cocked his head to one side. Hard ass? Yeah, big dude, the braggart said. He was ripped, totally in shape. Crazy tattoo on his forearm, bald head. Had to be ex-military. I would have done anything he commanded me to, and wouldn't have thought twice about it.
Black nodded.
Ex-military, you say? Yeah, like special forces. The guy was built like a tank.
And his tattoo, Black said. What was it of?
Like this snake-looking monster. Scary stuff.
Black wasn't certain of the kidnapper's background, but based on the description, he knew they were American. And that made the abduction of al-Sabah all the more interesting. I need to talk with Shields. Chapter 23. Shields tore out of Blunt's property and headed downtown. With the intruder's DNA in tow, she needed an analysis as soon as possible to be able to finger the man. After searching the contacts on her phone, she gave Mallory Kaufman a call. The two of them had worked together on a few previous cases, and Shields always found the NSA analyst helpful for making connections in the intelligence community.
Christina, it's been a minute, Kaufman said after answering the phone. I'd love to catch up, but unfortunately a minute is about all I have. What do you need? I have a DNA sample and need results immediately. There's one lab downtown that might still be open, Kaufman said. If you try the service entry, you might get someone. If that someone is Ben, you're golden. Just tell him you're friends with me, and that I sent you over. And if it's not, be resourceful. Show off your legs, or... Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot about... No need to apologize, Shields said. You're not going to offend me because you just remembered that I have a bionic leg. Okay, thanks. Good luck. I'll text you the address.
A few minutes after they hung up, her phone buzzed with a message from Kaufman containing the address of the lab. As Shields headed in that direction, she wondered how the two cases were connected. Why would a team of assassins operating in the Middle East, who pick off high-profile targets, suddenly start killing their own? Nothing made sense given everything that she knew, which meant she needed more information. Whatever was happening, she couldn't imagine it being good. She flipped the radio on, which was already tuned to WTOP, where she caught the latest news when she was on the go. The meteorologist made a few corny jokes before throwing it back to one of the anchors. Today was a wild one in Washington as well as in New York. Stocks went on a roller coaster ride, peaking just before lunch and then taking a nosedive an hour before the bell, when word leaked out that Abdul al-Sabah had been kidnapped during a surprise trip to the U.S. However, we've just received reports that the Kuwaiti emir has been rescued by the FBI and is safe. No other details are available at this time. Shields was relieved at the news, though the unavailable details were the ones she considered the most important. Several minutes later, her phone rang with a call from Black. I was just about to call you, she said as she answered. I heard on the news that al-Sabah has been rescued. Yeah, but it wasn't much of a mission, Black said. The abductors were gone by the time we got there, and had just left al-Sabah all tied up. However, the building was rigged to blow, and everybody got out just in time. That's definitely a win. But there's more. We were able to track down the vehicle the kidnappers used, and when we found it, there were just some kids driving. They said they got paid $200 to tool around on the Beltway for an hour. Were they able to give you a description of the men? Yeah, Black said. And that was the interesting thing. Now, I'm pretty sure the kids were high, but they said the man who approached them was ripped and looked like he was in special forces. Whatever that means, she quipped. I know, but there's more. One of the kids said he had a crazy tattoo on his forearm of, and I quote, a snake-looking monster. Now, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Already ahead of you, she said before recounting her discovery about the tattoo and subsequent encounter with the hostel at Blunt's house. I'm on my way to a lab right now to hopefully convince someone to fast-track the results for me. Good luck, Black said. Update me when you get a chance. Shields pulled up to Redstone Labs and found the place deserted. The only light inside the front office came from the exit sign over one of the doors. She hustled around to the back entrance in an alleyway. She pressed the buzzer a couple times and waited.
A half-minute later, she heard a man's voice crackling over the speaker. "We're closed," the man said. "I was trying to reach Ben," Shields said. "Is he in tonight by chance?" "Ben's been out with a cold the past few days. Try coming back in a couple of days. He should be here then." "In that case, I'm hoping you could help me," she said. "I need a big favor." Shields flipped her hair and then bit her lip as she looked up at the camera. "Look, lady, if you think you're going to mesmerize me with your beauty, think again. I already have a girlfriend who's a solid 4, which is about the ceiling for what a washed-up mechanical engineer who flunked out of MIT and is now working the graveyard shift at a medical lab can do. So your flirtatious ways aren't going to sway me when helping you out might cost me my job and my girlfriend, neither of which I can afford to lose at this point in my life." "Mechanical engineer?" she asked, deciding to switch tactics. "Have you ever seen a prosthetic like this?" She hiked up her pants, revealing the mechanism strapped to her leg. He didn't say anything. A few seconds later, the door buzzed, allowing her access. She pushed it open and marched inside. "This better not be a heist of some sort," the man said. "I wouldn't do that to you." "Nelson," he said, offering his hand. "Nelson Stovall." "Nice to meet you," she said, introducing herself. "Now, before I let you inspect my leg, let me tell you why I'm here. I'm working on a special project with the government and need immediate results for a DNA test. Can I count on you to help me?" He nodded. "Let me see that." He knelt next to Shields' feet and waited for her to reveal her prosthetic. Stovall's mouth fell agape as he ran his hand down the metal contours. "Exquisitely made. An utter masterpiece." "So, you gonna help me?" she asked. "What do you need?" Shields reached into her pocket and produced the rudimentary blood sample she collected. "I need this processed right away." "It'll take a few hours." "I understand, but don't wait around on this. National security is at stake here. My card is taped to the outside of the bag. Please email me the results as soon as you get them." Upon returning to the Firestorm office, Shields spent the next few hours poring over more of the footage to see if there was anything else she might have missed. She analyzed the shots and determined there were 6 hostiles, 2 of which Black and the other FBI agents took out, but 4 others escaped. What she was keenly interested in was whether or not the intruder at Blunt's estate was connected to the kidnapping. He had the strange tattoo, but beyond that, there wasn't anything else that definitively linked the two. Just before midnight, her email dinged with a message from Nelson Stovall at Redstone Labs. She collected all the data and entered it into the FBI database, and waited. After 20 minutes of searching, she got a match. Former Ranger Eddie Riley. She immediately began digging up the file she'd created for him earlier, when she was researching potential suspects. In order to bring him in for questioning, she needed to find anything that would help her locate him. Her initial cursory glance into his life produced little more than standard fare. A military guy to the core who had been outspoken about his patriotism. He had a wife and a little girl. However, he abruptly retired from the Army about 6 months before his wife filed for divorce, a court record that was sealed. Shields learned that Riley's wife, Alicia Banks Riley, was related to Miles Banks, the wealthiest man in Winchester, and owner of Banks Whiskey, with the slogan, "Liquor you can bank on." The saying never made much sense, which Shields figured was simply an overreach on some marketing guru's part to develop a clever play on words with the company name. Nevertheless, the head-scratching saying stirred plenty of barroom debates over the meaning behind it, further cementing the brand along the eastern seaboard. Shields found their liquor tasty. As she dug through his personnel file, she didn't see the makings of a former ranger destined to such a drastic career path shift. Sniping enemy combatants in the military wasn't the same as killing civilian targets, and the impetus for becoming such a mercenary would have to be triggered by an event in his life that required a large income boost. Before she started a deep dive into his financials, she entered his image into a facial recognition database. She combed through his records, looking for anything that would indicate perhaps a gambling debt to pay off or a large medical bill. Riley was an independent consultant, advising corporations on how to best manage their on-site security. According to his bank statements, he was paid well, though sporadically. 10 minutes later, she received notification of several matches with Riley's image. Shields snatched up Lebedev's journal off her desk and started cross-referencing the dates with the cities where Riley traveled. Her eyes widened as her original hunch was confirmed. Eddie Riley was the ghost, or at least one of them. Energized by the discovery, Shields continued to research Riley's background. There has to be something else in here we can use against him. Then, she found it. Chapter 24. Winchester, Virginia. Sporting sunglasses and a blue baseball cap, Eddie Riley peered over the top of his newspaper while sitting on a park bench. His daughter squealed as she flew down a slide, hands extended skyward. Her infectious smile and laughter arrested her nanny's attention. The young 20-something woman glanced up from her phone and grinned at Lily, before helping her to the ground after she stalled out at the end of the slide. As soon as she was climbing up the ladder, the nanny returned to staring at the device in her hand. Probably reading about the Kardashians. Riley didn't want to be bitter. He'd seen how a disposition could poison a person, watching the anger eat away at his father after a contested divorce. Yet Riley felt himself heading down the same path, even though he swore he'd never turn out like his old man. Drunk, alone, and hardened wasn't how Riley hoped to be as he entered his 40s. But that's where he was headed if something didn't change. He was doing everything he could to fight it. It's why he agreed to work for Leviathan in the first place. Riley didn't like killing, but he grew to appreciate it for the paycheck it provided. Money he would use to engage the Banks family in court and win back partial custody of Lily, like he deserved. That should be me on that playground with Lily. The court battle over Lily was fierce, but at the time, Riley could only afford his college friend who had a small law firm that mostly handled copyright issues. Meanwhile, the Banks family's army of attorneys from Timmons and Youngblood buried Riley's lawyer under requests that threatened to consume every billable hour he had available for the next 3 months. He eventually quit, leaving Riley to defend himself. Alicia fed the Timmons and Youngblood lawyers everything they needed to push Riley's buttons and make him explode in court. By the time the judge reached her decision, Riley had experienced nearly a half-dozen outbursts, all underscoring the narrative Alicia pushed. Eddie Riley was a dangerous man, both to her and their daughter. The judge retired to her chamber for a total of 5 minutes before returning with her ruling. Alicia won full custody, as well as a restraining order. The only permissible contact between Alicia and Eddie was to discuss alimony checks. Eddie loathed paying Alicia even a dime, given the fact that the Banks family owned such a vast fortune. But he convinced himself that the money was for Lily, the only way he could stomach forking over each month's check. But that was going to change very soon. With the infusion of cash he was about to get for his latest job, he'd be up over $500,000 that he'd squirreled away to pay for the most ruthless family law firm in Virginia, Middleton and Sons. As he was lost in thought, imagining the look on Alicia's face when she lost, Riley's phone buzzed. His eyes widened as he read the message. He took off his sunglasses and went over it once more to make sure he wasn't imagining it. It's really happening. He swallowed hard and pocketed his phone. Then he felt a poke in his back. The feeling was familiar, though one he immediately wished would go away. "Major Riley, I need to talk with you," said a woman. Riley took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. "Look, I don't want any trouble. I'm just trying to watch my daughter over there." "The one you're not allowed to get within 500 yards of?" "What do you want?" "I want you to come with me," she said. "I've got a few questions that I need answers to." "And you're willing to shoot me right here in the park if I don't?" "Would you like to regain custody of your daughter? Perhaps full-time? Riley nodded, keeping his eyes focused on his daughter. I'm listening. I can help make that happen for you, but I'm going to need you to cooperate with me. Riley folded his newspaper and tucked it beneath his arm before standing up. Nice and easy, she said. I don't want to draw any attention to us. I'll do whatever you want if you can get my daughter back for me. Just tell me what to do. Riley followed the woman's instructions, casually walking over to her SUV and getting in. He waited for the door to unlock as the woman walked around to the driver's side. Before getting in, he took one last glance at Lily. He smiled as a feeling came over, one that he hadn't experienced in a long time. Hope. Chapter 25. Shields eyed Riley as he slid into the passenger seat next to her. He pulled his hat taut, shading his eyes from the morning sun before rubbing some of the dust off the glove compartment. It's dirty, I know, she said, casting a furtive glance at him. What's this all about? He asked. You'll see soon enough, Shields said. But after we get out of the city limits, I'm going to need you to blindfold yourself with that handkerchief in the glove box. Riley opened the compartment, removed the piece of silk cloth, and then held it up. Fancy. Do you always treat your hostages with such luxury? Nothing but the finest for my captives. So that's what this is, he asked. You're taking me captive? She shrugged. You can consider it whatever you like. Maybe two new acquaintances going for coffee together to discuss global politics and the like. I hate politics. That makes two of us, Shields said. Maybe we could say we're going to talk about the latest diet fad, or who won the game last night. Anything, really. You get my daughter back, and I won't care what you call this. Shields nodded at the handkerchief. We're out of the city limits, she said. Put on the blindfold. He complied and leaned back against the headrest. This is such a beautiful drive. I hate that I'm missing it. It's for your own good. Not seeing where I'm going is for my own good? Some might say this is a little out of the ordinary. If you saw it, you'd have to kill me, right? He blurted out, finishing her statement. Your wisdom will serve you well when you're being questioned. Just remember that, and you'll be fine. Who's going to question me? You'll meet him soon enough. They drove along for a couple hours in silence before she slowed down and turned off the highway and onto a gravel road, complete with several washboard sections. How are your teeth holding up? She asked as her SUV rattled with each bump. This is the first time in my life when I wish I had dentures. That good, huh? She asked with a smile. She turned and twisted with the road for another 10 minutes before finally coming to a halt. Hold your hands out, she said. Is this really necessary? Riley asked. If it wasn't, I wouldn't ask, she said, before securing his wrists with a zip tie. She hustled around to the other side of the car and opened his door. He complied with her nudges while guiding him through the front door. Once inside, she removed his blindfold. Major Riley. Please, have a seat, J.D. Blunt said. Riley settled onto the leather couch and ran his hand across the contours of one of the arms. Luxurious digs you have here. Shields nodded at Black before easing into the corner to watch Blunt's legendary interrogation tactics. I'm sure you understand that we didn't bring you here to discuss furniture, Major Riley, Blunt said. Then quit beating around the bush, Riley said. I'm only here because I was promised that you might be able to help me regain custody of my daughter. Yes, full custody, Blunt said. But you're going to need to do everything we ask of you. I'll need it in writing, along with full immunity for everything I've done and everything I'll have to do, Riley said. Blunt sat down and nudged a file folder across the coffee table toward Riley. Already done. Riley picked up the documents and perused them for a moment. He shrugged and then signed at the end. When he finished, Blunt collected the papers and handed them to Black. Make sure those are all in order. After about a minute, Black nodded knowingly at Blunt. "All right, Major Riley," Blunt said. "It's time to start talking. You can start off by telling us how you became the ghost." Riley cocked his head and furrowed his brow. "The ghost? Is that what you people call me?" Blunt shrugged. "Originality isn't always the intelligence community's strong suit." Riley chuckled. "I never considered myself a ghost, especially now. It's hard to see a ghost, but here I am." "We know there are more than one of you," Shields said as she stepped forward. "Yes, I'm a member of a network, which I'm assuming you already know all about," Riley said. "Tell us more about it," Blunt said. "Who's behind it?" "I don't know." Blunt narrowed his eyes before grabbing the file and holding it up. "This is only subject to you telling us everything we want to know. And I mean everything." Riley drew back. "I swear, I don't know who runs this organization. I had a buddy from the Rangers approach me when he heard I needed some cash to hire a big law firm to get my daughter back. That's all." "Who's your buddy?" Blunt asked. "Lance Orm. But he's dead now. Died in a freak automobile accident a few months ago." Blunt slapped the folder down on the coffee table. "How do they contact you to let you know about your targets?" "It's not really targets, per se. They contact me about a mission. They call them expeditions." "And how does that work?" Riley bit his lip and shook his head subtly. "Look, I know you want to take these guys down, but I gotta warn you that they're dangerous. Very dangerous." Blunt didn't flinch. "How does it work?" "It's real simple. I got a key delivered via express mail for a locker at some place in the city. I go there and get instructions on what to do. I've stipulated that all my assignments are to take place overseas, but I recently had an assignment locally." Blunt grunted. "Locally? Okay, well, since we're being open here, I'm assuming you know that was me at your house, Senator." "You wouldn't likely be here otherwise," Blunt said. "You screwed up. Didn't expect a sharpshooter to spray your DNA all over the wall, did you?" "If they were that sharp, they wouldn't have missed," Riley said. Shields bristled at the comment. "If I wanted you dead, you'd be dead." "Oh, so it was you?" Riley asked. "My chauffeur? If I would have known that." "I wouldn't try to puff your chest out if I were you," Blunt said, wagging his finger at Riley. "Now, what else can you tell us?" "Once I get the expedition instructions, I travel somewhere, and when I reach the destination airport, I get all the details on the target." "And how many of you are there?" Blunt asked. "Honestly, I couldn't tell you. Like I said, I don't even know who's in charge of this thing." Blunt stood and started to pace around the room. "Do you have any current assignments?" Riley shook his head. "The last one I had was you. A quick local one-off job, according to the note I received." "Do you have a way of contacting your handler?" Blunt asked. "Only in an emergency." Blunt pulled a cigar out of his pocket and snipped off the end. "Well, consider yourself in an emergency." Chapter 26. Washington, D.C. Black wheeled the surveillance van around the corner of 16th Avenue and Euclid Street, due north from the White House. Meridian Hill Park wasn't one of Washington's more popular tourist attractions, but it had a storied history and offered dramatic views of the city. And due to all the nooks and crannies surrounding the garden architecture, there were a plethora of spots to pass information in public without drawing any scrutiny. "Go initiate contact," Blunt said. "Just don't get cute. There are other agents on the scene." Black patted Riley on the back. "He'll be fine." Riley slid open the door of the van and ventured into the park. Using a pair of binoculars, Black followed Riley's path, noting that he sat down on a bench in the southeast corner of Meridian Hill. "Seriously?" Shields blurted out. "What are you seeing that I'm not?" Black asked. "A white chalk mark on the bench?" she said. "Doesn't anybody get creative anymore? Riley opened up a copy of the Washington Post and appeared to read it for a few minutes, before folding it up and then walking away. "Now the real fun begins," Shields said.
"You call stakeouts fun?" Blunt asked, as they watched Riley head toward the van. "This is what I consider torture. I'd tell you anything you wanted to know, rather than be subjected to a stakeout."
"That's because you don't know how to make a game of it," she said. "You get points for things that happen on your watch. Mega bonus points if you witness a crime or see a couple sneaking off having an affair."
Blunt shrugged. "Perhaps I don't appreciate the subtle art of voyeurism like you do, and I intend to keep it that way."
"I prefer to keep it old school," Black said. "Cup of bitter coffee from the diner around the corner, Philly cheesesteak from the street vendor a block away, the Bee Gees' Saturday Night Fever motion picture soundtrack playing on the radio."
"You had me up until the Bee Gees," Blunt said. "I always hated that disco crap. It's like rap music. Any no-talent hack can do it."
"Come on," Black said. "You can't say the Bee Gees didn't have talent." Blunt's eyebrows shot upward.
"I believe I just did. Give me the smooth baritone voice of Johnny Cash any day of the week over some scraggly ragamuffin who sounds like someone has his underwear lodged in a most uncomfortable position."
Black chuckled as he opened the door for Riley.
"Did I miss something?" Riley asked.
"Just an honest assessment of the Bee Gees from our resident music critic."
"I hate the Bee Gees," Riley said. "Better watch out, Black," Blunt said. "This guy here might take your job."
"So now what?" Black asked. Riley placed the newspaper on the console.
"Now, we wait."
"Wait for what?" Blunt asked.
"If someone from Leviathan wants to engage with me, they will make a mark on the bench by noon the following day. And then the day after that, I'll go to a prescribed location by noon, dependent on the color of the chalk." "So nothing for you to do the rest of today," Blunt said. "Let's go and leave these two to do the real work."
Black escorted Blunt and Riley over to an SUV driven by Brady Hawk, another Firestorm agent who was between assignments and had volunteered to assist on the operation. Once everyone was seated, Black handed Riley a blindfold and told him to put it on. "While you're driving them back to the safe house, don't dare play any disco, unless you want to make Blunt grumpy," Black said.
"Don't worry about that in this car," Hawk said. "If we do any 70s music, it's classic rock all the way. A little Bob Seger, Lynyrd Skynyrd, Led Zeppelin. I've got a playlist queued up and ready to go whenever the mood strikes."
"The mood is striking me now," Blunt said. "All I hear is that falsetto screeching in my head right now."
"Roger that," Hawk said.
Black closed the door and slapped the side a couple of times before watching the vehicle pull into traffic. He returned to the van and started the stakeout. "Who peed in Blunt's cereal this morning?" Shields asked. "I don't know, but at least we can conduct our stakeout the way we want," Black said. She pulled out her camera and zoomed in on the location. "What do you see?" he asked. "Nothing yet," she said. "Maybe you should get me one of those crappy cups of coffee, since we're going to be here a while." As each passerby walked, jogged, or ran near the bench, Shields captured their face using her zoom lens. Then she used facial recognition software to identify the individuals in the FBI's database. Every name was then passed along to Mallory Kaufman, who agreed to help monitor phone calls of the potential suspects until midnight. Each person seemed rather benign. When they finished, Black shook his head and smiled. "What's got you over there grinning like a possum eating a sweet potato?" she asked. "A what?" "Never mind. I was just thinking about the fact that we probably discovered the largest concentration of saints in the city," he said. "Everyone who's walked by that bench so far belongs to the biggest collection of people who have never as much as pondered breaking the law. I don't even think anybody had as much as a parking ticket." "You're right," she said. "We caught a librarian, a hairstylist, a dog walker, a kindergarten teacher, a museum curator, and a traffic cop. And not a single one of them jumps out to me as someone who might be filling up his or her coffers from a secret group of assassins." By midnight, they were on their way home when Kaufman's number popped up on Shields' cell phone. "I'm putting you on speaker," she said. "I've got Agent Black with me." "Great," because you'll both want to hear this," Kaufman said. "I didn't think we were going to get anything, but about a half hour ago, Will Paxton made a strange call to a burner phone. The only thing he said was, 'The litter box needs to be changed,' and then hung up. I'm sending you his address." "I appreciate your help on this one," Shields said. "It's always good to have a friend at the NSA." Shields ended the call and then glanced at Black. "Will Paxton. Which one was he?" "The dog walker." "If I had to bet, I was going to put my money on the librarian." "Really? Librarians truly are saints." Shields shrugged. "We'll corner him in the morning and hope that leads somewhere." Black and Shields were standing on the sidewalk outside Will Paxton's apartment when he emerged just after 8:30 a.m. He was arranging a handful of leashes and didn't see the two agents. "Got a busy morning?" Black asked. Paxton looked up for the first time since he had exited his building. "Little guys need their exercise." He returned to his sorting and then walked with his head down, unaware that the two strangers hadn't moved. Paxton bumped into Black and bounced backward. "Excuse me," Paxton said. "I'm sorry, I didn't know you were still standing there." "We need to talk, Will," Black said. Paxton furrowed his brow. "How do you take care of cats?" Shields asked. "What?" Paxton asked. "Simple question, Will. Do you walk cats?" Paxton scrunched up his nose and drew back. "Cats? Have you ever seen a cat walker?" "No, but I've only seen dog walkers in commercials," Black said. "That's the only way I know that's a thing." "You need to get out more," Paxton said. "So, I'm confused. Do you need someone to take care of your cats?" Black grunted and shook his head. "I'm a dog person." "Then why are you two asking me about this?" "The litter box needs to be changed," Black said. Paxton dropped his handful of dog leashes and took off running. He darted out to a sizable lead with his surprise dash. But it only took about 50 meters for Black to catch Paxton and wrestle him to the ground. "I see you want to do this the hard way," Black said, as he jerked Paxton to his feet. "Look, I don't know what you're talking about," Paxton said, raising his hands in surrender. "You didn't make a phone call to a random number last night, and the entire conversation consisted of 'the litter box needs to be changed'?" Black asked. "No, man. I'm totally clueless what this is all about." "Think again," Shields said. "If you like, I'll play back the recording we have of you saying it." Paxton exhaled and looked skyward. "I don't know who you are, and I don't have to tell you anything." Black eased open the right flap of his jacket, revealing his gun. "Don't make this more difficult than it has to be." "Who are you people?" Paxton asked. "You're not in trouble," Shields said. "At least, not yet, anyway. We just need to know about the person you called last night." "I already told you that I don't know anything." "Last chance," Black said. "If you don't tell me what I need to know, you're going to take a little trip with us. I'm sure your clients won't appreciate you leaving their dogs unwalked for the next couple of days. If you can find them." "I've got GPS trackers on all their collars," Paxton said. "Now, can you tell me what the hell is going on here? Are you guys with the government?" "We ask the questions here, Will," Shields said. Paxton sighed. "So, it's like this. A couple of years ago, this guy approached me and asked me if I'd like to make a little extra income. I told him I'd do it as long as it wasn't illegal. He assured me it wasn't, but said it had to do with national security." "And you believed him?" Shields asked. "He had an FBI badge. I didn't want to look a gift horse in the mouth, you know." "Continue," Black said. Paxton shrugged. "That's about the extent of it. He asked me to cruise through Meridian Hill Park every day and check a bench to see if there was a chalk mark on it. If there isn't anything, I do nothing. But if there is, I make a phone call to a number and say the line about the litter box. That's it." "Do you remember what this person looked like?" "Older guy. Bald. Real direct. Kind of like that guy from the TV show Lost." "Terry Quinn?" Shields asked. "I love that show." "I don't know the actor's name, but that's who he reminded me of." "Have you ever seen him again?" Black asked. "Nope, just that one time." "And the money is still there every month?" Shields asked. Every month, without fail. And that's it? Black asked. Paxton nodded. That's it. All right. Don't say a word about this to anyone, Black said. Just keep doing what you're doing. You're not in trouble. However, if you tell, you will be. And I can promise you that it'd be a decision you'd regret for the rest of your short life. Okay, man, I get it. Mum's the word. Black patted Paxton on the shoulder. Keep this secret like your life depends on it. Because it does. Black and Shields watched Paxton hustle down the sidewalk, pulling out his phone to search for the dogs that had scattered. What do you think of that? Shields asked. Some guy contacted him who's bald and looks like Terry Quinn. That's like half of all the retired Army officers. Yeah. This isn't going anywhere, is it? Not if he values his life. So yeah, pretty much a dead end. Chapter 27. Blunt groaned as he shuffled down the hall to get a cup of coffee. He'd barely been able to sleep, spending another night on the couch in his office. Though he paid top dollar for his home security system, apparently it was no match for a trained government operative. And while he preferred to rest in his own bed, he needed some peace of mind at night until the matter of the Army Ranger deaths was resolved. Despite the headway the firestorm team had made, Blunt couldn't shake the feeling that everything that happened over the past week, the murders in the Middle East, the kidnapping of the Kuwaiti emir, his encounter with some ex-military soldiers along the Colorado backroads, signaled that they were just scratching the surface of something much bigger. What, exactly, he didn't know. But there was more to unearth, more to investigate. When Black and Shields returned from their confrontation with Will Paxton, they all felt as if they'd run into a roadblock. Eddie Riley had been somewhat helpful, but there were obviously more powerful people pulling the strings. And that's who Blunt knew they needed to discover the identities of and put pressure on if they were going to successfully expose the nefarious organization. Blunt gathered everyone in the conference room for a brainstorming session. Now that we're back to square one, Shields began, we need to start asking different questions if we're going to connect the dots here. We're still not sure how the dead Rangers and the discovery of Leviathan's assassins network is all connected, Black said. Not yet. But I think it's pretty damn coincidental that these people I'm looking into are the ones who orchestrated Al-Sabah's abduction, Blunt said. And then they showed up at your house, Shields said. Thank God you did too, he said. So, follow the money, right? Black asked. The problem is, we don't have much of a money trail yet to look into, Shields said. Blunt shrugged. Maybe not obvious just yet. But I think one thing we can look at would be who possibly benefited from everything that happened with Al-Sabah. Well, nobody, Shields said. I think it was a smokescreen to do something else. What? I don't know. Blunt wagged his finger at her. Not so fast. Someone always benefits. Especially on Wall Street. Are you suggesting this was all to manipulate the market? She asked. Perhaps. I'm just saying we need to look into it. So why don't you start there, Shields? Anything else? Black asked. You see if the FBI has any more information on the emir's kidnapping that they haven't told us, Blunt said. There may not be any more to it, but it's worth a shot. On it, Black said as he stood. He exited the room, with Shields right behind him. Blunt finished his coffee while he perused the money section of the newspaper. His eyes widened as he read an article that arrested his attention. Would you look at this? An hour later, Shields handed Blunt a report that she'd cobbled together on the biggest winners and losers from the recent market fluctuation. Emerging from the chaos with a massive profit was the Ackerman Fund. While it's possible fund manager Randall Ackerman got lucky, Blunt didn't buy it. But he needed proof. He picked up his phone and dialed CIA Deputy Director Robert Besserman's number. Bobby, I was wondering if you wouldn't mind looking into something for me. Besserman sighed. You know I'm always getting into trouble with you when it comes to your favors. No, you're not getting in trouble, Blunt said. You're getting to the bottom of things. Uncovering the truth. You know the truth always creates problems, Besserman said with a chuckle. I'm well aware, but that's not going to stop me. Of course, Besserman said. What do you need from me? We've hit a roadblock on our end, and we're trying to dig in and find out who else might have benefited from the Emir's kidnapping, Blunt said. And seeing how the market went on a roller coaster ride, we noticed a few funds made a small fortune. One in particular. And we're hoping you can help us look more into this. We want to know when the trades were placed and who placed them. Which one is jumping out at you? The Ackerman Fund, Blunt said. All right, I'll get someone on this right away and get back to you. An hour later, Besserman texted Blunt, notifying him that the information he requested had been emailed over. Blunt's mouth fell agape as he scanned the report. Blunt picked up his phone and dialed Shields' number. Start digging on Randall Ackerman. What did Besserman say? In the document he sent over detailing Ackerman's trades, it was obvious that they had some advanced knowledge of the situation. They bought a ton of oil shares a couple days before the attack. Then when the Emir was abducted, the shares shot up 12% overnight. 12%? That's nearly unheard of. Yeah. And when you buy $2.5 billion worth, that's the payout of a lifetime. But that's not all. He did more? He sold it the next morning, before the news broke that Al-Sabah was safe and unharmed. Then oil dropped to a lower level than its high before the turmoil started. Well, that's interesting, Shields said. Why? What have you found? I didn't wait around for you to tell me to dig into Ackerman. That's what I've been doing for the past hour. And? He's clean as a whistle. The guy has 2 speeding tickets to his name in the past 20 years. He's never been investigated for fraud or anything by the Securities Exchange Commission. On top of that, he's even won awards for his philanthropy. Blunt sighed. So we're barking up the wrong tree again? More like the wrong branch. What do you mean? Ackerman has a stellar reputation, but I was able to get a client list. How? Irrelevant. The fact is, I have one. And there's a name on here that I think you might be interested in. The name of a man who stood to profit not only from Ackerman, but also from 8 other companies that were lower-tier investment firms that would be easily overlooked. How much did he make? Well over $100 million. Blunt grunted. Who is it? I thought you'd never ask. Blunt's phone rang, and he held up his finger. Hold that thought. Let me get this. He answered the call and furrowed his brow as the man on the other end of the line introduced himself as FBI Special Agent Zach Wesley from New York. What's this call about? Blunt asked. We've been working on getting a location for that phone call made by Will Paxton. How did you... This is an interagency project, and we were looped in on it. And speaking of which, we're looping you in now that we're planning a SWAT operation tomorrow at the home of the man who received that call, and we were hoping that Agent Black might be interested in joining us. I'll have him at your offices first thing in the morning. Blunt hung up and shook his head. This thing has more moving parts than a moonshine operation in the 50s. What happened? The FBI located the man your dog walker called and wants Black in on their SWAT operation tomorrow night. Now, I'm sorry, you were about to tell me who benefited from this massive market swing. She glanced down at her notes. You're never going to believe this. Chapter 28. New York, New York. Black jostled side to side in the SWAT van, bumping in concert with the New York City potholes. He slammed into the adjacent man outfitted in his riot gear and wearing a wry smile. He went by the nickname Rip. You really think there's going to be a shootout tonight? Black asked. I've been around enough to know that you never really know what to expect. But it's always better to be over-prepared than under, Rip said. Black nodded. That's sage advice. And appropriate, given the target. Black wasn't sure which way the operation was going to go, but he knew the odds seemed to weigh heavily in favor of a shootout, quite possibly ending in the death of the target, as well as an FBI agent or 2. Or 6. Kevin Reed owned a sterling reputation for his sniper skills in the Army. In one battle, he recorded 27 kills,
picking off insurgents one by one and saving the life of everyone in an entire troop. If there was one man it would be a mistake to underestimate in a gunfight, Reed was him. But the fact that Reed remained a free man after what he did was just as puzzling as the fact that he snapped one day and laid waste to an entire village. 35 people wound up dead, and not a single weapon was found on them. Reed was arraigned, charged with murder. The court-martial trial was highlighted by the media for the supposed injustice that occurred when Reed was freed, his record expunged. The only stipulation in the sentence handed down was that he be discharged dishonorably. Reed claimed that the villagers were hostile and initiated engagement by firing at his position. He explained the lack of weapons due to the fact that someone must have avoided getting shot and scooped up all the weapons before the U.S. troops rolled in to investigate the situation. Through it all, Reed maintained his innocence, the outcome of his trial morphing into a political football carried by the country's two parties. As expected, Reed was painted as a patriot by one group and a murderous villain by the other. Black figured the truth was somewhere in the middle. However, the fact that Reed was attached to this circle of assassins made Black strongly consider that maybe the Ranger wasn't nearly as innocent as he proclaimed. Or maybe someone had framed Reed. Regardless of what happened before, Black wasn't sure any of it had bearing on the present. A dishonorable discharge from the military may have been the spark that sent a fragile sniper with PTSD over the edge. Yet in the end, Reed chose his own path. Nobody forced him to work for Leviathan, at least not that Black knew of. That's why Black decided he would make a terrible judge. As an agent for Firestorm, his job was to carry out operations that protected the safety of Americans and protected the interests of his country. He'd long since yielded swinging his own gavel for every hostile he was directed to eliminate. It was better this way. Cleaner. Simple. Straightforward. Black and the rest of the SWAT team members jerked back and forth as the van came to a halt. Moments later, the field agent and leader of the operation, Marshal Dixon, flung open the doors and beckoned everyone to come out. Black fell in line, only to feel a firm hand to his chest after he jumped onto the ground. "Not you, Agent Black," Dixon said. Black stepped back. "I can help with this guy." "I'm sure you can, and that's why I want you out here for when we bring him down." Black shook his head and pursed his lips. "You could have told me this earlier. I didn't come all the way up here to New York to be a spectator." "This isn't a debate, but you're free to leave at any time. I just thought since you were a part of this interagency case, you might be interested in helping us see it through to the end. Maybe I was wrong." "I'll stay, but only to prove you wrong." "Whatever it takes to keep you here, right?" Dixon said, huffing a laugh through his nose. Black sneered at Dixon before he hustled off to get the rest of the team organized for the operation. A woman sauntered up next to Black and handed him a cup of coffee. He glanced at the FBI credentials hanging around her neck. "Agent Hudson," she said. "You must be the infamous Titus Black." "What gave it away?" he asked. "The fact that I'm not in riot gear like the rest of the team? Or the fact that I'm sidelined while they run headlong into danger?" "Probably a combination of the two," she said. "And I've never seen you before. I'm no Einstein, but I started to put two and two together." "Thanks for the coffee," Black said, as he handed it back to her. "But you're going to need to hold this while I run up there." She chuckled. "What's so funny? You think you're going to get a chance to speak with him?" Black shrugged. "I don't know, but I guess I was hoping to. That team is loaded for bear. They're not about to let you go into that building and chat up the target. They won't be satisfied until they have a dead body to take back to headquarters." "We'll see about that," Black said, before breaking into a dead sprint. He slipped inside the door and up the stairwell, following the rest of the team. Rip was bringing up the rear and shot a glance over his shoulder when he heard more footsteps. "What the hell are you doing here?" Rip asked Black. "I'm trying to help. I think Dixon made it clear that you're going to be more of a liability here. Go back down and wait by the van." Black nodded and acted as if he was turning around, before storming up the steps and trying to insert himself in the operation. "Get this clown out of here," Dixon said.
A pair of SWAT team members grabbed Black's arms and shoved him down the stairs. When he reached the landing, he hesitated for only a second before making another attempt at ascending again. Yet Rip connected with Black's jaw, hitting him squarely and sending him staggering down the steps. "Don't even think about it," Rip said as he watched Black grab the railing for support. Black rocked back and forth on his heels before launching another attempt. But before he reached Rip, an explosion rocked the building. The SWAT team scattered, sprinting down the stairwell to ground level. Black beat them all to the street, where Agent Hudson remained calm amidst the flurry of activity. "Let me guess. Dixon botched the operation again?" she asked. Black shrugged. "I'm not sure what happened exactly. All I know is that one minute I was trying to get into the apartment, and the next I'm racing from it as fast as I can." He looked skyward and watched some of the debris drift down. After a few minutes, several agents, including Rip, rushed toward the apartment to search for Reed. When they returned, Black cornered Rip. "Where's Reed?" "We'll find him," Rip said. "He couldn't have gone very far. We had agents stationed on every block within a 2-mile radius." "Are you sure he isn't dead?" Black asked. Rip nodded. "The apartment was booby-trapped. 2 of our guys are down." "You really think Reed is anywhere near here?" "He's a sick psychopath who would want to be around to see his work," Rip said. "And when he does, you can start getting answers out of him." Black shook his head. "He's long gone, amigo. And I doubt you have any chance of capturing him." "But you will question him when I bring him back?" Rip said, his eyes narrowing. "If you find him, I will," Black said. "Otherwise, I've got plenty of other issues demanding my attention." Chapter 29. Blunt lumbered to the conference room as he gnawed on an unlit cigar. He sat down and rubbed his face with his hands before leaning back in his chair. Moments later, Shields, armed with a stack of papers, joined him. "Why couldn't we do this in my office?" Blunt asked. "Dramatic effect," she said with a wry smile. "Seriously, I have plenty of slides to show you." Shields dropped the documents on the table and handed half of them to Blunt. "What are we looking at here?" he asked. "Financial records of former Navy Commander Brad Longmire." "And why are we doing this?" "He's the guy who had investments at every single one of those companies that minted a small fortune off al-Sabah's kidnapping." Blunt scanned the report Shields had cobbled together. It detailed his time in the military and how he retired early when passed over for a promotion. "Okay, so aside from making a ton of money in a couple of days, how are you connecting the dots between Longmire and the fiasco with al-Sabah?" "Longmire moved to Europe about 5 years ago and has been an outspoken critic of the U.S. military on social media." "So? Who doesn't criticize our military on social media platforms these days?" Blunt asked. "Hell, our own members of Congress like to take partisan potshots at the military." "I culled some of Longmire's more recent postings," Shields said. "He's become more and more outspoken in his opposition, moving from making passive objections to violent threats. Now, to my knowledge, nobody has investigated them as credible, likely because he's viewed as little more than a disgruntled employee. But Longmire's men were fiercely loyal to him, several of them abruptly exiting the military after the commander was dismissed." "I'm still not convinced he was behind all this." "Longmire has made quite a fortune since moving to Europe, according to financial filings. He runs an import-export business and handles high-value items. He would have the means to pull off an operation like abducting al-Sabah, and the connections to assemble a team." "But we know for a fact that Rangers were involved in this. Longmire was Navy." "Yes, but he was stationed in Pensacola for a while. That's the great melting pot for the military. All branches have some sort of presence there, and Longmire was one of the higher-ups at the Navy base during his stint there. He would have crossed paths with guys from every branch, and given his popularity among his men, I don't think this is out of the realm of possibility." Blunt scowled. "What you're saying is that you don't have any other theories?" "Everything is pointing to Longmire." Blunt shrugged. "That's how you see it. I'm still wondering why he would need a large infusion of cash like that all of a sudden." "That's a good question, I hacked into his financial records, and he's not spending like someone who has suddenly decided they want to live high on the hog. I would consider his spending habits to be quite average by any standard.
So, what do you think he's doing with it?
I don't know yet, but I have a hunch he's up to something more than just amassing a fortune for fun.
Blunt's phone buzzed with a call from Besserman.
What's the good news? Blunt asked.
I'm afraid I only have bad news to report, Besserman said. A Russian nuclear sub that was trolling dangerously close to the U.S. disappeared off the radar.
And?
Even Moscow is in a panic about this.
What do you mean?
They are acting like they didn't have anything to do with it? Even more curious, Besserman said. They've solicited our help in locating and destroying it.
Destroying it?
Yes. They believe the sub-commander is acting on his own based on some intelligence they have, which they haven't shared with us yet.
And you don't think this is some kind of ploy?
It'd be a dangerous one, but based on everything we're hearing from our well-placed sources over there, this is not a ruse. Moscow is possibly even more panicked than Washington is right now.
And why are you telling me this?
I'm putting together a black ops team to deal with the threat once we find it. And you have someone uniquely skilled for the job.
All right, Blunt said. I'll let him know.
In the meantime, did those financial records help you figure out who is behind Al-Sabah's kidnapping?
We only have theories at the moment, but they're rapidly developing. I'll keep you up to date when we have something more concrete.
Blunt hung up and sighed. Then he had a thought that lit up his eyes.
Tell me more about Longmire, he said.
Chapter 30. President Conrad Michaels read over his notes again, checking for any word combinations that might make him stumble or pronunciations that were challenging. He hated getting mocked by late-night television comedians and didn't want to give them any easy material. While many pundits credited Michaels' victory in the recent general election to his speech-making prowess, he hated public speaking. His real strength as commander-in-chief was how he diplomatically handled both his foes and friends. The gala tonight epitomized his ability to strike a tone that resonated with both sides of Washington's contentious political aisle. Both Democrats and Republicans alike would be gathered to raise money for a private program that helped rehabilitate the homeless. A knock at his door interrupted his concentration before an aide stuck his head inside the room. "Are you ready, Mr. President?"
"Almost."
"You're scheduled to be on in 2 minutes." Michaels nodded.
"I'll be ready then."
He coughed a couple times before clearing his throat. He glanced over the speech once more before taking a deep breath and opening the door. In the hallway, his team of assistants fussed over him. One of the aides from his campaign rushed over and straightened his tie.
"The next election cycle is fast approaching, and we can't have any sloppy appearances," the man said.
Michaels put his hand up.
"Whatever you need to do to make me look dashing for the public."
Another one of his aides spoke up.
"Sir?"
"Yes?"
"Are you sure you still want to do this? I mean, there's still time to tell the event organizers that you fell ill."
Michaels furrowed his brow.
"I'm fine. It's just a cold."
The aide, shaking his head to Michaels' left, sighed.
"What is it, Jeffrey?" Michaels asked.
"This is why you need to be using your hand sanitizer immediately before and after these events. Everyone wants to touch the president, and then they pass on their sickness to you."
"I'm fine. It comes with the territory."
The woman managing the stage activities welcomed Michaels and briefed him on what was about to happen. Michaels nodded and looked down at his papers. A few moments later, the MC announced the president and invited him on stage. Michaels strode out, waving to a crowd that hadn't waited more than a second to give him a standing ovation.
Sit down, Michaels said, gesturing for everyone to have a seat. "I haven't cured cancer or anything like that."
The crowd ignored his pleas, only escalating its thunderous applause.
All right. That's enough. You guys knock it off. We're all here for a good cause tonight, right?"
Many in the audience shouted out various replies, all in agreement. After a few more seconds, the clapping subsided, and everyone sat back down.
"Wow," Michael said. "You really know how to make someone feel welcome. Which I guess would make sense since you're all here tonight to raise money for an incredible charity that wants to help the homeless in our communities get back on their feet." More applause. Michaels finished his speech by announcing that he would be donating $1 million personally that night, and challenged others in the audience to do so as well. When he was finished, event organizers ushered Michaels, flanked by Secret Service members, over to a receiving line. One of the women leaned in close and spoke in a hushed tone. "These people all donated $10,000 or more just to get a minute to speak with you, along with a picture. Is that still okay with you?" Michaels nodded. "That's fine. But I would ask that people avoid trying to shake my hand. I'm battling a little bit of a cold and don't want to pass it along to anyone." "Of course." Once Michaels was in place and the line had formed, the woman informed the crowd about the ban on shaking the president's hand. The grip and grin session was scheduled to last 30 minutes, as only the first 30 people who made the requested donation were admitted into the queue. When Michaels reached the last donor, the man went to shake Michaels' hand. "I'm sorry, but I'm not feeling well," Michaels said, as he withdrew. The man didn't relent. "I'm Private First Class Henry Reynolds, and I've waited my entire life to shake the hand of the President of these great United States of America. And I doubt I'll ever get this close again. Please, Mr. President." Michaels shrugged. "Well, all right. I guess I can make an exception for you." They both turned toward the photographer and smiled as he snapped a photo. However, when Michaels attempted to pull his hand away, he felt a piece of paper. "Don't read that now," the man said, "but please check it out the moment you step out of the room. It's important." Michaels nodded and thanked the man for his service. Once he was out of sight, Michaels hustled out the back with his security team. They reached the service entrance and helped him into the limo before heading to the White House. "Great job out there tonight," one of his aides said. "You really connected with that crowd, which was distinctly bipartisan. America doesn't see many scenes like that in the political realm anymore." "Hopefully that will continue to change," Michaels said. He closed his eyes and leaned back, his duties done for the day. He just wanted a shot of bourbon to take the edge off. As he leaned forward in his seat, he heard the piece of paper crinkle in his pocket. He dug his hand inside and fished out the note. "I'd almost forgotten." Michaels unfolded the message and read the note to himself. "You have a nuclear missile pointed at Washington. If Zachary Olsen is not released from military prison in 24 hours and delivered to the Cape Verde airport at Hangar 13, I will give the order to fire." Michaels snatched the limo's phone off the hook and dialed his security advisor's number. Catherine Way answered the phone. "Good evening, Mr. President. Is there something I can help you with?" "I need to reach someone at the CIA," he said. "We're under a direct threat right now." "Of course," she said. "I'll connect you with someone over there." He seethed, mulling all the possibilities of who might be behind this crisis in the making. While he continued to wait, he asked one of his assistants to call the event organizers and request a photo of the last person he chatted with in the receiving line. Eventually, Catherine returned, her airy voice betraying the tension he felt in the moment. "I've got CIA Deputy Director Robert Besserman on the line for you, sir. Do you want me to stay on the call with you?" "That's fine," he said. "Patch me through." "Mr. President," Besserman said, "it's an honor to speak with you this evening. However, I understand there's something urgent you need the agency's help with. So let's cut straight to the chase. What do you need?" "Who the hell is Zachary Olsen? And why is some terrorist group demanding I release him immediately?"
Chapter 31. CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia. Blunt presented his credentials to the guard at the post outside the gate and waited to be waved inside. Once Blunt was permitted to proceed, he pulled into the parking garage and found a space near the stairs. The lot was rather desolate at 10 p.m., but based on the line of cars pouring into the facility, Blunt figured there must have been a sizable number of agents called in to handle the growing emergency. He hustled up the steps with a cigar hanging out of his mouth.
Once inside, he scanned his contractor pass. The guard sitting nearby shouted at Blunt to stop. "Sir, I'm afraid there's no smoking in the building," the man said. "Don't worry," Blunt said as he spun around and walked away. "I don't even own a lighter." Blunt took the elevator up to Besserman's office, which was crowded with several officials from the Pentagon, as well as agents and other low-level directors. "Gentlemen," Blunt said, nodding toward everyone. "JD, thank you for making it down here so quickly on such short notice," Besserman said. "This isn't the kind of thing that can wait," Blunt said. Besserman continued the meeting by discussing how they were going to handle the armed sub once it was found. They debated whether to annihilate it, sink it, or tow it back to harbor and do a little reconnaissance work on the Russian vessel. The Navy representative was adamant about using the operation as an opportunity to delve into the Russian technology and compare it to the U.S. Navy's. While that sounded appealing, Besserman spoke as the voice of reason. "This is an operation based on goodwill, something we don't often get with the Russians," Besserman said. "Given that our technology has maintained a healthy advantage over the past 3 decades, I think it'd be foolish to risk discovering what we already know, just because we can. The great downside is action like that would negate any bridge building that could happen here." Oliver Russell, the Secretary of Homeland Security, objected. "Would the Russians do the same if the shoe were on the other foot?" Blunt shook his head. "Apples to oranges comparison. If they had great technology, you bet your ass we'd be tearing the sub apart. But that's not the case now. We should act out of a position of strength and not abuse our power. Just because you can doesn't mean you should." Besserman slapped the table. "Okay, glad that's settled." They moved on to discussing how they were going to handle the sub. After a rigorous debate, the group gathered opted to sink the sub and then let the Russians know where it was to tow it back to port. They decided that was the best solution for handling all the dead bodies, while also assuring the Russians that the U.S. didn't use the incident as an invitation to spy on their subs. They started to plot out what the mission would look like. A cast of superlative Navy SEALs had already been assembled, both active duty and retired, including Brady Hawk from the Firestorm team. The unusual melding was required given the large number of operatives required to sink the vessel before it could fire a nuclear warhead at Washington. As they were wrapping up, one of Besserman's assistants interrupted the meeting with a knock on the door. Besserman excused himself and returned a couple of minutes later. "What's happening?" one of the men asked. "I just got the official word from the White House that the president isn't going to acquiesce to the terrorist demands." "Meaning?" another asked. "We have less than 24 hours to find that sub," Besserman said. "That won't be a problem," Russell said. "I just received word that the sub has been located and is lurking just beyond our boundary in the Atlantic and international waters." Blunt nodded. "Looks like this is it, then." Besserman dismissed the group before grabbing Blunt by the arm and asking him to remain behind. "What is it, Bobby?" Blunt asked. Besserman closed the door. "Where are we with Commander Longmire?" "We just started our search for him." "Do whatever you can to put all your resources into finding him." Blunt nodded. "Of course. But if we sink this sub, we'll neutralize the threat. I mean, for all we know, he's on that ship." "I'm not so sure about that." "Even if he's not, it's not like he has unlimited funds to continue to rain down terroristic threats on us." "Well, he's got something intangible, the kind that's difficult to gauge and even tougher to combat." "And what's that?" Blunt asked. "Loyalty. I read up on his file. His men had a strong affinity for him, even after the Navy dismissed him for insubordination." "Insubordination? What did he do?" "I'm trying to find out. It's classified, and I haven't been able to get anyone to lift the restrictions on it." "Classified even for you?" Besserman nodded. "You'd think I'd be able to get access to all his personnel files, but that's not the case. He either has some very powerful allies in Washington, or has some dirt on the people who make those decisions. Either way, until we learn more, I think we need to turn over every rock to look for this guy. Something in my gut tells me that he's not done yet." "Your gut?" "Look, Longmire was a fantastic commander, and one of his strengths in battle was his ability to distract the enemy in order to move in for the strike. So, you think this sub in the Atlantic is a distraction? Maybe, maybe not. He's a wild card. But don't think this thing is over by any stretch of the imagination.
Blunt nodded. I'll keep pushing my team and give you updates as I get them.
Besserman thanked Blunt before he hustled to his car. Once there, he called Shields. "Any news?" she asked after she answered the phone.
The president isn't going to negotiate, but we located the rogue Russian sub, Blunt said. We're sending a team into the Atlantic tonight to sink it.
Anything else?
Besserman is concerned that this is all a giant smokescreen, so keep searching for Longmire.
We're on it, but nothing is ringing any bells at the moment.
Just keep looking, Blunt said. This city, and the lives of everyone in it, may depend upon it.
Chapter 32. 38 degrees, 45.9 seconds north. 73 degrees, 18 minutes, 25.3 seconds west. International waters. Brady Hawk eased into the icy Atlantic Ocean and then used his underwater propulsion vehicle to dive deep beneath the surface. A team of 24 men joined him on the mission. Hawk thought it was overkill, but the mission commander wanted each operative to set exactly one charge before returning immediately to their vessel. Using a shrimp trawler, the captain navigated them along a well-worn route, dropping the men off a quarter of a mile west of the Russian sub. The boat slowed its pace while waiting for the mission to be completed, hoping not to arouse any suspicion from the Russians, or whoever was operating the submarine. Hawk was instructed to plant his explosive device near the engine, designated as the last person to set his charge, subsequently arming them all. Everything seemed to be going as planned. One by one, team members peeled away and returned to the trawler, believing their task had been completed. As Hawk prepared to place his charge on the hull, he heard clanking through the water. Turning, he found one rogue operative brandishing a gun and shooting at those around him. He killed 2 men and slashed the hose on another SEAL's oxygen tank before dropping their charges into the depths below. Hawk sought to combat the sabotage attempt by swooping down and collecting the charges. He affixed 2 of them on the ship and pulled back, lurking as he watched to see what the saboteur would do next. He used his propulsion vehicle to swoop around the ship, swatting more charges away. With Hawk knowing that the sub wouldn't sink if it didn't have at least half the explosive devices next to the ship when he detonated them, he ducked beneath the sub and waited. The moment the saboteur came nearby, Hawk launched upward at the man, striking his vehicle. They tumbled through the water, the saboteur swinging wildly with his knife at Hawk. Using his foot, Hawk shoved the man away, spinning him halfway around. Hawk pursued him from behind and used his knife to cut the oxygen line on the saboteur's tank. He frantically tried to maintain his oxygen. With both hands occupied, Hawk stabbed the man in the neck. Hawk watched the man's body drift toward the ocean floor. Satisfied that the threat had been averted, Hawk went around the vessel and only counted 8 charges remaining attached to the ship. Without any other options, Hawk grouped 4 of them near the missile tube and 4 of them near the engine. I hope this is enough. He kicked furiously as he rose to the surface. Once he reached the top, he fired his emergency flare gun. Seconds later, 2 SEALs jumped into the water and went after him. They carried him back to the ship, where he detailed what happened. Once the trawler was clear, Hawk told the commander it was time to detonate and pray for the best. I think you should do the honors, the commander said. Hawk shrugged. Here goes nothing. He pushed the button and waited. The aftershock rocked the waters, the muted explosion flashing in the distance. After a half hour, the commander sent a team to determine if their mission had succeeded. When they returned, the men reported that their sonar picked up the sub on the ocean floor. And no signs of life. Excellent, the commander said. The president will be happy to hear this news. President Michaels hung up the phone and poured himself another bourbon. He exhaled
and then leaned back in his chair, pleased with the success of the special ops mission to thwart the terroristic threat thrust upon him. His satisfaction was short-lived when he received a call from Oliver Russell. "Sir, I have the Secretary of Homeland Defense on the line," the White House switchboard operator said to Michaels. "Patch him through." "Please don't call me with bad news," Michael said. "I have someone on the line who wants to speak with you," Russell said. Michaels growled. "What the hell is going on now?" "Hello, Mr. President. I just wanted to let you know that you sank a Russian sub for no reason tonight. And my demands haven't changed. Deliver Zach Olson to Cape Verde by the designated time, or all of Washington is going to be introduced to life under radiation." "I don't negotiate with terrorists," Michael said. "I'm not a terrorist. Nor do I negotiate with presidents," the man said. "Olson by the deadline in Cape Verde, or else you will force me to fulfill my promise. I doubt that's the kind of thing you want moving forward in the next election, if you live to see it." "Who is this?" Michaels demanded. "I think you already know the answer to that question." The line went silent. "Hello?" "He's gone, sir," Russell said. "I want you to find that son of a bitch and fill him with lead. And give me the CIA director on the line. We have a lot to discuss."
Chapter 33. CIA Safe House. Undisclosed location. Black and Shields sifted through the documents on the table, searching for any connection to Kevin Reed. There were several soldiers who were supposedly close with Reed after he was discharged, but Shields hadn't been able to reach any of them. Riley didn't recognize any of the names mentioned. While Black had convinced Mallory Kaufman to give him the phone numbers of a few of Reed's military buddies, none of them had returned Black's call. "I'm beginning to think Kevin Reed is a dead end," she said as the front door opened. Blunt lumbered inside and grunted. "Kevin Reed isn't just a dead end. He's actually dead." "What?" Riley asked. "You heard me," Blunt said. "Kevin Reed killed himself last night, sometime after the bombing at his apartment." "I don't believe it," Riley said. "Me either," Blunt said. "I wouldn't be surprised if the alleged suicide was all staged. But what do I know? This whole day has been a disaster." Shields patted Blunt on the back. "Well, aren't you just a ray of sunshine?" Blunt sighed. "I haven't even told you the real bad news yet." "Worse than that?" Black asked. "The operation in the Atlantic to sink the Russian sub that was supposedly getting ready to blast us with a nuclear weapon was a success," Blunt said. Shields cocked her head to one side. "I thought you said you were going to tell us really bad news." "I'm not done," Blunt said. "That was a ruse. Apparently Longmire used that as a distraction." "Longmire?" Riley asked. "As in Commander Brad Longmire?" Blunt shot up in his chair. "Yeah, that's the one. You know him?" Riley nodded. "I met him when I was in Pensacola for training. Everybody loved that guy. I halfway wished I was in the Navy so I could have served under him." "We think he's the one behind Leviathan," Blunt said. "At least at this point, there aren't any other candidates. It's got to be him." "He's been the one behind all this?" Riley asked. "Yeah," Shields said. "I got an email about a half hour ago letting me know that from what the FBI was able to recover on Reed's computer, he was just orchestrating everything under the direction of someone else. That person was Brad Longmire." "Like I said, as far as we can tell, Longmire is at the top of the food chain," Blunt said. Riley shook his head. "I can't believe it. I never would have pegged him to turn on his country like this." Blunt stroked his chin as he looked over the top of his reading glasses. "Who knows what set him off? Some quibbling over U.S. foreign policy? Bitterness over his dismissal from the Navy?" "My money is on the latter," Black said. "Well, that'd be nice to know. It's not the most important mystery we're trying to solve right now," Blunt said. "We need to know where he is." "I think I might know where he is," Riley said. "You know where Commander Longmire is?" Blunt asked. "I think I do." "How is that even possible?" Blunt asked. "You've been under our protection ever since this whole episode began."
Right before Agent Shields suggested I go with her, I received a text with a new assignment.
I thought you were given your assignments through a different protocol, Shields asked.
I am, except in case of an emergency, Riley said. So I'm assuming the person handing out my assignments, who we now know to be Reed, believed there was an emergency. What was this assignment? Blunt asked.
Riley glanced at Blunt, and then at Black and Shields.
Well, what was your assignment? Blunt asked. To kill Commander Longmire, Riley said. And I think I know where he might be.
Chapter 34. Black didn't even wait for Shields to slam her door all the way before he jammed his foot on the accelerator pedal and tore out of the driveway. Riley rode in the back seat, briefing the 2 Firestorm agents on what he knew about Longmire and what made him a threat. Blunt headed to the office to watch the operation from Black's and Riley's body cams. Shields was going to coordinate the operation from her laptop in the SUV.
Are you sure we have enough firepower to take Longmire and his guys out? Riley asked.
Nothing's for certain in this business, Black said, but trusting my instincts has kept me alive this long.
That's not exactly reassuring.
Black shrugged. I'm still alive, aren't I?
Yeah, but...
Tell us more about this assignment of yours, Shields said. How did you ever get an assignment to target your boss?
I told you already that I had no idea who was in charge before tonight, Riley said. I just knew that there was a protocol in case the program got out of hand. A failsafe, if you will. My handler told me that he trusted the leader, but if he ever let the power go to his head and he wasn't using it for good, we were to follow instructions. Shields typed notes on her keyboard before pausing.
But if you didn't know who the leader was...
Exactly, Riley said. We were taught never to ask questions. The guilt or innocence of the target wasn't something we were supposed to determine. If Leviathan needed someone dead, our job was to carry it out. Apparently all that other stuff had been decided well in advance.
Even when it came to your superiors? Black asked.
Riley nodded. I imagine that Kevin Reed was killed by one of the remaining operatives, though I'm not sure how many are left.
What do you mean? How many assassins were there?
Shields asked. I'm not sure, Riley said. I do know that there were a dozen of us at orientation, and everyone made it. And I think this program had been going on for a few years before I joined. Did you ever question that maybe you weren't doing the right thing? Black asked. You mean like I am right now? Riley said with a hint of a laugh. Black turned around and eyed Riley closely. That's not funny. I know. I'm sorry. The truth is, I'd do anything for my daughter, and maybe even more than anything to get her back. Lily is the light of my life, something that my ex tried to snuff out. I'll admit I wasn't the greatest father in the world. Like everybody else, I have my faults. But to steal that joy from my life, and hers too, that was just plain evil. And I ought to know since I've seen plenty of evil up close and personal in my life experiences.
What was your favorite thing you did with Lily?
Shields asked. She was still just a baby when I last held her, Riley said. But I think if I had to answer that question, I'd say curling up on the couch and reading a book to her, even though I knew she couldn't understand a word I was saying. I loved doing that with my father when I was younger, Shields said. I want to do it again. Maybe a book we can read together and talk about while we look at the pictures. When we finish this job, we'll make sure that happens for you, Black said. You understand? Riley nodded. Look, I know I've killed a lot of people while working for these guys. Probably more innocent ones than not. But I just wanted to...
You don't need to explain yourself to us, Shields said. We get it.
Do either of you have children? Riley asked. None that I know of, Black said. Shields slapped his arm with the back of her hand.
He says that all the time, like it's a big mystery. It's a lame joke.
What about you? Riley asked, looking at Shields. I imagine it wouldn't be easy for either of you with the lifestyle that you lead. Shields sighed.
Maybe one day I'll settle down, find myself a man and fill my house with the joy and laughter of children. But I'm putting those dreams on hold while I work to make sure all those other parents out there who are living out those dreams can do so safely." Black nodded subtly. "Me too. One day. Just not today. I can't imagine there being anything better than snuggling with a little girl who thinks you're the king of the world." "Nothing better," Riley said. "Well, if that's going to happen, we need to figure out how we're going to stop Longmire," Shields said. She turned around and eyed Riley. "What do you want to know?" he asked. "You already told us your message gave you Longmire's location, but do you know exactly where he is?" Shields asked. "He was going to commandeer a ship," Riley said. "A destroyer." "But they don't carry nuclear weapons," she said. "They haven't in years." "How long have you been working in counterintelligence?" Riley asked with a chuckle. 7 years, she said. "And you still believe your own government? You've got to be wiser than that. That whole de-arming Navy surface ships under President Clinton in the 90s was all just for show, to appease the anti-nuke crowd. In fact, when I was in Pensacola, Longmire told me a story one time about cruising along the Russian coast with a nuke armed and ready to deploy. All they were waiting for was the word. But obviously it never happened." "Now that's a story I've never heard," Black said. "The Russians are still sailing around with nukes, so we'd be fools not to, especially if we need to scramble a response to something they do," Riley said. "So we're going to need to neutralize a nuclear weapon tonight?" Black asked. "Maybe. Maybe not. It depends on how intent Longmire is on escalating the situation. But yeah, if he's hell-bent on leveling Washington, we might have our hands full." Shields' computer alerted her that a new email had arrived. She mumbled to herself as she scanned it, before reporting its contents to Black and Riley. "A team of Navy SEALs will be joining us, providing backup. Blunt wants us to wait before we take any action." "When is the deadline?" Riley asked. Black adjusted his rearview mirror. "Tomorrow night at 9 p.m. He glanced at the clock on his dashboard. The neon green lights bearing the readout 2:30 glared back at him. "By the time we get to Norfolk and get set up, it'll be close to 4 a.m., Riley said. "And the perfect time to strike," Black said. "The SEALs aren't going to arrive until 6 a.m., Shields said. Black sighed. "By the time we loop them in, the sun will be up. No way we're waiting for them." "I agree," Riley said. "Our best chance of taking them is right before daybreak. If we wait too long, they'll be on high alert. I doubt they're suspecting us anyway." "Well, it looks like there's one destroyer in the port right now, getting some electrical repairs," Shields said as she studied her screen. "The USS Michael Mansour. It's a Zumwalt-class ship with surface missile capability." "That'd be exactly what Longmire was looking for," Black said. "Yeah," Shields said as she pointed at her computer. "It says here that 2 weeks ago they started experiencing electrical issues at sea and were ordered to return to port immediately. Norfolk was the closest one, so that's where she ended up." "All meticulously planned, I'm sure," Black said. Once Black double-checked his gear, he called Blunt to let him know they were going to go in immediately. "I want you to wait," Blunt said. "You're not going to be able to handle that situation on your own. We have no idea how many men are serving under him on this mission. Could be dozens for all we know. Or it could be a tight-knit group of 4 or 5 men, something I'm sure Riley and I can handle, with Shields' help, of course." "I'm not asking you," Blunt said. "I'm giving you a direct order. If we don't go in now, we lose the element of surprise. They have no idea that we're onto them, and this might be our best chance before Longmire goes off the deep end and launches that nuke at Washington. I'm warning you, Black." "I know you're at the office," Black said. "Just shuffle down the hallway and flip on the monitors. You can enjoy the show from there." Blunt sighed. "You better not screw this up." Black smiled. "Roger that," he said, before hanging up. After Riley was outfitted, they tested their comms with Shields. After confirming everything, they hustled along the docks toward the ship. Black noticed a Navy guard sitting by a gate that led up to the ship. "Are you sure this is the ship?" Black asked over his comms. "Why?" Shields asked. "Because the vessel is being guarded." It's standard protocol, she said. You can't just walk up to the ship on your own without having permission to be aboard.
You think these guys were credentialed? Riley nodded. Probably as contractors. It's not as difficult to get on board as you might think. How do you propose we get past that guy? Black asked. Let's go under him, Riley said. Black glanced at the water, and then eyed Riley. Are you serious? Got any better ideas?
Shields, Black said over the comms. Got any other ideas?
She let out a string of expletives.
I'm blind out here. The satellite I tasked to watch over the port isn't cooperating. You're on your own for now.
Black nodded. Okay, under we go. I think we can use the trusses beneath to slip past the guard. And it looks like luck is on our side tonight, Riley said. It's low tide. They hustled below the bridge, circumventing the security guard. After reaching the end, they eased up onto the dock and crept up the plank leading onto the ship. As soon as they reached the top deck, they decided to split up and scout out the area for any guards. They agreed to meet back up in 5 minutes. Black took the starboard side, while Riley took the port side. While the deck was quiet and devoid of anyone patrolling the area, Black felt uncomfortable about the situation, worried that it was too easy. He started to wonder if Riley had guessed wrong, or if Shields didn't realize there was another ship that fit the profile Commander Longmire would have been looking for. Black crouched low as he moved around a stack of sandbags. He froze when he heard the click of a gun. I'd hold it right there if you know what's good for you, a man said. Black placed his hands in the air and slowly eased around to face his captor. I don't know who you are, but you need to know that Commander Longmire has some draconian plans for Washington. I can help you get out now if you— Shut up, the man barked as he snatched Black's body cam and tossed it over the side. You can tell the commander everything yourself. Now turn around and start walking. Black complied, turning to the left or right when ordered, or nudged by the barrel of the man's rifle. After a few minutes, they reached the bridge. Commander Brad Longmire was studying a map when the guard announced his presence. Sir, I have someone you might like to meet, he said. Longmire spun around, his face transforming from a smile to a steely stare. Who's this? I don't know, the guard said, but I caught him snooping around on the deck. He tried to warn me about how dangerous you are. Longmire just laughed. You, probably a black ops agent for the U.S. government, warning me of how dangerous I am? You're subservient to the most dangerous military on Earth. I didn't come here for a debate, Black said. I came here to stop you from killing thousands of innocent people. Try millions, Longmire said. However, it looks like you failed. Not to mention you're a lousy soldier. Hasn't anyone ever told you to salute a higher-ranking officer when you enter the bridge? Black narrowed his eyes. I never salute assholes. Friendly chap, I see. Well, Mr. Titus Black. Mr. Black, I appreciate you stopping by because you're going to be my insurance policy tomorrow, just in case things go wrong. Did anyone else come with you? I work alone, Black said with a sneer. Of course you do, Longmire said. Tilly, Baker, tie him up to that chair over there. I want him to have a front row seat for the destruction of Washington. While you're at it, remove his earpiece. And when you're done, get a message to the president for me. Tell him the timetable has moved up 12 hours, thanks to the efforts of Mr. Titus Black. Chapter 35. Riley heard shouting in his earpiece before the sound went out. He tried to reach Black, but didn't get any response. He crouched low as he moved around the deck of the ship in search of anyone patrolling the area. When he was satisfied it was clear, he tried Black again. Nothing. Shields, are you still there? Riley asked. After a long pause, her voice came through. I'm still here, but I'm trying to fix the satellite to provide you two with some support. Well, I can't reach Black. Can you hear him? Nope, she said. His comm is down according to my console. Damn. I'm going to see if I can find him. Good luck, she said. Riley had only been on a destroyer once,
though he'd been briefed by Shields on the ship's layout and how to reach the bridge with all the launch controls. As he prepared to enter the hatch, he heard whirring across the deck. He spun around to see the USS Michael Monsoor's missile launcher slowly rise.
"Shields," Riley said, "I need your help. Looks like Longmire is readying to fire."
"I'll warn Washington, but I'm still trying to get the satellite image back."
"Fine, just hurry."
Riley entered the hatch and found a ladder. As he ascended, he heard several men talking. With his weapon in his right hand, he eased up a couple decks until he was on the same level as the bridge. He moved through the passageway, gun trained in front of him. The voices grew louder. Peering around the corner, he saw one man standing over the controls. Riley considered the element of surprise might be his best chance, but he also wanted to make sure he wasn't heavily outgunned. The ultimate goal of the mission was to eliminate the threat of a nuclear missile being launched into Washington, or anywhere else. If he got killed in the process, by the time the SEALs arrived, it might be too late. Riley assessed the situation and chose to draw out the hostiles. He hit the first man with a headshot, dropping him immediately. And that immediately drew the response Riley had hoped for. One man stepped into Riley's line of sight, which turned out to be a fatal mistake. Riley used the corner for cover. All he could see were the two bodies, but he could tell there were more men.
"All right, that's enough," Longmire said. "You're going to need to come in here and fight like a man. Unless you don't care if I press this little button and turn Washington into a pile of rock and rubble."
Riley darted to the other side of the passageway and was able to get a clean shot on another guard, felling him as well.
"Anyone else feeling lucky?" Riley asked.
"I am,"
Longmire said.
"So lucky that I'm going to send Washington a little present. Call it payback for what they did to me."
Confident that only Longmire remained on the bridge, Riley poked his head inside and found Longmire with his arm around Black's neck and a gun to his head.
"Well, hello there, old friend,"
Longmire said as soon as he locked eyes with Riley.
"I'm sorry it has to end like this."
"Nothing has to end today, if you just lower your gun and let Agent Black go," Riley said.
"You think I'm that stupid?"
Longmire asked with a chuckle.
"You're not letting me go anywhere. So if you don't lower your weapon, I'm taking you all with me."
"I can't do that, Commander," Riley said. "This is your mess, and there's only one way to clean it up.
If you let me obliterate Washington, we can get out of here without any repercussions. It's the least I can do for them after what they did to me."
Riley eyed Longmire closely. "What did they do to you?"
"The they was Clyde Underhill, the son of a bitch who framed me for a murder I didn't commit."
"What happened?"
"We were on leave in Okinawa and had been doing war games with some rangers and other branches of the military. A gal at the cat house near the base wound up dead, and everybody pointed the finger at me, but I'd never even seen her before. The next thing I know, an entire group of rangers are all testifying that they saw me with the woman just minutes before her body was discovered. I swore up and down that I didn't know her, but it didn't matter. The Japanese decided not to press charges, yielding their right to prosecute me if the military meted out its brand of justice. I was freed on a technicality, which pissed off the Japanese. But the concession they made was that I was to be expelled from the military."
"And so now you want to strike back?"
"Damn right I do. That entire bureaucratic swamp needs to be obliterated."
"Even if that's so, your anger is misdirected," Riley said. "Why not go after Underhill instead?"
"Underhill wasn't the reason my command was stripped from me."
"It'd still be better than killing a lot of innocent people."
"Says the man who kills innocent people for a living."
Riley shrugged. "I'm merely the messenger. Just because I say it doesn't make it false."
"Save your high horse speeches for someone who gives a shit. It's time for me to finally get my revenge."
"This isn't going to make things better for you," Riley said. "You'll still be held accountable for your actions, including the ones you're about to make." Longmire chuckled and shook his head.
"I can just about guarantee you that anyone who would want to hold me accountable for what I'm about to do will be dead in a matter of minutes."
"Not that I'd even consider it, but I have family in the area."
"What, that wench who stole your daughter from you? You wouldn't want her to get what was coming to her?" Riley shook his head. You think you know just the right buttons to push with me, don't you? It's how I got you to become a part of Leviathan. But you didn't know you were working for me, did you? Not until yesterday, Riley said. But consider this my 2-week notice. Longmire laughed. I'll give you a nice bonus if you put your gun down and walk away. Besides, I'm only doing what you've done plenty of times before. That's in the past. The past, as in a week ago? Enough talk, Riley said. Release Agent Black, and step away from the controls. Longmire shuffled with his prisoner along the bank of controls before he came to a stop. He used his gun hand to quickly turn a key, which he yanked out and put in his mouth. Swallowing hard, he glanced back at Riley. The launch sequence has begun, and there's no way to stop it. Riley squeezed the trigger on his gun, clipping Longmire in the shoulder. He moaned in pain as he dropped to the floor. Black broke free and rushed a few feet away to take cover. Longmire dove underneath the control panel and then fired a couple of shots in Riley's direction. However, they were all off target. Riley crept around the room to get a better line of sight on Longmire. He's in the corner, Black shouted. Be careful. As Longmire came into view, he held his left hand against his right shoulder, applying pressure in an attempt to stop the bleeding, while still clutching his gun in his right hand. So, this is goodbye, Longmire said. I always liked you, Riley. You were my best assassin. I'm just finishing my final assignment, Riley said, as he loomed over his target. Kevin Reed, that bastard. He got what he deserved. But it looks like he still got me in the end. Goodbye, Commander, Riley said, as he prepared to pull the trigger. Before you get rid of me, think anyone will care that you ended my life when Washington is burning? I just swallowed the key, and good luck getting it out of me in time. I'm betting there's another way, Riley said. Then he pulled the trigger, shooting Longmire in the chest. As Longmire fought his imminent death, his weapon fell harmlessly to the floor. Riley swept the gun with his foot toward Black. You all right? Riley asked the Firestorm operative. I hope so. Thanks for coming for me, Black said. All part of the job. Though, if you hadn't been in here, I couldn't guarantee you that I'd have ever embarked on a rescue mission. That's comforting. I'm not going to lie to you. Before either of them could continue the conversation, Black yelled, Look out! Another guard had stormed onto the bridge, brandishing a weapon. He didn't hesitate to pull the trigger, hitting Riley in the back. By the time Black raised his gun, he was too late to save Riley. Black fired a pair of shots that took out the other guard, before rushing over to Riley. I'm going to help you, Black said. Riley struggled to breathe, fighting to say each word. No, you're not. You're going to stop that nuke from launching. Come on, Black said. Let me get you stabilized. The SEALs will be here soon enough. It won't be enough time. Go stop that thing and save my daughter and Washington. And when you see Lily, tell her how much I love her. Black nodded. It'll be my honor, he said, before reaching down and plucking out Riley's earpiece. Shields, can you hear me? Black said into the comms. Oh, thank God, she said. I didn't know what happened to you. I'll tell you all about it later. But in the meantime, I need your help. My satellite feed is still down. I don't care about that, Black said. I need you to help me stop the launch sequence. Chapter 36. Black took a deep breath and stared at the console in front of him. With the door to the bridge barricaded, he had the peace of mind he needed to figure out how to stop the launch. On the control panel where Longmire had been, the countdown continued and had just dipped below 3 minutes. You need to walk me through how to do this, Black said in his comms to Shields. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to help you with this, she said. Why not? It's not like I can just search the internet for the PDF of an owner's manual. But do you see a kill switch or anything like that? I do, but it requires a key, and that bastard Longmire swallowed it just before he died. You don't have enough time for that, she said. I know. Any other ideas? Grab Riley's body cam and show me what you're looking at. Hang on,
Black said as he darted over to Riley and removed his body cam. "Don't die on me, Riley. Just stop that bomb," Riley said. Black held the camera over the control panel. "Anything jumping out to you now?" "Take me closer to that kill switch," she said. He complied with her request. "Okay, from what I can tell, it looks like he rerouted the circuit board to use the power for launching the missiles. What do you see on the deck below?" Black held up the camera as he scanned the area. "I see a pair of missiles off to the starboard side." "Yeah, well, that's not where destroyers fire missiles from. He's simply stealing the ship's power." "Well, that doesn't change the fact that there's a countdown going on right now." "So you're going to need to get to the engine room and cut the power to the entire ship," she said. "And you need to do it in 2 shakes of a sheep's tail." "What? Oh, never mind," Black said as he tossed aside his barricade and then dashed into the passageway. He hustled down the ladder. "Can you at least give me an idea of where to go?" Shields directed him to the engine room, updating him on how much time he had left. Once he reached his target, only 90 seconds remained. "Now what?" he asked. "After you get inside, I'll walk you through how to power down the ship." Black put everything he had into opening the door, but it wouldn't budge. He yanked down on the wheel again. It didn't move. "This isn't working," Black said. Before he could try again, he heard a man yelling down the passageway. "Damn it," Black said. "One of Longmire's goons found me." "Yes," she said. "I'm about to get into a gunfight, and you're celebrating?" "My satellite feed just came up." "Wonderful. Personal celebrations are not what I want to hear right now." "How about you've got 75 seconds, she said. "Better not wait to engage him." Black shouted for the man. "Hey, over here. I need help." The man carried his rifle trained in front of him. "Anybody up there on the bridge? I've got an intruder down near the engine room." Black remained hidden, waiting until the guard was vulnerable and an easy target. When he stepped through one of the doorways, he looked down. That's when Black struck, hitting the man with 2 shots and dropping him on the spot. 60 seconds, Shields said. Black could feel the adrenaline surging through his bloodstream, his heart pumping. Wrapping his hands around the wheel, he grunted as he pulled down on it. Still nothing. Black decided to put his full weight behind his efforts and stood on one of the wheel's spokes. This time, the wheel broke free, moving 90 degrees. Black hopped down and finished opening the door. "Okay, I'm inside. Now what?" he asked. "There's no shore power connected to the ship, but there are 2 generators in the far back side of the room that need to be powered off." "What do these things look like?" "They're very large with pipes coming out of them. There's a gray control panel in the front with a switch you pull down to turn off." Black scanned the room, which was about 20 meters deep. "I think I see them." "Hurry," she said. "You've only got 30 seconds." Black hurdled a pipe that emerged from the floor and raced toward the generators. However, just as he was about to reach for the first lever, he heard a gunshot, followed by a bullet pinging off some pipes nearby. Black dove to the floor. "What the hell was that?" Shields asked. "Someone's shooting at me," he said. "You better hurry. You've only got 20 seconds now." Black remained prone as he searched for anything to yank the levers down with. A flashlight beam bounced around the area. "Who's there?" the guard yelled. Black didn't see anything he could use. Acting quickly, he yanked his shirt off and threw it over the lever. He yanked downward, turning off the first generator. "One more," Black said. Another bullet whizzed in his direction. "Don't even think about touching that last generator," the traitor said. "I'll blow your head clean off." Black took a deep breath and attempted to repeat the process. However, the shirt didn't fall the same way over the lever, leaving him in a lurch. 8 seconds, Shields said in his ear. Black tried again, but to no avail. 5, 4, 3. Black wasn't left with a choice. He jumped up and wrapped his hand around the switch. A gunshot echoed through the room, followed by the sound of a body hitting the floor, and then the silence of a ship without any power. "Black, are you still there?" Shields asked over the comms. Nothing. Black remained on the ground, unsure what had just happened. A burning sensation radiated in his arm. the result of a cut he suffered while diving to the floor. Across the room, he heard the shuffling of someone walking. A few seconds later, another gunshot. "What's happening, Black?" she asked. "Did you make it?" "No," said a familiar voice. "I just blew your head clean off." Then came the sound of a thump on the floor. Black wormed his way near the body, straining to see in the darkness. "Riley, what are you doing here?" Black asked, as he knelt next to the assassin. "I'm saving your life," he said before groaning. "I think this is it." "Just hang in there," Black said. "Do it for Lily. She needs to know what a hero her father was." "No," Riley said, wheezing as he tried to breathe. "I'll let you do that for me." Black held Riley's hand. "Don't you give up. Help is on the way." "You're a good man, Agent Black. Take care of Lily for me." Riley's body went limp. "Are you okay?" Shields asked. "Yes," Black said. "Disaster averted. The power was killed before the missiles were launched. But Riley didn't make it." "Damn it," she said. "It's not right. He just saved my ass. And Washington's too." "Yeah," Black said. "That too." Chapter 37. Winchester, Virginia. Black looked out the window of the passenger side as Shields pulled into Winchester for Eddie Riley's funeral. Blunt sat quietly in the back, while Black mulled over the events from just 5 days earlier. As Shields navigated to the First Baptist Church for the service, Blunt started to chuckle. "This is kind of a somber occasion," Black said. "What do you find so amusing?" "I'd forgotten to tell you that I received a call from President Michaels earlier this week," Blunt said. "Oh? What did he have to say?" Blunt chuckled again. "He wanted to know who was responsible for saving Washington from the nuclear threat." "What did you tell him?" "I told him 2 great Americans, Eddie Riley and Titus Black." Black shook his head, huffing a laugh through his nose. "I bet that went over well, especially considering the fact that he thought I was dead." "Went over like a lead balloon. I asked the president if he would consider dropping his grudge against you, since that's twice now you've essentially saved his life." "What did he say?" "He said he'd think about it." Black shrugged. "Progress?" She pulled into the parking lot and found a spot. They were a half hour early, but people were already streaming inside. "Maybe he wasn't as bad of a guy as his wife made him out to be," Black said. "We know he wasn't," she said. "But this is a small town. Everybody loves to pay their last respects to an American hero." They all trudged inside and took a seat. Once the ceremony began, everyone listened as friend after friend stood behind the pulpit and shared warm memories about Eddie Riley, all of them clueless about his descent into becoming a member of an assassin ring. Black remained lost in his thoughts. It's all just as well. Every man and woman should have the opportunity to atone for their mistakes. Eddie did it better than most. After the service, they all joined the procession to the graveside service. Eddie's ex-wife Alicia cried when one of Eddie's fellow Rangers folded up an American flag and handed it to her. Black wondered if she was truly grief-stricken, or playing the part, given her strong disdain for her ex. Once everything concluded, Black turned to Shields and Blunt. "I need to do something. I'll catch up with you." Black approached Alicia, who was holding Lily's hand. "Mind if I tell your daughter something?" Black asked. Alicia eyed him carefully. "I knew her father," Black said. "Okay," she said. Black knelt down next to Lily. "Hi, Lily." She kept her gaze on the ground, refusing to look up. "I know this is all kind of strange to you right now," Black said, "but I knew your dad. He was a real hero. Right before he died, he made me promise to tell you how much he loved you. I know you may not have many memories of him, but the ones he had of you were precious. He absolutely adored you, and sometimes he was watching you even when you didn't know it." Alicia scowled. "All right now?" Black held his hand up. I'm almost done. Now, Lily, I want you to know that your daddy will be watching over you all the time now, and that even though he's gone, his love for you doesn't end." Lily lifted her head up, a faint smile spreading across her lips. When her eyes met Black's, tears welled up in them. She leaned into him, wrapping her arms around his neck. "I love him too," she said. Black embraced her and tousled her blonde locks. "Don't worry. He knows you love him." As Black got up, Alicia pushed her way past him, pulling Lily's arm. Alicia turned around and glared at Black. Lily looked back at him. "Thank you, mister." Black cleared the tears out of his own eyes and took a deep breath, inhaling the aroma of the southern pines towering overhead. He strode back toward Shields and Blunt, who had their backs to him and were speaking with someone else. "What did I miss?" Black asked as he approached the group. Blunt turned around. "There's someone I want you to meet. This is General Harold Walker." Black offered his hand to the general. "Pleasure to meet you, sir. How do you know one another?" "JD and I go way back," Walker said. "But I didn't come here to reminisce with him. I came here to talk with you." Black drew back. "With me?" "Yeah. Let's go get a drink. It's high time you learned the truth about your father's death." On just about every other day of his life since his father died, Black would have wanted to hear the story immediately. But not today. The pain of losing his father was fresh, laid bare by the reality of watching Lily trudge away without Eddie by her side. "I want to hear all about it," Black said. "Just not today." "Can I take a rain check?" "Sure," Walker said. "Whenever you're ready, I'll be ready." Black slipped into the back seat and remained quiet the rest of the way back to Washington. He had plenty to think about, but he just couldn't stop thinking about that little girl. As they reached the city limits, Shields broke the silence. "I saw you with Lily," she said. "You're going to make a great dad someday." Black nodded. "If I do ever become a father, and your prediction comes true, it'll only be because I had one of the best to learn from."
This concludes Rogue Commander, Book 3 of the Titus Black series, written by R.J. Patterson, performed by Kyle Tait. The executive producer is Eric West. Copyright 2020 by R.J. Patterson. Production copyright 2021 by R.J. Patterson. Be sure to look for book number 4 in the Titus Black series, Line of Fire. Thanks for listening.